At just 7 years old, a boy picks up a bow for the very first time, yet he never misses. Every single shot finds its mark. But this remarkable gift means nothing to his grandfather. For his grandfather is the greatest archer under heaven, a master whose skill is unmatched, capable of taking an enemy's head from 1,000 li away. Over a lifetime of mastery, he even created a self-tracking arrow technique. It uses chi to guide the arrow, locking onto the enemy's vital energy. No matter how the target dodges, there is no escaping an arrow through the heart. But the most crucial challenge in mastering archery is learning to overcome the wind. Grandfather sets him a test. Shoot through a wooden post 10 zhang away in the middle of a raging gale. Just as the boy draws his bow with full confidence, grandfather walks right up to the post and waves for him to shoot. The boy freezes. One gust of wind, one slight deviation, and his grandfather's life is on the line. He shouts for grandfather to move away, but grandfather unleashes a torrent of scolding. If you don't even have this much confidence, how will you ever carry on my legacy? Battling both the wind and his own fear at once. For a beginner, this is an impossible demand. Under the crushing double pressure, he finally lowers his bow and gives up. Grandfather gives him one long, meaningful look and says nothing more. To become truly powerful, unshakable confidence is not optional. It is essential. The next day, at the foot of the mountain, the boy finds an injured falcon. This is a brave and fiercely loyal bird. Once it bonds with a master, it follows that person for life, until death. Grandfather tells him to nurse it back to health. A master archer with a falcon by his side can achieve double the effect with half the effort. The boy gets to work, preparing herbal medicine, carefully applying hemostatic herbs to the deep wound in the falcon's wing. After days of patient care, the young falcon soars freely through the sky once more. The boy gives it a fitting name, Taiju, Iron Blood, because when he found it, the bird was drenched in blood. By this point, the boy has fully mastered the fundamentals of archery. Grandfather brings him to an open field and announces he will teach a footwork technique called wolf step. It was born from observing how wolves hunt, a movement art that dramatically boosts speed, allowing the user to move freely and unpredictably. But as grandfather begins to demonstrate, the boy struggles to hide his reaction. To his eyes, the old man looks exactly like a frog hopping around. Grandfather catches the look and his temper flares. "You little brat, watch closely." Thud. The ground cracks and splits beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, grandfather is right in front of him, moving like lightning. A ferocious wolf-like aura crashes over the boy like a wave. The boy is rooted to the spot, paralyzed with shock. A warm trickle runs down his leg and stains the ground. Grandfather stares in dismay, wet himself over something this small, so spineless. This boy will never amount to anything. Then he turns to the boy and speaks slowly. Wolf step is not just about copying a wolf's movements. You must also embody a wolf's killing aura. When a wolf closes in on its prey, it radiates a crushing pressure that freezes the prey in place. Then it moves in for the kill, one bite to the throat, just like how my aura locked you down just now. If this were a real fight, you would already be dead. He then asks the boy to measure the distance between where he now stands and where he started. The boy checks and replies, "About 10 zhang." The words barely leave his mouth before his jaw drops. That single frog hop had covered 10 zhang in one burst. For an archer, the most vital purpose of wolf step is to create distance from the enemy. You must carve this footwork into your very bones. With that, he demonstrates wolf step one more time, leaving a trail of footprints pressed into the earth. Trained by following the exact sequence of my footprints. From that day on, the boy trains day and night without rest. And in just 7 days, he has fully mastered the footwork. Even this astounding pace earns him nothing but another scolding. 7 whole days to learn something this simple? You are wasting my life. Yet deep down, grandfather is stunned. Even his own son, celebrated as a prodigy, needed 2 full months to master this, and this boy did it in 7 days. After months of relentless training, the boy's strength leaps forward once again. But to become a true warrior, he will need more than skill. He needs iron nerve and ruthless resolve. So grandfather leads him to a cave and throws him inside. The moment the door slams shut, a starving wolf with bloodshot eyes lunges straight at him. He pounds the door and screams, but it is useless. Grandfather stands outside, expression heavy. From here on, it is up to you. With the wolf attacking in a frenzy, the boy can only keep dodging, knowing that if this keeps up, death is certain. He has to find a way to bring the wolf down. As his mind races, the wolf launches another leap at him. A cold glint flashes in his eyes. In the instant before the fangs sink into his shoulder, he channels every ounce of force he has and slams his fist straight into the wolf's teeth. A piercing yelp tears through the cave. The wolf tucks its tail, foaming at the mouth, and scrambles to the side. The boy's face lights up. That single strike connected. In the days that follow, grandfather slides food through a small window each day, but every time, the boy can only watch helplessly as the wolf snatches it away. 4 full days pass like this. Starving and cold, he resorts to licking droplets that fall from the ceiling of the cave. He realizes, to survive, he must be faster than the wolf. He begins studying wolf step, the technique grandfather taught him, turning it over in his mind, looking for a way to use it in combat. The key clicks into place. He can now burst out of the wolf's reach in an instant. Now it is the wolf's turn to watch helplessly as the food is stolen. He grins with satisfaction and tears into the food with huge bites. Once he is full, he uses the rope that had tied the food to subdue the wolf. At that very moment, grandfather opens the door. The boy is clearly furious at what grandfather put him through, but grandfather's expression stays grave. This is only the beginning. You have barely scratched the surface of wolf step. Its true essence lies in killing aura. Battling wolves will forge that killing aura within you. With that, he tosses the boy a short sword and seals him back inside the cave. This time, it is not one wolf waiting for him. It is a pack. For the next 100 days, one more wolf will be added every single day. And this time, grandfather will provide no food. The boy must find his own way to survive. He must kill every last wolf, and they will become his food. 4 days in, the boy's eyes have taken on a harder, colder edge. Driven to the breaking point by hunger, the pack turns on itself. They attack the weakest among them, tearing the body apart and devouring it without mercy. The boy watches, and something shifts inside him. This is the law of nature. The last trace of pity in his eyes vanishes. He lets out a fierce cry and charges straight into the pack. One wolf instantly lunges at him, but the boy shows no mercy. The short sword flashes like lightning into the wolf's throat. The wolf lets out one last cry and goes still. He turns his cold gaze on the remaining wolves and roars, "Come at me if you want to die." The two wolves flinch and slink away into the corner. He turns, cuts off a strip of wolf meat, and forces it into his mouth. The raw, metallic taste is almost unbearable. He gags and spits it out. But to survive, he has no choice. In the days that follow, he fights the pack again and again, battling for every scrap of food. His mastery of wolf step inches toward its peak. As time passes, a bloodthirsty killing aura builds around him, thicker and darker by the day. Drenched in wolf blood, he looks like a demon risen from the depths of hell. At last, only 2 wolves remain. Faced with his terrifying aura, they seem to have lost the will to attack. He fixes them with a cold, merciless stare. Then he launches himself at both wolves like a cannonball. Boom! The cave erupts with a crash, followed by howls of pain. The entire pack is wiped out. The training is complete. Grandfather opens the door at that very moment. The boy is battered and exhausted, but the killing aura radiating off him is enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Grandfather's eyes fill with proud tears. "You did it, my boy. You finally made it." The boy steps out of the cave and looks up at the sky he has not seen in so long. Overhead, Tai's shoe wheels through the air and cries out joyfully at the sight of his master. The boy raises his arm to call the falcon down, but Tai Shu pulls away mid-flight, as if sensing something that instills fear, before the boy can make sense of it. Grandfather explains, "Your killing aura is too heavy right now. It is driving Tai Shu away." After 4 days of rest and recovery, his wounds have mostly healed, but grandfather wastes no time. Training to control the killing aura begins immediately. He is thrown into an ice-cold waterfall. A bone-piercing cold slams into him, so intense he feels as though his very bones are turning to ice. Just as he is about to lose consciousness, grandfather's voice booms from outside. "Now, channel the Heart Sutra. Control the flow of your inner energy." The words hit him like a spark. The Heart Sutra was created by Grandmaster Huikong, the 6th patriarch of Zen Buddhism. Through breathing technique alone, it can dramatically amplify one's inner energy. The moment he channels the Heart Sutra, the biting cold vanishes instantly, replaced by a warmth and clarity unlike anything he has ever felt. From that point on, he channels the Heart Sutra continuously, pushing past one limit after another. Days later, a tremendous aura begins to pour outward from within the waterfall. 3 flowers at the crown, bolts of lightning gather and crackle above his head in a dazzling display. Even grandfather, who has seen everything this world has to offer, is left speechless. Then, without warning, a blinding golden radiance erupts, and a surge of overwhelming force blasts outward from the boy's body. 5 energies return to origin, a realm that countless warriors spend their entire lives chasing and never reach. Tears stream down grandfather's weathered face. His grandson has reached this height. He can die without regret. With this, grandfather's training comes to an end. There is nothing left he can teach. Taiju glides down from the sky, and when the boy raises his arm to call the falcon, his killing aura is now fully under his command. Taishu lands without fear. 5 years pass in the blink of an eye. Through relentless practice, he has fully mastered every technique grandfather taught him, and his chi-guided tracking arrow has surpassed even the original. Yet grandfather tells him this is only the foundation of archery. Woody pushes back. With wolf step and the chi-guided arrow combined, he never misses. How is that just a foundation? Grandfather's face stays stone cold. An arrow of pure chi, that is the true pinnacle of archery. A blade of pure chi, that is the summit of sword art. Woody stares at him, baffled. Shooting without an arrow? Aren't you just firing air? He demands a demonstration on the spot, but grandfather waves him off, explaining that a severe internal injury from long ago makes it impossible for him to demonstrate. At first light tomorrow, you will set out for our ancestral land, Spirit River Hidden Village. There you will find the supreme martial arts, passed down by our ancestors, the limitless divine skill, and the spirit-hidden sword art. In his hunger to master these legendary arts, Wu Di actually digs open his own family's ancestral tomb. Inside, he finds 3 painted murals depicting sword forms, and an old wooden chest sitting on the ground. Inside the chest, an iron bow and a chronicle of the family's history. For an archer like Wu Di, this is an incredible find. But the very next moment, his expression shifts to shock. The bow weighs 200 jin. Never mind drawing it, even lifting the thing is a struggle. He sets it aside and picks up the chronicle to read carefully. He learns that the 3 murals depict the spirit-hidden sword art, created by the 14th generation ancestor, though it consists of only 3 forms. It stands at the very top of every sword art in the martial world. But the more more powerful the art, the steeper the cost. Executing these forms drains inner energy at a punishing rate. So the ancestor also created the limitless divine skill, a breathing-based method that rapidly restores and amplifies one's inner power. Wu Di can only shake his head in awe at the genius of his ancestors. He turns a few more pages and comes across a different set of notes, those of the 16th generation ancestor grandfather had mentioned, the one who perfected the arrow of pure qi. He devoted his entire life to archery, but no matter how hard he trained, he could never fully unlock the 14th ancestor's sword art. In the end, he merged the sword art into archery itself, creating the ultimate technique, the arrow of pure qi. Reading this, everything falls into place for Wu Di. The foundation of the arrow of pure qi is the spirit-hidden sword art. If he masters both, at range, he strikes with an arrow. Up close, he cuts down the enemy with a blade. Nothing would be out of his reach. Wu Di throws himself into the limitless divine skill, using the Heart Sutra grandfather taught him as a supplement. In just 10 days, his inner power multiplies several times over. The 200 Jin iron bow now feels weightless in his hands. He stands before the sword art murals again, but finds himself at a loss. He has never trained in sword art before. He has no idea where to begin. So he carves himself a wooden sword with his knife, and mimics the movements in the murals as best he can. The moment he finishes the sequence, a blade of sword energy explodes out of the first mural. Wu Di lets out a startled cry, and barely ducks under the strike. He steadies himself, completely baffled. What just happened? He tries the same movements again, and sure enough, another wave of sword energy comes slashing at him. He dodges and lets out a laugh. A theory is already forming in his mind. He moves on to the second mural. Whoosh! This time the sword energy is lightning fast, and even with his guard up, Wu Di barely gets out of the way. After a series of tests, he confirms what he suspected. The first mural embodies the power of the strike. The second embodies the speed of the blade. He turns to the third mural and mirrors its movements exactly. A deafening sword cry rings out, and a wave of sword energy tears through the air with a roar, carrying savage, crushing force. It is the fusion of the first two forms, a force so overwhelming that Wu Di struggles to hold his ground. They clash for the length of a full incense stick before the sword energy finally fades, and this is only the sword intent sealed within a painting. If mastered in full, its power could shake the very mountains and rivers. From that day on, Wu Di trains without sleep or rest, drilling each form tens of thousands of times before he is satisfied. 2 years pass in the blink of an eye. The Wu Di who emerges is a completely different person. With nothing but a wooden sword, he can split boulders and cleave through stone. He knows it is time to leave. His aura surges without warning. Every ounce of his inner energy pours into the wooden sword. Boom! A thunderous blast tears through the chamber, and the entire tomb collapses in an instant. He drops to his knees and kowtows 3 times to his ancestors in farewell, then shoulders the 200 Jin iron bow and walks away. He had dreamed of a free and wandering life, roaming the land, righting wrongs as he pleased. But grandfather drops a bombshell. When Wu Di was just 4 years old, a bride was already chosen for him. Grandfather tosses him half of a jade pendant. This is your token as the future son-in-law of the Tang clan of Sichuan. The other half is with your bride. He then produces the Prajna Heart Sutra, and asks Wu Di to return it to Shaolin when he passes through. The scene shifts. A group of men dressed in the style of the northern frontier are preparing to execute a young man. At the critical moment, an arrow cuts through the air without a sound and drives straight through one man's shoulder. The one who fired it is Wu Di, just descended from the mountain. Seeing that he is alone and yet acts with such boldness, the group raises their weapons and charges at him without a word. But what chance does a mob of brutes have against Wu Di? He draws his bow and fires 10 arrows in the blink of an eye. Fresh off the mountain, he has no desire to kill. Every arrow is placed with precision, missing the vital points, but leaving each man unable to fight. Once everyone is subdued, the young man clasps his fists and thanks Wu Di, explaining that they are Jurchen people, and that conflicts between tribes have been breaking out constantly lately. Wu Di has no interest in getting further involved. He simply asks for directions to Shaolin and Sichuan. The young man blinks, then answers, Shaolin is in the Central Plains. Sichuan lies to the southwest of the Central Plains. The journey will take at least 5 or 6 months. Wu Di's face grows complicated. Before he left, grandfather told him it would only take a month. The young man then invites Wu Di back to their tribe to stock up on supplies for the road. Before long, the two arrive at the Duku tribe's encampment. Wanyan Guyu arranges for an aide to take care of Wu Di during his stay. 2 days pass quickly. From the aide, Wu Di learns that the Central Plains are now ruled by the Ming dynasty. Then Wanyan Guyu walks in, his expression grave. He tells Wu Di that the Heiku tribe's forces are now less than 20 li away and are about to launch a full-scale attack. He has come to say goodbye. Watching Wanyan Guyu walk away, Wu Di turns to the aide and asks about the Heiku tribe. The aide's answer is grim. The Heiku tribe is 3 times their strength. Wu Di's eyes sharpen. He cannot quite let this go. The east wind rises. War drums begin to thunder. As the battle horns sound, the two tribes clash in fierce and brutal combat. Already at a disadvantage, the Duku tribe suffers mounting casualties. Wu Di watches the brutal fighting from high ground, then calls to the aide to gather branches. He carves them into wooden arrows with his knife. He uses wood rather than real arrows because he does not want unnecessary bloodshed. This is purely to keep Wanyan Guyu alive. Alone, he becomes an army of one. A storm of wooden arrows rains down on the enemy. The Heiku tribe is thrown into chaos, men and horses toppling left and right. The Duku tribe's morale surges. They press the advantage and push forward, driving the enemy back step by step. The Heiku tribe's chieftain sees disaster unfolding. He cannot believe an archer of this skill exists in the world. He orders his men to sound the retreat. The Duku tribe wins the battle. The warriors return to camp and a great victory feast is laid out. Wanyan Goyu rushes toward Wu Di, drops to one knee in the tribe's highest gesture of honor, and invites Wu Di to join the celebration banquet hosted by his father. Wu Di has no interest in banquets. He declines, citing exhaustion, but when he returns to his quarters, the sky is lit up with flames. Wanyan Goyu's tribe is slaughtering the Heiku prisoners. Fury surges through Wu Di. They already won, so why add more killing to this? His expression darkens as he strides into the victory feast. The chieftain greets him warmly and offers his thanks. Wu Di skips the pleasantries and asks him directly to release the prisoners. The chieftain laughs loudly. "You are a fine warrior, but far too soft-hearted." Wu Di holds his ground and asks again. Then a large man erupts in fury. "Who do you think you are? You have no right to give orders here." He whips out a dagger and hurls it straight at Wu Di. Wu Di's expression goes cold. He is about to move, when the aide steps in front of him and takes the blade. The sight fills Wu Di with a rage he cannot contain. Is this what the martial world is? Where human lives mean nothing? He pulls out the dagger, eyes locked on the large man with killing intent. The next instant, he is in front of the man. The dagger flashes in a streak of red, and the man is cut in two. Then the killing aura he has suppressed inside himself bursts free in full. In his fury, he is like a primordial beast unleashed, the violent shockwave from his aura shattering everything around him. Just as he is about to unleash devastation, Wanyan Goyu drops to his knees in tears, begging forgiveness. He cannot control his father's decisions, but he cannot bear to lose Wu Di as a friend. The killing intent in Wu Di's eyes slowly fades. "I will not forget that you are my friend, and I thank your father for showing me just how brutal this world truly is." With that, he turns and walks alone toward the central plains. Wu Di arrives at the capital with a full-grown tiger slung over his shoulder, drawing a crowd of onlookers who gather around in awe. He starts calling out loudly, hawking his catch right there in the street. The rare sight draws wealthy merchants into a bidding war, until an elderly man silences everyone with a bid of 200 gold coins. Wu Di never imagined that something he caught so casually could fetch such a price. He pockets the windfall and heads straight to the famous Jude restaurant, where he sits down to enjoy the celebrated Peking roast duck. He has not forgotten his purpose, and asks the waiter for directions to Shaolin. The waiter warns him that the road to Zhongzhou is long and treacherous, and suggests he join an escort convoy for safety in numbers. The southern outskirts of the capital are the gateway to Zhongzhou. Wu Di signs on with the 1,000 Li escort agency and sets out for Shaolin. When the convoy passes through Tiger's Mouth Pass, every escort goes on high alert. The terrain is treacherous here, and bandits are known to lurk in these parts. Sure enough, Wu Di's senses pick up at least 50 men lying in ambush no more than 20 meters away. The convoy leader signals a halt, just as a band of mountain bandits comes charging at them with weapons drawn. The escorts draw their weapons and brace for the fight. "We own this mountain and every tree on it. Pay up if you want to pass." Neither side wastes any time. They clash in full combat almost immediately. But the bandits have the numbers advantage, and every one of them is battle-hardened. The escorts are driven back with heavy losses. Wu Di watches with barely concealed irritation. At this rate, his journey will never move forward. He climbs on top of the cart, raises his bow, and draws. He shows the bandits no mercy. Arrows pour from his bow like a downpour, hammering into them without pause. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The air fills with the sound of arrows finding their marks and the cries of the wounded. The bandit leader is caught off guard and instinctively looks toward where the arrows are coming from. The convoy leader seizes the opening without hesitation. While the leader is distracted, a blade sweeps across his throat. With their leader down, the rest scatter in every direction. The convoy leader stares at his fallen comrades, his expression dark with grief, then turns to Wu Di and offers his gratitude. "Every man and woman of the 1,000 Li escort agency owes you their life." He also extends an invitation for Wu Di to join as deputy convoy leader. Wu Di politely declines. He has always lived free. Rules and titles are not for him. After a brief rest, the convoy sets out again. After a long and arduous journey, they finally arrive at the Taihei Exchange House in Zhongzhou. Wu Di tells the convoy leader he needs to make a stop at Shaolin, and that he will return before long. The convoy leader agrees without hesitation, and says they will wait for him before moving on. Wu Di takes off toward Mount Song like a gust of wind. All martial arts under heaven trace their roots to Shaolin. Wu Di looks up at the ancient temple and cannot help but feel the weight of its 1,000-year legacy. But the moment he steps inside, 2 warrior monks block his path, informing him that visiting hours are over. Wu Di tells them he has come to return the Prajna Heart Sutra. The 2 monks immediately escort him to Elder Jike. Upon hearing that Wu Di has come to return the Heart Sutra, Elder Jike lights up with excitement. The Heart Sutra was stolen 50 years ago. To have it returned is truly a blessing. He immediately sends a warrior monk to inform the abbot. Wu Di breaks into a cold sweat at the word stolen. Grandfather said he borrowed it. That crafty old fox. The abbot summons all the senior monks to convene. Wu Di's nerves are on edge. If they find out his grandfather was the one who stole it, he may not walk out of Shaolin alive. With no other option, he braces himself and produces the Heart Sutra, claiming he stumbled upon upon it by chance inside a cave. The assembled monks press their palms together and begin chanting, giving thanks to the Buddha for his grace. At that moment, a short, elderly monk makes his way slowly into the hall. Upon hearing that the Heart Sutra has returned, his composure breaks and his eyes fill with emotion. Wudi can feel it immediately. This old monk carries an extraordinarily powerful aura. The old monk finds a pretext for a private word and draws Wudi aside. Then his eyes sharpen and his tone cuts like a blade. Who is Wu Zun to you? Wudi's heart lurches. He knows everything. Wudi drops the act. He is my grandfather. The old monk shakes his head slowly. Your grandfather, using nothing but a single footwork technique, evaded every attack I threw at him. As he fled, he promised that one day the Heart Sutra would be returned. Wudi realizes at once, grandfather must have used wolf step. A warrior monk approaches. The old monk introduces him to Wudi. This is Mu, the next guardian of Shaolin. He adds that the boy's excessive arrogance has caused his progress to stall completely, and he hopes Wudi can defeat him and knock some humility into him. Legend has it that Shaolin possesses a formation that has never once been defeated, the 108 Arhat formation. 108 warrior monks move in perfect combination. Once trapped inside, staff shadows cross from every angle and nothing is what it seems. 400 years ago, the Demon Lord unified the demon sect and launched a massive invasion of the Central Plains martial world. Even the combined efforts of the greatest masters from every sect could not stop him. Yet this seemingly unstoppable force was broken by the 108 Arhat formation, without even touching the hem of a single monk's robe. From that day forward, the name of the 108 Arhat formation became known throughout the world. Then, 40 years ago, one man appeared. Alone, he took on the 4 greatest warriors of the demon sect and killed them all. Over the next 3 years, he traveled the length of the Central Plains, hunting down and eliminating every last demon sect fighter. More than 500 battles, not a single defeat. To the demon sect, he became a name that inspired pure terror. He was the Dominator Blade, Gu Yangping. He then founded Dominator Palace together with those who had followed him. In his ambition to unite the martial world under one banner, he challenged Shaolin directly and single-handedly dismantled the 108 Arhat formation, shattering their unbeaten legend. Just as he declared his intent to take control of the entire martial world, the guardian of Shaolin appeared. His mastery of the Bodhidharma staff art was beyond all description. In just 3 moves, Gu Yangping was defeated, and for the first time he understood that there is always someone stronger. That guardian of Shaolin was none other than this small, elderly monk standing before him now. Old, he intends to pass the title of guardian to his disciple Mu, but Mu, despite his extraordinary talent, is so consumed by arrogance that his martial growth has come to a standstill. The old monk hopes that Wudi, roughly the same age as Mu, can defeat him and cut him down to size. Wudi quickly waves his hands in refusal. If he hits too hard and hurts someone, he will only be making trouble for himself. But then the old monk's face shifts into a sly smile. If you refuse, I will tell the abbot exactly how your grandfather stole the Heart Sutra. Wudi is speechless. This old monk is just as crafty and scheming as his grandfather. Left with no choice, he reluctantly agrees. Across from him, Mu looks completely unimpressed. No one his age has ever survived 3 moves against him. Wudi's only thought is to let him land 1 hit and end this as quickly as possible. But Mu opens with a high-level technique straight away. 1,000-leaf palm, the sudden killing strike, catches Wudi off guard. The next instant, a barrage of palm strikes hammers into him like a downpour. Boom! Wudi crashes into the courtyard wall, leaving a gaping hole. Mu freezes in alarm. Did he hit too hard? Is the guy dead? As the dust settles, Wudi lies on the ground in a sorry state. His inner voice seethes. That bald monk hits like a battering ram. He reaches up and wipes the blood from his nose. His aura starts to rise slow and steady. Alright, I am going to make you hurt a little. Thud. Moving at a speed that the eye can barely follow, Wudi drives a fist straight into Mu's chest. The blow sends Mu skidding backward several zong. Mu stares in genuine shock. He has never seen anyone move that fast. He shifts into his defensive stance, Iron Bell Guard. But even with this defense, he struggles to keep up with the blinding speed of Wudi's strikes. Suddenly Mu switches forms, thrusting a single yang strike straight forward. Wudi barely dodges in time. Only a corner of his robe is torn away. Seeing Mu reach for a ranged technique, Wudi decides to stop holding back. The arrow of pure chi is his domain. Whoosh! An invisible arrow streaks out and drives through Mu's chest like lightning. Just as Wudi is about to follow up, the old monk's voice booms across the courtyard, ordering them to stop. He turns to Mu, stone-faced. Do you understand now that there is always someone stronger? Mu's jaw tightens with stubbornness. He still has one final technique he has not used. The old monk sees straight through him. The Bodhidharma staff art? You have not even fully grasped it yet. And even if you had, you would still be no match for Wudi. He can see clearly that Wudi has not come close to using his full strength. Wudi then speaks up and mentions he also has the spirit-hidden sword art. He picks up the old monk's wooden staff and offers to demonstrate. The first form and third form are saturated with killing intent, too destructive to use in a sacred place like this. So he demonstrates only the second form, Merciless Blade. When he finishes, the old monk is visibly shaken. He had not imagined that a sword art of such refinement existed in this world. Beside him, Mu looks completely lost. His level of mastery is simply not high enough to perceive the depth of what he just witnessed. It is deep into the night before Wu Di bids farewell to the two of them and descends the mountain. At that very moment, at the foot of Mount Song, three figures are running for their lives. One of them is gravely wounded and barely holding on. This man is none other than Gu Yangpeng, the Dominator Blade, who wiped out the demon sect's finest 40 years ago. Betrayed by disciples he raised himself, he now flees toward Shaolin like a hunted animal. Just as a glimmer of hope rises at the thought of reaching Shaolin, several figures materialize from the darkness and block their path. The one leading them is Kuang Dao, leader of Dominator Palace's Blood Shadow Squad. The sight makes all three of them grind their teeth in fury. Even the Dark Shadow Squad, trained personally by Gu Yangpeng himself, has turned traitor. Chen Ying knows the grim truth. In their current state, they are no match for the Blood Shadow Squad. Get our lord to Shaolin, I will hold them off. With those words he charges at the Blood Shadow Squad, resolved to die. Chen Jing watches her brother run to his death, and the pain cuts her to the core, but keeping their lord alive must come first. They run through the night, and by early the next morning, they stumble across Wu Di, resting quietly in the forest. Chen Jing sees Wu Di, and her expression tightens with concern. He warns him to leave at once, because the Blood Shadow Squad kills anyone who has seen them. Wu Di lets out a weary sigh. Why does trouble always find him? At that moment, the Blood Shadow Squad descends from above in pursuit. Chen Jing curses under his breath. One more incense stick's worth of time and they would have made it to Shaolin. With no road left to run, he props Gu Yangpeng against a tree and prepares to fight to the death. He fixes Kuang Dao with a cold stare. That young man has nothing to do with this. I ask that you let him go. Kuang Dao responds with a cold laugh. The moment he laid eyes on us, his fate was sealed. Wu Di listens to the exchange with a calm expression, quietly weighing the thought. He seems decent enough. Should he step in and save him? Before he can decide, Chen Jing strikes first. His aura bursts outward and surges higher and higher. His sword sweeps through the air, whipping up a spiraling torrent of sword energy. This is his most powerful technique. Hurricane Slash. Fueled by the will to trade his life for his, it drives straight for Kuang Dao's head. Kuang Dao's eyes go sharp. You want to drag me down with you? His aura detonates outward. Blood Shadow Demon Blade. With a sharp, wet sound, a blade of light cuts across Chen Jing's body from the side. He staggers forward and drops to his knees before Gu Yangpeng. Forgive me, my lord, I go ahead of you. With those words he collapses and is still. Gu Yangpeng closes his eyes in anguish and waits quietly for death. Kuang Dao raises his weapon high. My apologies, my lord, I will send you off now. Beside them, Wu Di has finally pieced it all together. These people are traitors. In his mind, all traitors deserve to die. Without warning, a terrifying surge of aura leaks out. Kuang Dao freezes. He cannot believe it. This young nobody carries a presence this overwhelming. Whoosh! Wu Di's invisible arrow erupts forward, so fast that Kuang Dao has no time to react. It drives straight through his shoulder. The rest of the Blood Shadow Squad rushes forward at once. Wu Di's face remains completely calm. He draws again and again, and the force of each draw is so immense that nearby trees are torn out of the ground by their roots. In just a few breaths, the Blood Shadow Squad has taken devastating casualties. The sight sends a wave of shock through Kuang Dao. When did someone this formidable appear in the martial world? With Gu Yangpeng's wounds this severe, he figures the man won't last long. He grabs the rest of his men and flees. Wu Di then examines Gu Yangpeng's wounds. The damage is critical. The man is barely clinging to life. In a feeble voice, Gu Yangpeng pleads, "Please go to Shaolin and bring back medicine to stop the bleeding. Whether I live or die, I leave that to fate." Wu Di falls silent for a moment, then makes up his mind. If you're going to save someone, you see it through. His figure flashes past like the wind. The sheer speed startles Gu Yangpeng. This young man, he just might rank among the top 10 fighters in the world. Inside Shaolin Temple, a dark figure slips past the guardian monks without a sound. Wu Di finds the old monk and explains everything. Moved by compassion, the old monk immediately orders Mu to bring the life-saving remedy. In no time, Wu Di returns to Gu Yangpeng's side and places the medicine in his hands. Gu Yangpeng stares in disbelief. This is the Grand Restoration Pill, Shaolin's most sacred medicine, and this boy obtained it as if it were nothing. The Grand Restoration Pill is legendary, said to pull the dying back from the brink and restore a man's vital essence. The moment the near-dead Gu Yangpeng swallows it, life rushes back into his body. Wu Di brings him back to the 1,000 Li escort agency, where his fearsome reputation earns him shelter among the merchants. Meanwhile, Kuang Dao returns to Dominator Palace and reports on Gu Yangpeng's condition. The new palace lord is Guan Pei, Gu Yangpeng's top disciple, trained by the man himself. Upon hearing that his master is still alive, Guan Pei simply smiles. That old man is a stray dog with nowhere to go, no longer a threat. First, spread the word across the entire martial world that he is dead. Once that news spreads, the demon cult forces under his control will erupt in full force. And when the martial world is thrown into chaos, that will be the day Dominator Palace unifies the Central Plains. Before long, word of Gu Yangpeng's Peng's death spreads to every corner of the martial world. Beyond the frontier, tens of thousands of soldiers are already riding hard toward the central plains. They are the demon cults, war legions, forces that rose to power under Gu Yangpeng's protection. One by one they raise their fists and cry out, sworn to flatten the central plains and avenge the man who sheltered them. Rumors sweep across the land like a flood, and fear grips the entire martial world. The 9 major sects convene at Shaolin Temple to deliberate their response. The abbot raises a question. Dominator Palace lies in the southern borderlands, so why did Gu Yangpeng die at Mount Song, 1,000 li away? One sect leader offers his analysis. Gu Yangpeng was crucial in keeping the demon cult in check. If he is truly dead, the cult will use revenge as their banner and march to conquer the martial world. What's puzzling is that the demon cult's forces have gathered at Dominator Palace, and yet they have made no move. There are only 2 explanations. Either they are planning something, or something has gone wrong within their ranks. Taoist Xianyang, leader of Huashan's sect, speaks up. If the demon cult launches an offensive, the first to bear the brunt will be the Nangong clan, one of the 5 great clans in the south. We must act without delay and go to their aid. He proposes that all sects unite to form the Wulin Alliance and face the enemy together. Every sect leader agrees. The abbot sends carrier pigeons to announce the alliance's resolve to the entire martial world. The news reaches the 5 great clans without delay. Storm clouds gather. The martial world is in crisis. The Peng clan and the Huangfu clan mobilize first, racing to reinforce the Nangong clan. In the south, the smaller clans and factions are being systematically eliminated by Dominator Palace's Dark Shadow Squad. Submit to Dominator Palace, or die. Those are the only options. In just 10 days, Dominator Palace brings every faction in the south under its banner. Every one, that is, except the Nangong clan in Jiangnan. Guan Pei is thrilled. The reason they made no move when gathering with the demon cult's forces was because he had sent the Blood Shadow Squad's finest to move in secret, surrounding every southern faction, so they could be seized in one fell swoop, a devastating blow to the Wulin Alliance. Elsewhere, the heads of the 5 great clans gather at the Nangong estate, their faces heavy with worry. The Nangong clan leader speaks with gravity. The demon cult is marching on Jiangnan. Before they can consolidate, we must strike with ambushes and bleed them dry. The Zhuge clan leader proposes that each clan form an elite strike team to lie in wait along the demon cult's path. Back at the Thousand Lai Escort Agency, Wu Di is fuming, head in his hands, groaning in frustration. Because of the war in the south, the agency has cancelled all trips to Sichuan. For Wu Di, who is desperate to find his bride, this is a bolt from the blue. With no other choice, he bids farewell to everyone at the agency and sets out alone. Gu Yangpeng stops him with a suggestion. Go to Shaolin. The Tang clan of Sichuan and the Nangong clan are both among the 5 great clans. Now that the Nangong clan is in danger, the Tang clan will certainly send reinforcements. Your future bride may very well be among them. The Wulin Alliance will also be sending disciples to the Nangong clan. You can travel with them. Wu Di has to admit, the man has a point. The 2 of them head to Shaolin Temple once more. The old monk is stunned to see Gu Yangpeng still breathing. Gu Yangpeng tells him that his disciple has long since surpassed him in power and pursues his ambitions by any means necessary. Gu Yangpeng wants to do what little he can to help in the coming war. The next day, at the abbot's call, disciples of all 9 major sects assemble and march to reinforce the Nangong clan. Dongting Lake has always been the crossroads between north and south. The disciples of the 9 major sects gather at its shores, pressing onward to the Nangong clan to stand against the demon cult's invasion. Along the way, Wu Di catches a familiar cry, the shriek of a hawk. He looks up to find Tai Shu, whom he hasn't seen in some time. Wu Di figures the falcon must have grown restless in the mountains and followed on his own. He's about to call it over, when he notices Tai Shu is staring ahead, crying out frantically. Something is wrong up ahead. Wu Di is certain of it. He orders the boatman to halt immediately, and rallies everyone to the bow of the vessel. What greets them stops everyone cold. The surface of the water is blanketed with bodies. These must be the remains of a battle between the Jiangnan forces and the demon cult. Has the Nangong clan already fallen? The scene shifts to the demon cult stronghold along the Yangtze River. The cult's senior commanders are plotting their next move. Li Shixian, Grand Elder of Dominator Palace, is troubled. The 5 great clans' strike teams have cost them hundreds of elite fighters. At this rate, morale among the troops will begin to crack. Commander Guojia wears a dark expression. He didn't expect the enemy to resort to ambush tactics. He calls for a full assault on the Nangong clan tonight. But first, those strike teams must be wiped out. King Yamablade speaks up with a plan of his own. They enjoy laying ambushes, do they? Then I'll use that against them. Lure them straight into a trap of our own. Guojia urges caution. Our scouts report a formidable camp near the Nangong clan's territory. It almost certainly belongs to the Zhuge clan. They specialize in laying formations. Breaking through won't be easy. Li Shixian's eyes widen. Does the commander have a way to break their formation? A sinister smile creeps across Guojia's face. I have something in mind. He signals to his men, who bring in a large crate. Inside, a massive store of explosives. With this much firepower, we can obliterate the Zhuge clan's camp in no time. The scene cuts to a demon cult squad riding hard toward headquarters. They need to regroup there before the assault on the Nangong clan begins. Suddenly, the air hisses with the sound of projectiles coming straight at them. A storm of hidden weapons tears through dozens of men in an instant. Shadows emerge slowly from the darkness. Leading them is Nangang Jing, the young lord of the Nangang clan. His strike team has been lying in wait here for a long time. No words are exchanged. Battle erupts without warning. Huang Fuzhang's thunder palm is raw and devastating. His inner energy surges and crackles with a blinding blue light. With a thunderous boom, the brutal shockwave kills several demon cult fighters on the spot. Poison Hand sees the situation clearly. His squad is no match for this. He immediately orders his men to break out to the left, but the 5 great clans anticipated this. A graceful figure appears, and in a blur of flashing steel, several men fall dead. It is Huangfu Ying, the prized daughter of the Huangfu clan. At the same moment, the 2 brothers of the Peng clan arrive, crashing into the enemy like wolves, their broad blades swinging without mercy, reaping life after life. When the slaughter is over, only Poison Hand remains. Nangang Jing fixes him with a piercing stare. Demon cult filth, you deserve to die. But Poison Hand has no intention of dying quietly. He roars and charges straight at Nangang Jing. His blade rakes across Nangang Jing's side with full force. As Nangang Jing twists to dodge, a sly grin spreads across Poison Hand's face. He abandons all pride and makes a break for the side. But Nangang Jing saw it coming. In one fluid motion, he spins and drives his sword through Poison Hand's skull, just as the group prepares to head back to the Nangang estate. A thunderous laugh erupts from the forest. Heavy footsteps pound the earth, and a vast force of demon cult soldiers seals off every path ahead. At their head stands King Yama Blade, the supreme warrior of Dominator Palace. The sight sends a chill through everyone. This man's power is beyond anything they can hope to match. Even if they all attacked at once, they would not be his equal. He is Dominator Palace's mightiest warrior, and his King Yama sword art has reached a level that few in the world can challenge. Once the guardian of Dominator Palace, he has now thrown his might behind the demon cult's invasion of the Central Plains. The presence of someone this formidable makes every one of the 5 great clans' disciples tremble. King Yama Blade regards them calmly. I have no wish to harm you, surrender. Nangang Jing's eyes are steel. We will not surrender, not even in death. I am Nangang Jing, firstborn of the Nangang clan. I respectfully invite your instruction. King Yama Blade pauses, surprised. So you are Nangang Cheng's grandson. I have great respect for that man. Let me see what his bloodline is capable of. Against an opponent of this caliber, Nangang Jing cannot afford even a moment of carelessness. He launches himself forward like a gust of wind. Heavenly sword art, first form, heaven wind slash. King Yama Blade merely tilts his body, and the strike passes harmlessly by. Nangang Jing expected as much. The probe complete, the second form builds to a crescendo. All his inner energy pours into the tip of his blade, and drives straight for King Yama Blade's throat. King Yama Blade's expression doesn't change. You are still too weak. His horse-cleaving saber swings out with casual ease, and 2 surges of savage energy collide in an instant. A concussive boom rings out, and Nangang Jing is blasted backward. He skids across the ground for several zhang before grinding to a halt. A wave of helplessness washes over him. Is the gap between them truly this wide? He pushes his aura to its absolute peak, preparing to unleash the most powerful killing technique in the heavenly sword art. He hasn't fully mastered it yet, but he has no other option. Man and sword is one. A ferocious wave of energy erupts and rockets forward at tremendous speed. Interesting, King Yama Blade murmurs. He brings his horse-cleaving saber crashing down. A violent surge of sword aura obliterates the incoming energy like it was paper. The shockwave that follows is overwhelming. Nangang Jing has no way to defend against it. When the chaos subsides, blood pours from Nangang Jing's mouth. The internal injuries are severe. Huang Fuzhang rushes forward to support him, sending a silent message to those behind. He is too powerful. We are no match. I will find a way to hold him off. Get Nangang Jing out of here. Huang Fuying steps forward to help her brother, but a single glance from him stops her cold. You must go. No more needless deaths. He turns to King Yama Blade and raises his fists in salute. Huangfu Zhang of the Huangfu clan, I invite your instruction. With a thunderous shout, his aura explodes outward in all directions. He roars at his comrades. Go, now. They seize the moment and scatter in every direction. The demon cult's fighters snap to attention and give chase. Huangfu Zhang breathes a quiet sigh of relief when he sees that King Yama Blade isn't pursuing them. King Yama Blade's face is unreadable. You think they can escape? He says flatly. Huangfu Zhang holds his ground, eyes unwavering. As long as I keep you occupied, that's enough. A quiet laugh escapes King Yama Blade. Then show me, how do you plan to hold me? Huangfu Zhang says nothing more. He begins pouring his inner energy into his palms. He knows all too well he cannot survive even one exchange. His only hope is to unleash his most powerful technique, and buy as much time as he can. He lets out a thundering cry. Thunder split mountain palm. A deafening explosion shakes the earth, and the shockwave hurls shards of rock straight at King Yama Blade. King Yama Blade responds with a calm, measured cry of his own. His horse-cleaving saber comes down with savage force, shattering the killing technique like it was made of dry wood. The full force of the shockwave carries on and slams into Huangfu Zhang. He skids across the ground for dozens of zhang before going still, unconscious. King Yama Blade has no intention of killing him. Take him back to headquarters. I will deal with him personally. Back at the Nangong estate, the clan leader receives word from his guards that the demon cult has sent an envoy to negotiate. He goes to the courtyard to meet them, but the envoy's talk of negotiation is nothing more than a thin disguise for surrender terms. The demand: the Nangong clan must surrender and seal its gates for 3 years. Refuse, and the demon cult will raze every last member to the ground. The Nangong clan leader's fury boils over into cold laughter. The Nangong clan would rather shatter with honor than surrender in disgrace. Go back and tell your master. If he wants a fight, he'll get one. The envoy scoffs and turns to leave. You will regret this. Legend has it that a mysterious clan exists in the martial world. The Zhuge clan. They harness the forces of the 5 elements, turning their push and pull against all who stand against them. Within a defined space, they weave a maze formation so potent that all who enter are lost in illusions, wandering with no way out. As the demon cult presses its assault on the Nangong clan, hundreds of their advanced troops find themselves trapped inside the formation. Just as everyone is marveling at the Zhuge clan leader's mastery, a series of ear-splitting blasts shatters the calm. The demon cult has used explosives to blow a gap through the formation. A flood of soldiers pours through the breach and launches a furious assault. The leaders of the 5 great clans are stunned by the news. They never expected the enemy to resort to explosives, a forbidden weapon. The Ming dynasty has always turned a blind eye to conflicts between martial factions, but using gunpowder, are they not afraid of drawing the court's hand? There is no turning back now. There is only the fight. Thousands of demon cult soldiers launch a full assault from the eastern gate, and the clan leaders charge forward with their finest fighters. The crash of steel and the cries of the dying fill the air without pause. In this moment, every clan fighter holds to one thought: every kill is a bonus. 2 kills is pure profit. That ferocious, all-or-nothing spirit gives them a surprising edge, but the demon cult's 2 guardian enforcers are forces to be reckoned with. They tear through the clan fighters like tigers through a flock, and dozens fall to them in moments. The battle rages through the entire night. By the end, the combined strength of the 5 great clans inflicts devastating losses on the demon cult, forcing them to pull back and regroup. The scene shifts. Disciples of the 9 major sects are making their way along the shores of Dongting Lake toward the Nangong clan. A carrier pigeon arrives bearing heartening news. The 5 great clans have together repelled the demon cult's first wave of attack. Though 400 of their finest were lost, 2,000 demon cult soldiers were left dead on the field. The group finally breathes a collective sigh of relief. They decide to make a brief stop to rest. Then word comes from Beggar's sect scouts. They have rescued members of 3 clan strike teams. A badly wounded Nangong Jing is helped forward by 2 companions. The Beggar's sect elder immediately orders his people to tend to their wounds. After resting, the group sets out once more. As they approach a valley along the route, Wu Di is struck by a sharp sense of danger. He senses a large force concealed along the cliffs above. He sends Tai Shu soaring upward to scout. The falcon lets out a sharp cry and rises toward the cliff tops. Wu Di is just about to warn everyone to stay alert when a torrent of blood-red arrows explodes down from the cliffs above. No one has time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, dozens are pierced through. Huashan sect elder Guoyong reacts instantly. He rushes everyone toward a cave carved into the cliff face. Guoyong stares at the comrades lying in pools of blood and curses under his breath. These blood-red arrows, they come from Dominator Palace's bloodbow squad. High above on the cliffs, ranks of archers clad in red robes stand ready. Dominator Palace Elder Chen, he calls down from above. You have no way out. Surrender, and your lives will be spared. Guoyong roars back. We are sons of the Central Plains, with iron in our bones. We will never bow to demon cult scum. The words barely leave his mouth before another hail of arrows comes screaming down. The elders huddle urgently to find a way out. To break out, we'd need to storm the cliffs, but with the bloodbow squad up there, we can't even step out of this cave. While everyone is at a complete loss, Woody is crouching behind a rock, muttering furiously to himself. They have the nerve to shoot arrows at me? When it comes to the bow, I am your grandfather and your grandfather's grandfather. He snatches one of the blood-red arrows from the ground. Looks like today I'll be giving you all a lesson in respect. Nearby, Guo Rong watches him with undisguised contempt. The clifftop is dozens of zhang above us. Shooting upward from down here is completely useless. Have you lost your mind from fright? Wu Di ignores every word from the sharp-tongued young woman. The arrow has already left his hand. Just as Guo Rong braces to watch him embarrass himself, the arrow rockets toward the clifftop at a speed the eye can barely follow. A soft, wet crack, and an archer's throat is punched clean through. His companions watch him tumble and look at each other in bewilderment. How did he just fall? Before the words are gone, an arrow drops from above and drives straight through his skull. Before they can process what is happening, dozens of red streaks erupt from the base of the cliff and tear upward into the sky. Everyone watches in utter confusion. Then, the arrows snap around. As if guided by their own sight, they surge straight toward the bloodbow squad. Though the archers raise their shields, nothing stops Wu Di's chi-guided tracking arrows. Dozens more fall in an instant. Chen He watches from above, his composure shaken. He never imagined such a master of the bow could exist in this world. Guo Rong stands there completely dumbstruck. Wu Di snaps at her without looking up. Don't just stand there. Go pick up some arrows. Guo Rong does as she's told. though not happily. A thought crosses her mind against her will. This idiot actually has some skill. By now, the Bloodbow squad has spotted Wu Di. A fierce volley screams toward him. Wu Di ducks behind a boulder and deflects every arrow. Seeing that a normal volley won't do the job, several archers call their companions over and channel their inner energy together. With a sharp hiss, a single combined shot is released with the force of many. The massive boulder is blasted to dust. Wu Di is left completely exposed. Now, kill him! With his cover gone, Wu Di simply walks forward. Everyone watching is stunned. This is nothing short of walking into death. Guo Rong screams after him, "You fool, get back here." Wu Di pays her no mind at all. In an instant, a wall of arrows is upon him. A thunderous roar erupts all around him. When the dust clears, Wu Di stands there with a fistful of arrows, eyes blazing with defiance. What he does next drops every jaw in the place. He weaves through the arrow storm like a frog leaping between lily pads, leaving everyone speechless. What kind of movement technique is this? Without thinking, people begin raising their thumbs in disbelief. The Bloodbow squad pools their strength again. A shot charged with the power of many tears through the air toward Wu Di. With a piercing shriek, he draws an invisible bow with his bare hands, unleashing the chi-forged sword. The invisible blade crashes into the blood-red arrows and tears through them like they are nothing, reducing them to ash in an instant. Several Bloodbow squad members are cut down along with them. He turns and walks over to the assembled elders. "I'll keep the Bloodbow squad pinned down. All of you, charge up the cliff and break this deadlock." He lets out a battle cry, and 6 arrows launch simultaneously, rocketing toward the cliff top. At his signal, everyone surges up along the cliff face. The Bloodbow squad reaches for their bows, and Wu Di's arrows are already through them. The sect disciples crest the cliff top and unleash carnage. Close quarters combat has always been the archer's weakness. With barely any effort, the Bloodbow squad is wiped out. Chen He looks on, his expression darkening. He never imagined one person could turn the entire battle around. He orders his elite unit forward to intervene, but Wu Di is already in front of him. No one saw him move. "You're the strongest fighter I've come across since leaving the mountain. How about you keep me company for a while?" Under Chen He's fierce assault, Wu Di uses his unpredictable footwork to create distance and brings out the chi-forged sword. The invisible blade flashes like lightning toward Chen He's face, but against a fighter of this level, it falls just short. Once Chen He reads the angle of attack, the invisible blade is easy enough to avoid. Wu Di clearly recognizes the limitation. He pours his inner energy into the chi-guided tracking arrow, but Chen He swipes it aside with a burst of sword energy. Chen He sees it immediately. The chi-guided tracking arrow is nothing more than the sword-riding technique applied to archery. He lets out a sharp cry and sends his sword launching toward Wu Di. Wu Di sidesteps it with ease, and then wonders why Chen He would throw away his weapon. The sword snaps around and drives straight at the back of his head. Wu Di ducks just in time to avoid the surprise strike, but before he can recover, a red flash slices across his side like lightning. Chen He reaches out and catches his returned sword. "Your archery is no use against me. Draw your sword." Wu Di looks down at the torn hem of his robe and thinks, that strike could have opened a real wound. But Chen He only cut the cloth. This is a powerful opponent, and an honorable one. Wu Di gives a quiet laugh. "Then let's make this a fair fight." He picks up a long sword from the ground without ceremony. "One move, winner takes all." Chen He's expression goes serious. "Exactly what I had in mind." He unleashes a thundering cry, and his sword transforms into a bolt of lightning as it surges forward. This is his ultimate technique. The sword-riding technique fused with the blazing flame slash. The ferocious sword energy surges toward Wu Di like a great dragon. Wu Di raises his blade in response, and his deep, surging inner energy pours into the steel. Spirit-hidden sword art, second form, merciless blade. The two forces collide with a deafening crash, and then, the sound of Chen He's sword shattering. The shock hits Chen He like a blow. This sword was forged from 1,000-year-old meteorite iron, and a common blade just shattered it without effort. Wu Di's expression is calm. That technique leans toward defense. "You've lost." There is nothing left for Chen He to say. "Kill me or spare me, do as you will." But Wu Di has already changed his mind. This man fights with honor. Keeping him alive will prove useful one day. "I hear you've captured someone from the Huangfu clan. Let him go." With that, he turns and leaps off the cliff, disappearing without a backward glance. The whole thing leaves Chen He at a loss. He makes a silent note to himself, "I owe this man a life." On the Woolen Alliance's side, the battle is a complete victory. When Wu Di returns, everyone crowds around to thank him. In this battle, the Woolen Alliance lost just over 30 fighters, while leaving more than 200 enemy dead. After a long and exhausting journey, they finally arrive at the Nangong clan's estate. The Nangong clan leader is overjoyed and receives them in person. Wu Di naturally earns a seat of honor. When Nangong Cheng and Tang Tianhao hear of his deeds, both regard him with undisguised admiration. Seeing members of the Tang clan present, Wu Di wastes no time stating his purpose. "My grandfather sent me to find my bride at the Tang clan. When I was 4 years old, he arranged a marriage with the Tang clan leader." Tang Tianhao is caught off guard. His son had never mentioned any of this. Then his expression shifts to quiet delight. This young man's martial prowess is unfathomable, and his bearing carries the confidence of a born commander. The more Tang Tianhao looks at him, the more he likes what he sees. Nangong Cheng, however, looks distinctly envious. "The Tang clan has always been picky about sons-in-law. My granddaughters are beauties capable of making fish sink and birds fall. Why not choose one of them instead?" Tang Tianhao bursts out laughing. "You old rascal! You're trying to steal my grandson-in-law right in front of my face." He turns to Wu Di with a warm smile. My boy, I am your future bride's grandfather. Woody blinks, startled. He drops to his knees without hesitation. Your grandson-in-law Woody pays his respects. The gathering does not break up until well into the night. Tang Tianhao still wears a wide smile as he rises. At this point, Tang Tianhao's second son speaks up. We've heard Woody's archery is exceptional, but his overall martial arts are still an unknown. Isn't it a little hasty to confirm Suzu's engagement like this? Tang Tianhao gives his son a look of complete dismissal. His martial arts far exceed yours. The inner energy he conceals within himself is enough to make even my heart tremble. Nangong Cheng nods in agreement. What is even more astonishing is that he can conceal inner energy that vast without a single trace showing. The two sons exchange a look of pure disbelief. Just what kind of monster is this person? Two living legends, and both of them are this impressed. After the fierce clash with the demon cult, the Nangong clan is granted a brief moment of peace, and word of Wudi's near-mythical feats spreads quickly among the younger generation of every sect. It has always been said that beauties are drawn to heroes. More than a few beautiful young women begin casting admiring glances in Wudi's direction, and Wudi finds this nothing short of a headache. Left with no other option, he retreats to a tree for some peace and quiet. But Taisu arrives with alarming news. What? The demon cult's army is marching this way? Thousands of them? Outside the Nangong estate, plumes of dust are already rolling across the horizon. This assault is personally led by Li Shixian, Grand Elder of Dominator Palace. Nearly every elite fighter they have is on the march. Their eyes burn with killing intent as they chant, "Wipe out the Nangong clan." The Wulin Alliance disciples are no easy prey. Each one calls on every technique they have and fights without fear. Wudi surveys the battlefield from above and mutters to himself, "Their numbers are 3 times ours. This is going to be brutal." At that moment, Bloodbow Squad Captain Wang Yuan gives the order. The Bloodbow Squad opens fire with full force. The sudden volley catches the Wulin Alliance off guard. Someone shouts from the crowd, "Take out their archers first." They charge toward the Bloodbow Squad without thought for their own lives. But before they can close the distance, arrows tear through them. Wudi has seen enough. He draws his iron bow in one fluid motion. With a sharp hiss, a tree branch shoots forward like a lightning bolt. A single shot. 3 Bloodbow Squad members punch through at once. Guojia and Wang Yuan are shaken to their core. An archer this powerful, how does such a person exist? Guojia points toward Wudi and snarls, "Kill him." Now, the order goes out, and a wall of arrows surges toward Wudi. But Wudi's movement is impossibly unpredictable. He darts and weaves through the storm of arrows as if dancing. He draws his bow to a full curve. "Let me show you something new." With a deep hum, 6 invisible sword blades sweep outward like lightning. King Yama Blade and Chen He see it and feel a jolt of alarm. At this rate, the Bloodbow Squad will be annihilated. They move instantly, throwing themselves in front of the Bloodbow Squad. They pour everything into deflecting the invisible blades, but Wudi's blades bend around them, curving past their defense entirely and tearing through the Bloodbow Squad like a scythe. Even seeing it with their own eyes, they can hardly believe it. Wudi grins with satisfaction. This technique was refined after his last fight with Chen He. 6 invisible sword blades fired simultaneously, each guided by the Qi-guided tracking arrow. The cost is 6 times his normal inner energy drain. Down on the ground, as wave after wave of Dominator Palace's elite fighters pour in, the Wulin Alliance begins to falter. War is merciless. Only the strong survive. The ordinary disciples of each sect struggle to hold their ground against the encircling enemy. As time passes, the disadvantage grows harder to ignore. Wudi knows that if this continues, defeat is inevitable. He is about to throw caution aside and unleash everything he has. When he notices the enemy is pulling back, Wudi can't make sense of it. Guang Dao turns to face the Wulin Alliance and calls out coldly, "The next battle will be the last. The Blood Shadow Squad's finest will tear the Nangong clan out by the roots. The losses the Wulin Alliance suffered in this battle are severe." Nangong Cheng lets out a heavy sigh. "Every fighter in the Blood Shadow Squad is formidable. With our current strength, I fear we cannot hold them off again." Elsewhere, Dominator Palace Elder turns to the commander and demands, "Why didn't you deploy the Blood Shadow Squad and take the Nangong clan down in one stroke?" Guojia remains unmoved. "This is not the time to take down the Nangong clan. Our primary objective is to draw the Northern Wulin Alliance's attention southward. The Palace Lord is positioning his pieces, wearing the alliance down." Back at the Nangong estate, an emergency council is called. The situation is grim. Tang Tianhao thinks in silence for a long moment, then speaks slowly. "We have 2 choices. Fight to the last breath and die with honor, or retreat north for the sake of the clan's future." The Nangong clan leader's face falls. "To abandon the roots of our clan, for a great family, that is a mark of shame, but for the survival of everyone they love, there is no other way." Under the cover of night, the entire Nangong clan rides hard toward the north. To avoid an enemy ambush, they take the mountain roads and skirt around Dongting Lake. Their destination is 9 Dragon Mountain to the northwest, rugged terrain that favors ambush. When Dominator Palace sends troops in pursuit, they will be walking into a trap, and the Nangong clan will take back what it is owed. With interest. At Dominator Palace, word arrives that the Nangong clan has withdrawn. Li Shixian allows himself a laugh. As expected, to avenge their humiliation, they will certainly set an ambush at 9 Dragon Mountain and wait for our troops to walk right into the trap. But have no fear, our Dark Shadow Squad will be there waiting for them first. All we need to do is feign pursuit and let them believe we've taken the bait. The Nangong clan presses toward 9 Dragon Mountain, determined to lay their ambush and strike back. What they don't know is that the demon cult has already seen through their plan. Blood Shadow Squad leader Kwang Dao leads his finest assassins, determined to reach Nine Dragon Mountain before the Nangang clan. But every time the thought of Wu Di crosses his mind, Kwang Dao's expression hardens. He recognized him, the one who saved the former palace lord on Mount Song. Can the former palace lord truly still be alive? If so, his loyal followers must never learn the truth. No matter what, the Nangang clan must be destroyed at Nine Dragon Mountain, and all traces of the truth buried with them. Nine Dragon Mountain is treacherous terrain, and the demon cult lays an inescapable net across every approach. By the time the Nangang clan arrives, they find there is nowhere to run. Ambush ahead, pursuers behind. There is only one choice. Pick a direction and fight through with everything they have. Nangang Cheng and Tang Tianhao step forward without hesitation to carve a path for their people. Both are living legends whose reputations shook the martial world in their prime, and even now, the aura they radiate is enough to make a man's blood run cold. Even Kwang Dao feels a chill run through him at the sight. The Blood Shadow Squad moves to intercept without delay. Nangang Cheng's heavenly sword art has reached the pinnacle of perfection. In a flash of sword light, several enemies fall dead on the spot. Tang Tianhao faces a swarm of dozens with perfect calm. With one sweep of his hand, a torrent of hidden weapons erupts outward, and before the Blood Shadow Squad can react, they are pierced through. Kwang Dao knows better than to waste too many fighters on the two elders. He gives the order, redirect the assault toward the clan's younger fighters. At that moment, Wu Di appears among them as if from nowhere. He brings his sword down in what looks like an ordinary cut. It looks simple, but enemies topple in all directions. He isn't using the spirit-hidden sword art at all, just wild, formless hacking. Yet every single stroke carries an unstoppable force behind it. The clan's fighters stare in disbelief. This guy, his swordsmanship is just as terrifying. By now, both sides are consumed by bloodlust. Nangang Cheng swings without pause, taking life after life. They know this cannot drag on. It must end fast. Tang Tianhao lets out a great shout, and his inner energy surges to its peak. Storm of pear blossom needles. With a deep hum, an uncountable swarm of hidden needles explodes outward in every direction. The Blood Shadow Squad has nowhere to run from the relentless barrage. In moments, every assassin in range is cut down. With the path ahead cleared, the Nangang clan charges into the valley at full speed. But Wu Di has fallen to the very back of the group, and at this very moment, the pursuing force led by King Yama Blade arrives. Wu Di calmly reaches for the iron bow on his back, and in an instant, several invisible arrows explode forward. Though Yan Wangjian moves instantly to deflect the arrows, several of his men are hit and fall where they stand. His allies call out for Wu Di to fall back into the valley, and Wu Di, reading the situation, breaks off the fight and charges toward the rear. But at the mouth of the valley, he finds the two brothers of the Nangang clan standing guard. "Go now, we will catch up." Wu Di doesn't stop to think. He runs straight toward his companions, but with every step, a terrible feeling grows. They are buying the others time to escape with their lives. By now, every elite fighter of Dominator Palace has gathered at the valley entrance. The two Nangang clan masters stand with swords drawn, not a word between them. "You cannot stop us, stand aside." The Nangang clan master's eyes are cold and sharp. "Then you will have to walk over our corpses." Guojia presses urgently, "Elder, if we delay any longer, we will lose them." Li Shixian's face darkens with irritation. "Even in war, I show respect to a worthy opponent." He orders Yan Wangjian and Chen He to step forward and engage. Guojia has nothing but contempt for their sense of honor. A battle of life and death begins with the clash of steel. The Nangang clan master knows that against Yan Wangjian, only his most lethal technique stands a chance. He channels every ounce of his inner energy into the blade, and roars, "Man and sword as one." A ferocious burst of sword energy erupts. Yan Wangjian's expression tightens. With his life on the line, he moves without hesitation. Third form of the King Yama sword art, falling geese split slash. A thunderous boom shakes the entire valley. When the dust clears, the Nangang clan master is on his knees, blood pouring from his wounds. His younger brother fares even worse. Overwhelmed by Chen He, a single sword thrust ends the fight. The Nangang clan master whispers weakly, "Finish it." Yan Wangjian raises his horse-cleaving saber high. "You are an opponent worthy of respect, forgive me." At that very moment, a sharp whistle tears through the air like lightning. So fast that Yan Wangjian has no time to react, an invisible blade pierces clean through his abdomen. Wu Di walks forward, iron bow in hand, casting a cold, indifferent glance across the crowd, then lifts the Nangang clan master onto his back and says quietly, "I am taking you home." Li Shixian's expression darkens. "You think you can just walk away from here?" Wu Di's eyes sharpen to a razor's edge. "Either you step aside, or I cut my way through." One man, one sword, enough to hold back an army. Surrounded by 1,000 blood shadow assassins, Wu Di shows no fear. Every swing of his blade sends dozens flying in a spray of blood. The technique is nothing more than the most basic cuts and slashes. Yet each strike carries a force that nothing can withstand. This is a slaughter, one-sided and absolute. The air fills with nothing but the sound of tearing flesh and agonized screams. Suddenly, Kwang Dao and Chen He charge at Wu Di together, but Wu Di's ferocious assault keeps them both at bay. With every exchange, Chen He grows more alarmed. Wu Di has been unleashing sword energy for over half an hour. Why is there no sign of his power fading? Wu Di fixes Chen He with an icy stare. "Are you sure you want to stop me? I have no wish to kill you. Chenny goes silent. Woody says nothing more. His body surges forward like a bolt of lightning. The wolf step is blindingly fast. Chenny can barely track his movement. With a sharp rush of air, the two figures cross paths in an instant. Chenny's pupils contract, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. I blocked his sword. I know I did. The next second, a jet of blood erupts from his chest. His expression grows solemn. He turns to Wu Di and asks, "Will you tell me, what sword art is this?" "This is my clan's spirit-hidden sword art. First form, the sword of no thought." "A sword with no thought behind it. I am honored to fall to such a masterful art." Li Shixian lets out a furious roar, draws his blade and charges at Wu Di. As Grand Elder of Dominator Palace, his power is formidable. He fought at Gu Yangpeng's side through countless battles. Facing such a dangerous foe, Wu Di's heart grows tense. The long battle has drained his inner energy nearly to nothing. If he wants to survive, he must end this fast. Li Shixian radiates a terrifying aura. He levels his sword and lets out a long, piercing cry, and with a deep, resonant hum, a sword energy violent as thunder blasts forward. Every nerve in Wu Di's body goes on high alert. He pours the last of his inner energy into his blade. Merciless blade. The two forces collide with a deafening crash, and the shockwave obliterates Li Shixian's killing strike, the relentless force rolling on and sweeping toward him. Before the impact even settles, Wu Di is already standing right in front of him. The two figures cross each other as their weapons clash, and Wu Di takes a wound at the flank. Blood wells up. "I have spent too much, I cannot stay." He scoops up the Nangong clan master and runs for the valley. Gojia immediately orders the Blood Shadow squad to give chase, while Li Shixian presses a hand to his chest, his face twisted with disbelief. "I never imagined," he murmurs, "that I would fall at the hands of such a young man." Gojia snaps in fury. "Get them medical attention, now!" The scene shifts. Wu Di is in serious trouble. The Blood Shadow squad is closing in. Blood seeps steadily from the wound at his side, and his inner energy is nearly gone. Then a one-armed old man appears before them. None other than Gu Yangpeng, the former master of Dominator Palace. Wu Di can't help but quip. "Look who finally showed up, you stubborn old fool," Gu Yangpeng says with casual confidence. "Go ahead. I will have a little talk with these people and send them on their way." The Blood Shadow squad, furious at the sight of the two men chatting so leisurely, shouts, "We don't care who you are. Nobody leaves today." Gu Yangpeng gives them an easy glance. "What, don't you recognize your old palace master?" Meanwhile, the members of the Wulin Alliance have fled to the banks of the Yangtze River. They need to find a boat and cross the river to be truly safe. The others are desperately worried about Wu Di and argue about going back to find him. At that moment, three figures emerge slowly from the trees. Wu Di, still carrying the Nangong clan master on his back, curses and grumbles at Gu Yangpeng. "You miserable old man, you knew I was hurt and still did nothing." The scene shifts. The group has crossed the Yangtze and arrived at the Zhuge clan's estate to recover. A few days later, Wu Di tells Tang Tianhao that he plans to travel to Sichuan. Tang Susu is set to arrive with her father in a few months, but Wu Di insists on going to meet her at the Tang clan himself. Meanwhile, inside Dominator Palace, Guojia reports to the new palace master, Guan Pei. Upon hearing that several top fighters were lost, Guan Pei is stunned. "Since when did the martial world produce such a young master?" Guojia says through gritted teeth. "Whatever it takes, we must kill him. I will arrange an assassination." The Yangtze River has long been a vital waterway connecting the north and south for trade. Wu Di arrives at the docks looking for a cargo vessel headed to Sichuan, unaware that the ship conceals a deadly threat, an assassination plot already in motion. The next morning, several ships flying pirate banners approach from the distance. These are the river pirates, who have terrorized the Yangtze for years. The captain of the Yinma merchant caravan shows no alarm. There is an unspoken arrangement between merchants and pirates. Pay a toll, and you pass safely. As the pirate ship draws alongside, grappling hooks bite into the merchant vessel's railing. The water dragon gang leader strolls over with a mocking grin. Well, the Yinma merchant caravan. What a pleasure." The captain gets straight to the point, producing several hundred silver coins. "Here is the toll. We ask for your cooperation." The gang leader waves it off with contempt. "We are not here for money or cargo this time. We are here for lives." The captain's blood runs cold. "You intend to kill everyone on board? Do you think the Yinma merchant caravan is so easily pushed around?" Wu Di watches with a weary sigh. Why does trouble find him everywhere he goes? He strides forward ready to deal with the pirates himself, but at that very moment, a figure behind him spins around and drives a blade into his chest. The sudden betrayal leaves Wu Di stunned, and he stares at the man with cold eyes. "Why?" The boatman sneers. "Did you really think you could escape Dominator Palace's reach?" The boatman and the water dragon gang had set this trap together, the whole point being to lull Wu Di into lowering his guard. Fortunately, at the last moment, he twisted away from a fatal blow, seeing that Wu Di is still alive. The boatman immediately orders the water dragon gang to close in and finish the job. Just as Wu Di reaches for his dagger to fight back, a large hand stops him. "I am the captain. You are badly hurt. Leave them to me." He turns a cold gaze on the boatman. "You are not my brother." The boatman grins with contempt. "Your brother's skin has served me well." He tears off the human skin mask, revealing the face beneath. His skin was thick. It took me a long time to peel it off. The captain is consumed with rage. "I will tear you to pieces." But when the Water Dragon gang members see the captain's true face, they are struck with terror, and they drop to their knees, kowtowing and trembling. Your humble subordinates of the Water Dragon gang pay their respects. The captain is none other than Du Yisheng. the man who unified the entire Yangtze waterway 20 years ago. Under his rule, the river factions became a formidable power. The assassin's expression turns dark. Dominator Palace is on the verge of ruling all of the martial world. Even you have no choice but to submit. Suddenly Wu Di grabs Du Yizhang's arm. This one is mine to deal with. He yanks the dagger out of his own chest. Du Yizhang quickly seals the acupoints to slow the bleeding. I will return this blade to you. Let's see how bold you talk once I've taken your head. The assassin's sword thrusts straight at Wu Di's throat. Wu Di moves with the slightest shift of his body, leaving only an afterimage behind. With a soft, wet thud, the dagger finds the assassin's heart, not an inch off mark. When it is all over, Wu Di draws out the jade pendant he kept hidden against his chest. It was this pendant that deflected the killing blow. Several days later, Wu Di arrives at an inn at the foot of Phoenix Mountain in Sichuan. The innkeeper tells him the Tang clan is in Chengdu, barely 50 kilometers away. Wu Di's heart lifts. That means he will soon see his bride. The excitement keeps him awake through the night. Then voices drift through the wall from the next room, and with his keenly sharp ears, he catches the words Tang clan. He presses himself against the wall and listens. What he hears shocks him. They are planning to wipe out the Tang clan. Wu Di's expression goes dark in an instant. These are men of the Five Poisons sect, the Tang clan's deadliest enemies. At dawn the next day, a column of fighters heads along Phoenix Mountain toward Chengdu. Elder Wu Jingguang of the Five Poison sect speaks gravely. This time, we destroy the Tang clan. No mistakes. Beside him, Shu Dushu is eerily calm. Relax. With the Poison Master on our side, this battle is already decided. Once the Tang clan falls, the Five Poison sect will take its rightful place among the five great clans. Far behind them, a lone figure follows in silence. The enemy is vast in number. Wu Di does not act rashly. He plans to use ambush tactics to thin their ranks. With a sharp whistle, an invisible blade weaves through the forest. 18 turns in an instant, and punches straight through the chest of a Five Poison sect disciple. The sudden strike throws the group into confusion, and Wu Di shifts position after every shot, making it impossible for the enemy to pinpoint where the attacks are coming from. In no time, dozens have fallen to this guerrilla assault, and the Poison King is seething with fury. Every victim has a hole punched through the chest, yet no one can determine what weapon caused it. With no other option, the Poison King orders everyone to full alert, and at that very moment, a ghostly flash of light streaks like lightning straight at Shu Dushu's chest. Shu Dushu reacts with lightning speed, deflecting the invisible blade with a sweep of his sword, but the impact leaves his entire arm numb with shock. That single strike carries monstrous force. Staying on this mountain only puts us at a disadvantage, he shouts to the others. Everyone, move down the mountain at full speed. We will flush him out in the open. Wu Di watches this without expression. Every move the enemy makes is exactly what he anticipated. As the crowd races down the slope, a storm of wooden arrows erupts from the forest, arcing skyward. As the chi-guided tracking arrows descend, cries of agony ring out. Skull after skull is pierced. The survivors scramble behind the trees, but even that cannot stop the relentless power of the chi-guided tracking arrows. Wu Jingguang knows they cannot simply stand and be cut down one by one. With a battle cry, he leads a charge straight toward the source of the attack. Seeing them surge toward him, Wu Di turns and runs, cutting down enemies with every step. It becomes a grinding pursuit, and with every moment more bodies hit the ground. By the time the chase winds on, Wu Di has wiped out half their force, but without realizing it, he has circled all the way back to the inn at the foot of the mountain. Then, bang! Dozens of Five Poison sect disciples burst through every door, forming a tight ring and surrounding him completely. The Poison King's face is grim as he speaks. Who are you? Why have you been attacking us? Wu Di stays calm. I have my reasons. Does that matter to you? The Poison King clenches his jaw with rage. Kill him. Hundreds of figures raise their swords and slowly close in. In a flash, Wu Di appears before one of them. Two fingers snap forward, shattering the man's throat. He takes the fallen sword with an expressionless face, and the rest surge at him all at once. Wu Di raises the blade, deflecting several attackers at once, and quickly realizes these fighters are remarkably weak. He cuts them down with ease, pressing the assault. He finds not a single one can mount a real counterattack. This puzzles him. With fighters this weak, how does the Five Poison sect dare challenge the Tang clan? Meanwhile, the Poison King and his inner circle watch in stunned disbelief. Five Poison sect disciples channel their inner energy to release poison mist in combat. So why is this man completely unaffected? Could he be from the Tang clan? Only the Tang clan has ever handled poison this effortlessly. The thought barely settles before the Poison King lets out a roar, launching himself at Wu Di like a cannonball, poison-laced claws driving straight for his chest. But to Wu Di, the strike moves no faster than a crawl. He flicks his sword up and slashes at the oncoming hand. The next second, his eyes go wide with shock. The blade lands clean and leaves not a single mark. Wu Di has no choice but to leap back and avoid the strike entirely. The Poison King's hands radiate a dark and sinister energy, and a frenzy of claw strikes rakes toward Wu Di from every angle. Wu Di weaves and dodges with unpredictable footwork, but seeing that the standoff drags on, The Poison King pours every drop of his inner energy into his ultimate technique, the black venom heart-devouring palm. Black poison energy twists into a vortex and blasts toward Wudi. Wudi does not dodge. He drives his sword forward with full force, unleashing a surge of raw inner energy that shreds the poison vortex apart in an instant. The Poison King struggles to hold his ground against the shockwave. When the chaos finally settles, countless lacerations have opened across his body, each one weeping blood. He cannot make sense of it. How has this man stood in the center of poison mist without the slightest effect? Shudushu stares in disbelief. Is this 10,000 poisons immunity? The one from legend? Wudi watches them hesitate and calls out with impatience, "Stop wasting my time, I have somewhere to be." The Poison King and his lieutenants exchange grave looks. This man is too powerful. Even if they win, the losses will be devastating. It seems they have no choice but to unleash early the ultimate weapon they had saved for the Tang clan. Under Wudi's puzzled gaze, 5 poison sect disciples carry a row of coffins forward, one by one. A nauseating stench seeps from within. Wudi stares, uneasy. What on earth is inside those things? Then, bang! A tremendous force blows the lids off from the inside, and a group of foul-smelling, poison corpses lumber out. At the Poison King's whistle, the poison corpses' eyes ignite with a savage crimson glow, and they hurl themselves at Wudi with terrifying speed. Fast as they are, to Wudi's eyes they are still crawling. He sidesteps and brings his blade down hard, following up with a rapid series of strikes that drives back the surrounding corpses. But Wudi is shaken. These bodies are harder than steel. They feel no pain at all. Knock them back and they come snarling right back at him. He needs a different approach. He pours his inner energy into the blade, and a violent wave of force erupts from the tip, blasting the poison corpses back dozens of feet. But the next second, Wudi is left speechless. The poison corpses stagger, struggle, and rise, missing an arm, a leg. It makes no difference. As long as they can move, they will not stop. With that realization, Wudi shifts his focus and begins targeting their heads. Only by severing the head will a poison corpse be stopped. Then suddenly, Wudi feels his inner energy falter. Damn it, I've been poisoned. The poison corpse's true purpose is to deliver venom through their wounds. He must destroy them all before the poison fully takes hold. His blade becomes a blur, slashing through corpse after corpse. The Poison King watches in horror. These poison corpses were forged from 1,000 different toxins. Yet even now, this man shows no sign of being affected. Just who is he? No matter what, he must be killed before the last poison corpse falls. Wu Jingguang and Shu Dushu move at once, charging straight for Wudi. In an instant they split apart, and a volley of lethal poison darts explodes outward. Wudi is forced to swing his sword furiously, deflecting every dart, and the distraction gives. The poison corpse is their opening. He reacts fast enough to take one head, but the poison slowing his body costs him. Another corpse rakes his arm. The obstruction in his inner energy grows heavier by the second, and the venom flooding the new wound races outward through his body at alarming speed. Wudi clenches his jaw and slices off the infected flesh without hesitation. Life and death hang in the balance. No margin for error. This ends now. Bursts of sword energy tear through the charging poison corpses, while Wu Jingguang and Shu Dushu close the distance in a leap. Their blades clash in a violent exchange, but Wudi's disrupted inner energy betrays him. The impact flings him backward, and he skids across the ground for yards before coming to a stop. He opens his mouth and expels a dark, heavy breath, and then his eyes sharpen to something frightening. His aura begins to rise. Are you ready to die? The killing intent that rolls off him sends a chill through both men. Then Wudi thrusts his sword toward the sky, and his inner energy rages across his entire body like a storm. A deep, resonant boom rings out, and a force of staggering violence explodes in every direction. The nearest poison corpses are reduced to ash in an instant. Spirit-hidden sword art, third form, the god-slaying blade. A thunderous shockwave rolls across the sky, and every last poison corpse is obliterated. The Poison King and his men are rooted to the spot, utterly speechless. A sword art this powerful. It should not exist. When the dust clears, a crater several meters deep has formed around Wudi. Blood trickles steadily from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, almost nothing left. That strike was meant to finish all of them. But the poison held me back. I couldn't draw out my full power. Now he does not even have the strength to run. So he gathers what little inner energy remains and projects his aura as though he stands at his absolute peak, then fixes the 5 poison sect with an icy stare. I am the son-in-law of the Tang clan. That is why I struck. Abandon your plans to attack the Tang clan, and I will let you walk away. The men exchange uneasy glances. He is too powerful. Push this further, and the 5 poison sect may cease to exist entirely. The Poison King's face burns with bitter defeat. He lets out a furious roar. We leave. Deep in the night, Wudi retreats into the forest to meditate and heal. With the guidance of the Heart Sutra, by morning he has forced every trace of poison from his body, and his inner energy flows more freely than before. It seems that growing stronger through battle is the fastest path of all. Several days later, he walks the busy streets of Chengdu. After asking around in several places, he finally finds the Tang clan, the destination he has thought of every single day. He is received by a woman of breathtaking beauty, her skin like fine porcelain. The two of them move to a side room to wait for the Tang clan master. But when Wu Di learns that the young woman's name is Tang Susu. He freezes. This is her, the bride he has traveled so far to find. He quickly tells Tang Susu the purpose of his visit. Tang Susu is equally startled. Why has her father never mentioned any such engagement? Still, this man's appearance is respectable enough. His character remains to be seen. She asks Di to wait and goes to find her father for answers. But the Tang clan master is baffled when he hears it. He has never promised his daughter to anyone, and he has no close friend living in the Changbai Mountains. Then something seems to occur to him. The martial world of Sichuan is in chaos right now. Every faction except ours has fallen to Dominator Palace. The timing of this man's arrival is deeply suspicious. I have every reason to believe he is a spy sent by Dominator Palace. Tang Susu feels a flash of anger. So that man is a liar! She turns to go confront him immediately, but the Tang clan master holds her back. Rather than disposing of him, capture him and extract what Dominator Palace is planning next. Put something in his food and drink. I want him alive. The scene shifts. Wu Dai is bound in heavy chains. All he remembers is taking a few sips of wine in the room, and then his vision blurred and he lost consciousness. Tai Shu lies motionless at his feet. Then two figures emerge from the darkness. Wu Di is about to demand an explanation, when, without a word, they rain heavy blows down on him. Tang Susu's face is full of fury. Who sent you? What were you planning to do to my clan? Wu Di, face bruised and swollen, gasps through labored breaths. I only came to find my bride. Why are you doing this? Still talking tough with death at your door. The iron rods come down like rain. The crack of breaking bone echoes from his arms. He never recovered from yesterday's battle with the five poison sect. Now he has no strength left to resist. Tong Ji, elder of the enforcement hall, steps forward. His voice is cold. Tell us your real purpose. Your pet is still alive, but it will pay for clawing my neck. Wu Di's voice is barely a whisper. If you do not recognize this engagement, I will simply leave. A clan this vile, I want no part of your family. The Tang clan master walks in, voice flat and hard. What exactly is this engagement you keep speaking of? You ungrateful dogs? There is a betrothal token from your family in my pocket. Take it back. The Tang clan master searches him and finds the jade pendant. Staring at it with a puzzled frown. I have never seen this before. His expression darkens, and he crushes the pendant in his fist. Your lies end here. What did Dominator Palace send you to do? Wu Di stares in horror. Damn it. Did grandfather lie to him? He thinks back over everything. The endless road, the hardship, fighting alongside the Nangong clan against Dominator Palace, escaping death again and again, all to find this so-called bride, and the absurdity of it makes him laugh despite his rage. And now here he is, chained up, beaten like an animal, about to die for a crime he never committed. The Tang clan master sees him laugh and turns to Tang Ji with quiet indifference. Use whatever means necessary. Find out what he is here for. But Wu Di's will is iron. No amount of pain will break him. Again and again the agony drives him into unconsciousness. And again cold water shocks him back. In the end, he makes peace with the possibility that he will die here. But the Tang clan is not finished. They take pliers and tear his fingernails out one by one. The searing pain that runs from each finger to his core wrings cry after cry from him. And concentrated salt water poured into the wounds makes death feel like a mercy. And still he does not break, not even by a fraction. The elder Tang was a man of great honor. What a shame his descendants are such vicious fools. Tang Susu lets out a cold snort. Now you want to drag my grandfather into this? Tang Ji produces a small vial, inside which a creature of unknown species writhes. I am going to put this in your mouth. In 2 hours it will lay eggs inside you. The larvae will eat you from the inside out. Tang Susu follows up without mercy. This is your last chance. Tell us what you came here to do. Wu Di's eyes hold nothing but despair. I have said everything there is to say. Do what you want. Tang Ji grabs him by the head. Then you die in endless agony. Tai Shu explodes off the ground without warning, raking a deep gash across Tang Ji's face. Like a warrior ready to die, Tai Shu stands guard before its master. Tang Susu shouts, "Wretched creature!" and drives a vicious palm strike at Tai Shu. Against a blow that powerful, Tai Shu has no way to dodge. It lets out a sharp cry and slams hard into the wall. Tang Ji fixes it with a gaze of pure fury, then plants his foot down and grinds it into the floor. You filthy animal, you dare attack me! Wu Di screams at him to stop. Tang Ji throws him a contemptuous glance, and with a sickening snap, breaks Tai Shui's wing. Then he moves to wring its neck. Wu Di howls with desperation. Enough! I will do whatever you say, just let it go. Tang Ji smiles with satisfaction. Then speak. What did Dominator Palace send you to do? Wu Di slumps in his chains, barely able to hold himself upright. Attack the Tang clan. That would be their goal. Good. Our clan master will decide what becomes of you. As the chains fall away, Wu Di crashes to the ground, but he has no thought for his own wounds. He drags himself across the floor with his chin, inch by inch, toward Tai Shu. Then Tang Suzu steps forward and plants her foot on Tai Shu's head. You think it gets to live after leaving these marks on my hand? And then, as Wu Di's agonized screams tear through the air, Tai Shu is kicked with savage force, its head hitting the wall like a stone. As the small body slides slowly to the floor, Tai Shu goes still and does not rise again. Wu Di watches every second of it, helpless, his chest filled with hatred and despair. Tang Susu's expression is merciless. That is what happens when you hurt me. Then she says to Tang Ji almost casually, its claws are quite fine. Tang Ji understands immediately. He cuts off Tai Shui's claws with a single stroke. Let's go, we report back to the clan master. Wu Di stares at Tai Shu, his whole body shaking beyond control. You fool, why did you have to come find me? Memory after memory floods through him. Their first meeting, every day since. Tai Shu was never a pet to him. It was family. Tears fall without stopping. I cannot die, right, Tai Shu? If I die, who is left to avenge you? He forces himself to be still, activates the limitless divine skill, and what little inner energy remains begins to gather within him. Every bit of suffering they put you through, I will return it to them tenfold. The bones in his arms are shattered, the meridian severed. There is no time to recover more. He must get out before the Tang clan master arrives. He takes the chain in his teeth and hauls himself beneath the ceiling beam, then uses his head to swing the chain up and over. One end wraps around the beam, the other end he loops around his own neck. Then he faces the cell door and shouts with everything he has left. Filthy Tang clan, even in death I will not let you go. The guards outside slide open the window to look. Wu Di kicks the stool out from under himself, his face twisted in agony, playing the part of a man hanging. The guards go pale. The clan master is coming. He cannot be allowed to die first. They throw open the cell door and rush in. In the chaos of their scramble to help him, Wu Di snaps one guard's neck with his leg, then drops his weight down and drives into the second guard's skull. Out in the dark forest, the Tang clan sends every elite fighter they have to hunt Wu Di down. Tang Susu shouts to her men, his trail is still here. Seal every exit in this area. Capture him at any cost. Wu Di is directly above them, hidden in the dark. Damn it. If I could recover even a quarter of my inner energy, I would make them pay right now. I have to get out before they close off the exits. After that, it is over. But his broken body betrays him. A sound, and the enemy spots him. He runs. There is nothing else to do. Every stride twists the shattered joints in his arms, sending pain through him that should be unbearable. Tang Susu activates her lightness technique and closes in at full speed. Out of my way, all of you. At that very moment, the last thread of Wu Di's inner energy reaches its limit. He stops, because ahead of him is a cliff with no bottom in sight. Tang Susu approaches with sword drawn, her voice dripping with contempt. Keep running. Let's see where you go from here. Wu Di looks at the cliff, his face calm. You had better pray I die at the bottom of this cliff, because if I survive, I will repay every single thing you have done, 1,000 times over. And without a moment's hesitation, he steps off the edge. Tang Susu strides to the edge. Then die. With a sharp whistle, she hurls her sword, and it drives straight through Wu Di's back as he falls. His body plummets into the dark, his eyes burning with a killing intent that will not die. Back at the Zhuge clan's estate, Huangzhong, leader of the Beggars sect, arrives with electrifying news. Dominator Palace sent the 5 Poisons sect to attack the Tang clan, but a young archer drove them back and destroyed every single poison corpse. Tang Tianhao bursts out laughing. That can only be my grandson-in-law. The scene shifts. The Tang clan master arrives at the Zhuge estate with his people. After the initial greetings, Tang Tianhao wastes no time. Where's my grandson-in-law? The Tang clan master looks confused. Father, what grandson-in-law? Tang Tianhao smiles broadly. Didn't Wu Di go to the Tang clan? Tang Susu wraps her arms around her grandfather affectionately and holds up the claw marks on her hand with a pout. A spy from Dominator Palace did this to me, grandfather. She even shows him the bracelet she had made from Tai Shui's claws. Then she orders her men to bring forward a bundle. This is the weapon that spy was carrying. But when the bundle is unwrapped, every elder in the room goes pale. Nangong Cheng steps forward, voice tight. You are telling me the owner of this bow is a spy? Tang Susu answers with smug certainty. Without question, and he is dead. I threw him off a cliff myself. Nangong Cheng begins to tremble. His sword is out of the scabbard in an instant, the point at Tang Susu's throat. He speaks through clenched teeth, every word deliberate. You deserve to die. But Nangong clan master cuts in sharply. How dare you treat an ally this way? Nangong Cheng turns on him. Stay out of this. His voice drops, heavy with grief. There is no doubt, this bow belongs to Wu Di, the bird Tang Susu killed. That was Tai Shu. Guo Yong and the Huang clan master are stunned and furious. The Tang clan dared to kill our hero? Tang Tianhao's gaze cuts like a blade as he turns on his son and granddaughter. What have you done? The Tang clan master breaks into a cold sweat. He said Susu was his bride, but I had never seen the token, and I had never promised her to anyone, so I believed he was a spy. The Huangfu clan master erupts with fury. Have you never heard of the phantom archer from the Battle of the Yangtze? Can the Tang clan not even gather basic intelligence like this? With a thunderous boom, he drives his fist into a nearby tree and shatters it to splinters. Tang Tianhao trembles with rage. Do you have any idea what you have done? The Tang clan has become an eternal disgrace. Tang Susu mutters in disbelief. His inner energy was so weak. How could he possibly be as powerful as you claim? Shut your mouth. Every clan in Sichuan was wiped out. Why was the Tang clan spared? He stood alone against the 5 Poisons sect to protect his bride, and destroyed every last poison corpse himself. He must have suffered devastating internal injuries in that battle, only to be killed by the very clan he saved. Tang Tianhao suddenly snatches the Tang clan master's sword and hurls it at their feet, his voice cold as iron. Tang clan master and Tang Susu, take your own lives. Atone for what you did to Wu Di. Nangong Cheng steps in quickly. Even if they die, Wu Di cannot be brought back. We still face Dominator Palace. We must hold ourselves together. Tang Tianhao is silent for a long moment. Our hero was killed by the Tang clan. Even in death, I could not face Wu Di. Get out of my sight. I want nothing more to do with Tang clan affairs. The two lower their heads and say nothing. Nangong Hui holds Wu Di's iron bow quietly in her arms, tears streaming down her face, whispering with quiet resolve, I believe you will come back. You will. Days later, Wu Di is swept ashore on a desolate riverbank by the raging current. He feels nothing in either arm, a sign that the nerves may already be dead, and without urgent treatment, there may be no chance of recovery. He drags himself forward like a walking corpse, his mind locked on a single thought, survive, and then take revenge. After what feels like an eternity, a figure appears in the distance. Wu Di latches onto this like a lifeline and forces himself toward her. The sight of him is enough to make the young woman's blood run cold. She screams and spins around to flee, and Wu Di collapses, every last drop of strength gone. She is just about to turn back and look. When she crashes headlong into a man coming the other way, she recognizes him and cries out, "Help me! Help!" The man asks with concern what has happened, and she points toward Wu Di. There is a strange man over there. The scene shifts. The two carry Wu Di to the village physician's clinic. The physician examines the wounds and shakes his head in disbelief. That he survived it all is a miracle. The young woman asks, was he hurt in a fight? No, he was tortured. Every single one of his fingernails was torn out. She gasps and covers her mouth in horror. How could anyone be so cruel? Days later, Wu Di jolts awake in a panic, finding himself in an unfamiliar room. Someone saved me? He immediately checks his arms. Still nothing. No sensation at all. Tears of grief and fury spill without warning. Without the use of his arms, he does not know how he will ever avenge Tai Shu. Then the man walks in, his face lighting up. You are finally awake. My name is Fan Li. This is Zhangxia. We found you unconscious by the river. Wu Di thanks them in a weak, halting voice. The village physician comes to check the wounds, and Wu Di asks, with quiet dread, will my arms ever recover? The physician reassures him, do not lose hope. There is a force inside you slowly working to heal the damage, but it will take a long time. The meridians in both arms are severely damaged. I am afraid you may never practice martial arts again. The words strike like a bolt from a clear sky. Wu Di goes silent, as if all hope has drained out of him. Fan Li feels a chill at the words. For a martial artist, this is no different from a death sentence. The night passes in a flash. By morning, Wu Di's body has mostly recovered, except for his arms. He cannot even make a fist. He knows the odds of recovery are almost non-existent, but he refuses to surrender. Not even when the odds are 1 in 10,000. Under Zhangxia's devoted care, his condition slowly improves. Over time, Wu Di and Fan Li come to call each other brothers, while the way Zhangxia looks at Wu Di grows noticeably different. Before long, the day arrives to remove the splints, but Wu Di's arms are as withered as dead branches. The bones and meridians have fully set, yet he still cannot summon even a trace of strength. The physician reassures him, because you have not moved them for so long. The muscles and meridians have stiffened. With dedicated training, a full recovery is possible. From that day on, a lone figure appears each morning on the sheer cliff face towering 100 meters above the river, two withered arms clinging to the cracks in the rock, dragging himself upward inch by inch. Again and again he loses his grip and plunges into the churning water below, but each time he hauls himself out and starts again, teeth clenched, unyielding, day after day, again and again. Fan Li and Zhangxia watch with growing dread, but when Wu Di shows them what months of relentless training have achieved, their worry gives way to overwhelming joy. His hands can finally close into fists. Zhangxia turns away, overcome with tears of joy. She has been praying for him every single moment. Every night, Wu Di trains his inner energy by the river's edge, and Zhangxia stands silently behind him. Through wind, through rain, through bitter cold, Wu Di thinks of what Tang Susu did to him. It may have been born of misunderstanding, but the blood debt for Tai Shu must be repaid. The moment he is back to full strength, the day of reckoning will come. Suddenly, Zhangxia behind him breaks into a fit of coughing. Wu Di presses his hand to her forehead. Blast, you are burning up. He scoops her onto his back and runs for the clinic. This foolish girl stood by me every night out of love, and I never once thought to look after her. After the physician examines her, the verdict is grim. Zhangxia's body is already fragile, and now she has caught a severe chill. The physician turns to Wu Di. You must remove her outer robes and use wet cloths to bring down her fever. Fan Li hesitates. Is that really appropriate? Perhaps we should go down the mountain and find a woman to come tend to her. Wu Di says calmly, there is no time. She ended up like this because of me. This is not the moment for such concerns. And if she will have me, I will marry her, because I believe I have already fallen in love with her. Under Wu Di's careful nursing, Zhangxia slowly recovers, and with Fan Li as witness, Wu Di formally asks for Zhangxia's hand. The feeling is mutual, and their wedding takes place as planned. Fan Li sits outside the bridal chamber, drinking alone in self-pity. I am charming, talented, and devastatingly handsome. So why on earth did she choose that fellow? Through a full year of grueling training, Wu Di never once forgets the hatred burning inside him. Now, a single sword strike from him can push back the current of a river. He does not know exactly how powerful he has become, only that his inner energy is several times greater than it once was. It means the time to settle accounts with the Tang clan has finally come. The three of them set off together, leaving the mountain cabin behind. But when they reach the Tang clan compound, it is completely deserted. Wu Di is not surprised. They must have gone to reinforce the Wulin alliance. Looking at the familiar buildings, Wu Di feels a quiet grief settle over him. He asks Zhongxia and Fan Li to wait outside, and walks alone to the cell where he was once imprisoned. Taizhu, I did not die. I came back. The day I avenge you is not far off. Wu Di walks out of the cell, his heart heavy. Let us go to the Wulin alliance. Meanwhile, the Wulin alliance is under enormous pressure. The demon sect's forces are marching toward the Yangtze River with terrifying momentum. Deputy Alliance Master Zhuge Ting speaks grimly. They have split into two columns. One will reach Wudang in 2 days. The other can attack Huashan in 4, but our assembled forces are not enough to defend both strongholds at once. We must abandon one, Wudang or Huashan, and concentrate all our strength to have any chance of victory. And if Huashan falls, Shaolin on Mount Song will face a devastating blow. We have no choice but to sacrifice the lesser piece and rally everyone to Huashan. Meanwhile, at the Shaolin Temple, the old monk passed the full depth of his lifetime's power to Mu Mu, the sacred path every generation's guardian must walk. This coming war demands everything they have. The demon sect invasion must be repelled. The scene shifts. Tongji leads a small team deep in the mountains gathering medicinal herbs when Dominator Palace assassins suddenly strike from the shadows to protect the three farmers collecting herbs alongside them. Tengji drops his weapon and surrenders. Just as the assassins move in to seize them, a wooden arrow comes screaming out of nowhere and punches clean through the lead assassin's chest. Tengji stares at the newcomer, stunned beyond words. You are still alive. Wu Di's gaze is cold and steady. It has been a while. The Dominator Palace fighters let out a furious roar. Get him! Kill him! Wu Di draws the bowstring, and several invisible arrows burst forth, piercing through multiple men in an instant. The technique sends a wave of dread through every man standing. You are the Phantom Archer. You did not die. Wu Di says nothing and draws the bow again, but Fan Li suddenly steps in front of him. Enough! Their will to fight is already broken. The surviving fighters breathe a shaky sigh of relief. Then one of Tongji's companions suddenly lunges at them. I never said I would let you go! Fan Li blocks the strike without breaking his stance. They are from the wicked Dominator Palace. Let me kill them. Fan Li's expression darkens, his voice sharp. Dominator Palace simply reveres strength. Does that alone make them violent and wicked by your standards? As it happens, I am also from Dominator Palace. You should kill me first. Then I will be happy to oblige. Fan Li moves in a flash. One clean, devastating punch sends the man flying. Is this what you call justice? His blade slides slowly from its scabbard. Wu Di speaks up. Enough. Stand down. Fan Li sheaths his sword and says evenly, the conflict between Dominator Palace and the Wulin Alliance comes down to two different paths. Even without war, has the martial world of the Central Plains not always been tearing itself apart from within? He clears his throat to ease the moment, then turns to Wu Di. I am sorry I did not tell you sooner. Wu Di gives a quiet laugh. Does it matter where you come from? Then he turns to look at Tongji, and his eyes go cold. Tongji feels a jolt of dread. What is owed must always be paid. He bows his head, trembling. Please, do not hurt the others. Wu Di's boot connects with Tongji's face with a sickening crack, and Tongji flies backward like a rag doll. Do those words not sicken you? Give me one reason I should let them live. Tongji spits a mouthful of blood. They are no threat to you. Wu Di laughs coldly. Was Taishu a threat to you? You killed it all the same. They all have families and children. Please spare them. Wu Di's eyes are merciless. If you can stay conscious until I am finished, I will grant your request. If you pass out before then, they all die. A thunderous blow comes crashing down, fist after fist, each one a torrent of raw rage. Every wound Tengji had inflicted on him and Taizhu. Today he will repay every last one, tenfold. The only sounds are the wet thud of flesh and the spray of blood, and Tangji has no choice but to clench his teeth and endure. The sight leaves everyone watching sick with dread, and the killing intent in Wu Di's eyes never wavers. Then he picks up a thick wooden rod and brings it crashing down on Tangji's shoulder with a cold smile. You broke both of my arms back then. Today, I will grind every bone in your body to dust, inch by inch. The rod rains down like a storm, and the sickening crack of shattering bone rings out again and again. Zhongxia stands nearby, shaking uncontrollably. She understands Wu Di's pain, but the man standing before her now frightens her. Tangji lies crumpled on the ground, beaten into a broken heap, but Wu Di has no intention of stopping there. He slowly draws his sword. A Huashan sect disciple nearby speaks up. You have beaten him like this. Surely that is enough. Wu Di's killing intent surges outward like a physical force, and the disciple immediately swallows the rest of his words. Do not worry, I am not going to kill him. He tore out every one of my fingernails and poured salt into the wounds. I think he should know exactly how that feels. The disciple's eyes go wide with horror. What did the Tang clan do to him? Just as Wu Di moves to act, Zhongxia suddenly grabs him from behind and holds on tight. Please stop, you look terrifying right now. I am afraid the hatred is going to consume you. Wu Di's murderous aura slowly fades at her touch, and he holds her gently, his voice soft. It is all right. I am all right. Then he looks at Tangji, his tone cold and final. Get out. Do not let me see your face again. Tangji manages a faint, broken thank you. Every bone in his body is now shattered. Even if he survives, he will be a broken shell of a man. Perhaps this hollow, wretched existence is a crueler fate than death. Fan Li steps over, his voice quiet. It seems the time has come for us to part ways. You are heading to Huashan. I am Dominator Palace. My presence would only cause trouble for you. Once you have finished what you need to do, I will come and find you. With that, he turns and walks away, the assassins following in his wake. Word of what Wu Di did to Tangji spreads quickly. When Dominator Palace learns the Phantom Archer is still alive, fear ripples through their ranks. Everyone who has ever crossed blades with him shares the same thought. Run the moment you see him. When Nangang Hui hears the news, she is overcome with emotion, tears of joy spilling without warning. Nangang Jing says with concern, he has crippled Tangji. Who knows where this will lead? Nangang Hui's gaze hardens with absolute resolve. Tangji deserved far worse. If the Tang clan dares to raise a hand against Wu Di again, I will not stand by and do nothing. Meanwhile, Wu Di and Zhongxia have arrived at the foot of Huashan. Worried that Zhongxia is too tired, he asks her to rest here for a while. We should buy a horse, then you would not have to walk so far. Zhongxia gives a quiet smile. I am happy just to enjoy the scenery alongside you. Suddenly, Wu Di senses something behind him. He calls out sharply, who is there? A burst of laughter comes from the trees. So you are the legendary Phantom Archer. Wu Di does not answer. He raises his bow. One on the left, two on the right. An invisible arrow shrieks through the air and screams toward the treetops. A startled yelp. The figure leaps clear just in time. Wu Di gives him no time to recover and fires again. The man barely touches the ground before he is startled again. It is me. I am Huang Yu. He throws himself into a desperate duck, but Wu Di's arrow curves in midair and doubles back for another pass. Huang Yu is chased across what feels like half the mountain and only makes it to safety by diving behind a large tree. He pokes his head out, furious. You did that on purpose. Wu Di bursts out laughing. Who told you to play tricks like that? I could smell the liquor on you from 100 meters away. Huang Fuzhang and Guo Jing step out from the trees as well. The four men come together, eyes brimming with tears, gripping each other tight. Brother, you are alive. After the reunion settles, they notice Zhongxia standing to the side. Wu Di steps in quickly. That is my wife. In a flash, all three vanish from where they stood and reappear in front of Zhongxia. Greetings. We are Wu Di's friends. Then Huang Yu's face changes. You are married. But what about Nangang Hui? Guo Jing claps a hand over Huang Yu's mouth before he can say another word. Why poke the one sore spot, you idiot? After the laughter and roughhousing die down, the group walks on together. Huang Fuzhang turns serious. We have heard everything. What do you plan to do next? Wu Di's expression darkens. Debts must be repaid, must they not? Tang Susu must pay with her life for what she did to Tai Zhu. We will not stop you. Your vengeance against the Tang clan is righteous, but the Wulin Alliance will not stand aside. When that moment comes, even we may have no choice but to stand against you. Wu Di says calmly, then everyone does what they must in that moment. Either way, I will not give up. Guo Jing suddenly shifts the subject with a grin. Speaking of which, on the night of your wedding, Wu Di cuts him off before he can finish, and the group dissolves back into laughter and easy banter. The scene shifts. The group arrives at Huashan Sect, where familiar faces line the mountain gate to greet them. Nangang Hui's eyes lock onto Wu Di, burning with intensity. Thank heaven. He really came back alive. Then her gaze lands on Zhongxia, and her expression shifts. Who is that woman? What is she to him? Wu Di walks over to her, his voice gentle. Thank you for keeping my bow safe. I'm glad I can see you again. It is time this was returned to its rightful owner. Thank you. It means a great deal. After the greetings, the senior figures gather in the council hall. Mo Renyong, leader of Kongtong sect, fixes Wu Di with a cold stare. Were you the one who crippled Tangji? Yes, that was me. One man from his team died, killed by Dominator Palace, we are told, and the person with you also claimed to be from Dominator Palace. How do you explain that? Wu Di's face is expressionless. He did say he was from Dominator Palace. Mo Renyong slams to his feet. Why were you with someone from Dominator Palace? What is your connection? Wu Di's expression slowly darkens. And who are you? I am the leader of Kongtong sect. The man who died was my disciple. He is my sworn brother. Then does that make you Dominator Palace as well? A sudden crash. Nangang Cheng slams the table and rounds on Mo Renyong. Do you think you are the only one in this room? Mo Renyong bristles but falls silent. Wu Di has no desire to make things harder for those he knows. He saved my life. That is why he is my brother. It has nothing to do with what sect he comes from. Then the doors swing open, and Tang Tianhao walks in slowly, his face unreadable. Wu Di rises to meet him. Elder Tang, are you all right? Tang Tianhao keeps his head bowed, his voice heavy with guilt. My child, I failed you. I never imagined it would come to this. I have brought the ones responsible for the Tang clan's crime before you. They move outside to the courtyard. We wronged you. Their lives are yours to decide. The Tang clan master and Tang Susu both stand with their heads bowed, silent. Wu Di looks at Tang Susu and lets out a cold laugh. Good to see you, Tang Susu. You have never walked in another's suffering, so do not preach to me about mercy. Listen well, Tang Susu, every single thing you did to me and to Tai Zhu, I will repay it all 100-fold today. Every single moment I have waited for this, every time I was on the verge of giving up, every time I was drowning in despair, there, I thought of the ones who smiled as they poured salt into my wounds. Wu Di's scars, raw and harrowing, send a shudder through every person watching. What did he endure? What kind of agony did they put him through? The Tang clan master suddenly drops to his knees. I will give my life to appease your fury. Please, forgive the Tang clan's wrongdoing. Tang Susu rushes forward. I am the one who hurt you. I should be the one to bear all of this. Wu Di's eyes are utterly without mercy. You were always going to die. Then Zhongshi's voice rises from behind him. They have acknowledged their wrongs. Are you really going to kill her in front of her parents? I cannot bear the thought of losing you if a war breaks out here. And even less can I bear the thought of our child losing their father before they are even born. Wu Di goes still. What did you say? I am with child. Why did you not tell me sooner? Then Tang Tianhao drops heavily to his knees. I bear responsibility for the Tang clan's failures. I was unable to keep my own family in line. Let us go. I do not want to look at them anymore. Wu Di is about to escort Zhongxia back up the mountain to reconsider his next move. When a memory flashes through his mind, Tang Susu's voice in the cell, its claws are quite something. He whips around and stares at Tang Susu. That woman is still wearing the bracelet made from Tai Shui's claws. The sight hits him like a hammer blow to the chest. The rage that floods through him twists into a chilling smile. Did you not say you understood your wrongdoing? If Taishu knew I backed down because of a few words of apology, how it would mock me. Zhongxia steps in front of him immediately. You made me a promise. Wu Di's eyes burn red, his voice absolute. Today, no power in heaven or earth can stop me. I mean that. I do not want you to get hurt, so step aside. Wu Di's fury has reached a breaking point. He is going to shatter every bone in that woman's body. A killing intent so thick it feels almost physical radiates outward from him in all directions, and the sheer force of it crushes the breath from every sect disciple standing nearby. Nan Gongcheng's heart drops. The worst outcome has arrived. Mo Renyang lets out a furious roar. You would kill a person over an animal? Your selfishness is pathetic. He launches straight into his celestial star sword art and drives hard at Wu Di. Wu Di does not even step aside. A blade of light drops from above like a lightning strike. Go to the underworld and answer to Taishu yourself. In a single stroke, a sect leader falls dead at Wu Di's feet. Nan Gongcheng's blood runs cold. He killed the leader of Kongtong sect. There is no taking this back. The 9 major sects may constantly bicker over power among themselves, but when faced with an outside threat, they close ranks. Wu Di's situation has now gone far beyond a dispute with the Tang clan. It now concerns the 9 major sects as a whole. Kongtong sect and Tang clan disciples surge forward together, roaring. Wu Di stands like a war god, his gaze utterly cold, and every last drop of fury he has held inside himself erupts at once. There is only one thought in his mind. Anyone who stands in my way dies. Tang Tianhao buries his face in his hands, overwhelmed. How did it come to this? Wu Di stands untouched amidst the battlefield, the fallen disciples of 2 sects scattered around him. Then a figure steps forward behind him. Nan Gonghui, sword in hand, her expression unyielding. He is our clan's benefactor. I cannot stand by and do nothing. The elders of every sect stare in stunned silence. Nangong Cheng says, his voice grave and steady, that young woman speaks for the Nangong clan. The Huashan sect leader looks at Wu Di, his tone measured. I have no desire to raise my hand against you, but in this situation I have no choice. Guoyong steps to his master's side. You have done us a great kindness, but my master has given his order. I have no choice either. The Kunlun sect leader draws his sword as well, facing 3 of the martial world's most formidable fighters. Wu Di shows no fear whatsoever. His unleashed inner energy crashes against all 3 of them, and impossibly, he begins to gain the upper hand. Huang Zhong, leader of the Beggars sect, watches with pure astonishment. Can there really be someone in this world who can hold off these 3 at once? He suddenly bursts forward. I cannot hold back anymore. My blood is on fire. His spiked club comes crashing down at Wu Di with a thunderous boom. Wu Di stays calm and leaps clear, but at that exact moment, hidden projectiles streak out from the shadows, and one catches Wu Di in the side. He pulls it out and freezes. It is one of Tai Shui's claws. His eyes go crimson as he turns toward Tang Susu. You could not wait to die, could you? The 3 fighters sense the shift and know this has turned dangerous. But Wu Di has already raised the iron bow, aimed directly at Tang Susu. The Tang clan master screams at her, "Run!" Invisible arrows rain down like a storm, cutting through Tang clan disciples one after another. Tang Susu flees with the crowd, pushing further and further back. Wu Di's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. Anyone who does not want to die, get out of my way. He raises his sword to the sky and unleashes a terrifying surge of power. Third form of the spirit-hidden sword art, the infinite blade, a deafening hum. And then waves of savage sword energy explode outward like a crashing tide, and the great hall collapses in an instant, reduced to rubble. The dust settles slowly, and everything before Wu Di has been leveled to the ground. He walks toward Tang Susu, his expression calm. There is no one left to protect you now. With a sickening crack, Wu Di brings his foot down and shatters her foot completely. Tang Susu screams and crumples to the ground. Then her hands, starting from the fingers, working slowly up the arms inch by inch, the sound of breaking bone fills the air without pause. The agony nearly drives Tang Susu into unconsciousness. Do not go and die too easily before I have finished with every last bone. The Shaolin abbot's voice thunders out. You have killed so many. And still you are not satisfied. Shaolin will stand by no longer. A great unified roar, and the 108 Arhats leap into formation, spreading out in a wide arc to encircle Wu Di. Wu Di looks at them and laughs coldly. The 108 to Arhat formation, you were defeated by Gu Yangpeng's men once before. Let me see just how strong you really are. He fires off a casual but powerful strike of sword energy, and the 108 Arhats move as one. Their staffs sweep in perfect unison to deflect it. They hold their formation, every muscle poised, waiting for the moment to strike. Meanwhile, the old monk and his companions have been watching from a corner the whole time. At the sight of the 108 Arhat formation engaging, the old monk shakes his head in frustration. Go and stop the abbot right now. They are no match for Wu Di. Then Tang Tianhao's voice comes from behind Wu Di. This entire matter began with the Tang clan from the very start. Let me say a few words to Tang Susu. He lowers himself down beside her and says softly, Susu, I hope you can forgive your grandfather. Then, without warning, Tang Tianhao's hand moves and he crushes Tang Susu's throat. She dies before she can even cry out. The moment it is done, Tang Tianhao seems to age 10 years in an instant. He holds his granddaughter's body and speaks to the Tang clan in a hollow voice. Look at what a single mistake has brought us to. All of this falls on the Tang clan. No one is to have any foolish thoughts about avenging Susu. Do you hear me? He cannot bring himself to meet Wu Di's eyes. Let it end here. Wu Di, I once believed we could become family, but now I do not even have the courage to look you in the face. Wu Di says quietly, I do not blame you. Let it end here. The matter of vengeance is finally laid to rest. Wu Di sits down with the old monk and the others and tells them he intends to take his wife home, but the old monk asks him to stay a little longer. Many disciples from the various sects were gravely wounded trying to stop you. There are many injured who still need protection. You need not fight. Once they have recovered, you are free to go whenever you wish. He was once the most celebrated archer in the martial world, the Bow King, whose mastery of the bow once matched Dominator Palace's own leader, Gu Yangpeng, blow for blow, before the two of them went on to found Dominator Palace together, and the white-bearded old man standing here now is that very legend. Long retired from the world's affairs, he has come to Dominator Palace's stronghold, with a single purpose, to meet the phantom archer everyone has been talking about. The Bow King has devoted his entire life to the art of the bow. He never imagined a talent like this would emerge in his lifetime. Following the battle, Wu Di has been at Huashan for half a month. He has made up his mind to say his farewells and go home, but halfway down the mountain, he sees Fan Li and the Bow King coming up toward them. Gu Yangpeng rubs his temple. I knew it. I knew the Bow King would come looking for you. Fan Li greets Wu Di warmly. The Bow King clasps his hands toward Gu Yangpeng in greeting. It has been a long time, Palace Master. Seeing you alive puts my mind at ease. Gu Yangpeng chuckles. If not for young Wu Di, I would certainly be dead. The Bow King says gravely, Guanpei may be ruthlessly ambitious, but he would never truly kill his own master. Gu Yangpeng looks at Fan Li and sighs. Is that really what your father believes? Wu Di and the others exchange stunned looks. Fan Li is Guanpei's son? The Bow King turns to Wu Di unhurried. So you are the phantom archer who has been making such a name for himself. May I ask what brings the Bow King to seek me out? In the entire martial world today, only two names are known for the bow, yours and mine. I want to know exactly how strong you are. Wu Di knows there is no avoiding this. He turns to the others. Wait here, I will be back shortly. The scene shifts to an open clearing, the four of them gathered. The Bow King holds out a quiver of arrows to Wu Di. This is a true contest of the bow. I hope you will show me everything you have. The two stand back to back, not enemies but rivals, and begin to pace apart. The Bow King smiles at Gu Yangpeng and Fan Li. This young man is no one to underestimate. I may well embarrass myself in front of you two today. As both men raise their bows and knock their arrows, the opening volleys build with quiet, coiled tension. Then, 3 arrows from each side shriek through the air like lightning. The tracking arrows circle Wu Di as if they have eyes of their own. Both men are masters. The chi-guided tracking arrow is basic technique for fighters of their level, and they handle it with total ease. Dodge with footwork first, then break the arrow with a counter-strike. Both men know further probing is pointless. Wu Di lets out a shout and fires an invisible sword of pure chi. The Bow King marvels at the arrow of pure chi even as he responds, channeling his own inner energy into a single powerful shot, but he has underestimated it. Wu Di's strike destroys the arrow in an instant. The Bow King watches the invisible blade screaming toward him and feels a jolt of alarm. He leaps high to clear it, but before he can land, another invisible blade is already at his face. His reflexes are extraordinary. He sweeps his bow and deflects it in the same instant. Wu Di gives him no room to breathe. The bowstring snaps twice more, and 2 more blades of light burst forward, cutting off every avenue of escape in a dazzling cross of light. The Bow King curses under his breath. There is no way out, except the humiliating move. And so he throws himself to the ground and rolls, again and again. This move is called the lazy donkey roll. Gu Yangpeng and Fan Li stare with their mouths open. The move works in a pinch, but for a grandmaster of his stature, it is a humiliation. The Bow King straightens up and gives Wu Di a thumbs up. Remarkable. That is the first time anyone has ever put me in such a sorry state. Wu Di replies with quiet composure, You were holding back, senior. The Bow King grows serious. You are a fighter worthy of respect. I once studied the arrow of pure chi myself, but the inner energy it demands is simply too vast, so I spent my entire life creating my own technique instead. Wu Di's eyes sharpen with eagerness. Please, senior, I would be honored to learn from you. What follows is the greatest contest of archery this world has ever seen. With a piercing shriek, both fighters unleash their most devastating techniques at full power. But as the Bow King's 3 arrows close in, they fracture into dozens of blazing red streaks, leaving Wu Di struggling to tell real from illusion. 3 of those streaks of light are real. Wu Di closes his eyes. He knows that in this moment only his senses can save him. A rush of air, Wu Di tilts his head and the first arrow screams past him by a hair, then swings his bow to knock aside the second. But the third comes too fast, it punches clean through his thigh. The Bow King, meanwhile, has dodged all 3 invisible arrows with ease, and in the moment he believes victory is his, 2 of them suddenly reverse and come screaming at him from behind. 2 jets of blood erupt, one through his waist, one through his thigh. Fan Li and Gu Yangpeng are stunned speechless. The Bow King just lost a contest of archery. The Bow King presses his hand to his wounds, staring at Wu Di in disbelief. How did you do that? Wu Di pulls the arrow from his leg. While firing the arrow of pure chi, I also use the chi-guided tracking arrow at the same time. The Bow King's eyes go wide. The arrow of pure chi already demands a colossal amount of inner energy on its own, and you still had enough left to run the chi-guided tracking arrow? You are an absolute monster. Wu Di bows his head modestly. Your phantom arrow technique is the true pinnacle of the bow. This encounter has taught me more than I can say. But back in the forest, the ones waiting for Wu Di have run into trouble. Dozens of figures appear from nowhere and close in around them. Yang Shuo, a disciple of the 5 Poison sect, grins with contempt. So that is the Phantom Archer's wife? Hand her over to us, and I will let every one of you walk away without a scratch. The others immediately close ranks around Zhongxia. We have to stall them. Wu Di will be back soon. The 5 Poison sect disciples swarm forward. They specialize in poison, not close combat, manageable enough in a direct fight, and they all carry the antidote pills the Tang clan had given them, so they should be able to hold on until Wu Di returns. But Wu Di has no idea his companions are in danger. The Bow King gives him an amused look. Word that I lost to you will spread fast. When it does, the Fist King and the Sword King will certainly come looking for you. Wu Di lets out a helpless sigh. All he wants is to take his wife home in peace. Fan Li chimes in with a grin. Wu Di's sword art is even more breathtaking than his archery. The Bow King's eyebrows shoot up. That strong? He turns to Gu Yangpeng. How does it compare to yours? Gu Yangpeng's expression is grave. I cannot say with confidence that I would win. The Bow King fixes his gaze on Wu Di, completely earnest. I want to see your sword art for myself. Would you oblige? Wu Di is speechless. This old man is a true martial arts obsessive. Left with no good reason to refuse, he agrees. Fan Li steps forward and offers Wu Di his own sword. The blade slides free of its scabbard with a ringing cry that cuts through the air. Wu Di gazes at Wind's soul in his hand and breathes. What a blade! A clash between the bow and the sword is about to begin. The Bow King fires 3 razor-sharp arrows first. His phantom arrow technique reaches Wu Di and explodes into countless streaks of sword light. Wu Di's aura surges without pause. He levels his blade and unleashes a devastating wave of sword energy, the second form of the spirit-hidden sword art. Merciless blade. With a deep hum, the savage force shatters every last phantom arrow in an instant. The Bow King stares in disbelief. He cannot fathom how his most powerful technique was broken so easily. Wu Di's figure launches forward like a bolt of lightning. Moving so fast the Bow King has no chance to react. As a flash of sword light slashes clean across his chest, Wu Di calmly sheathes his sword. With a sharp ripping sound, the Bow King's robes are torn open in a clean cross-shaped cut. He can barely accept it. In a true fight to the death, he would already be a corpse. Wu Di hands Wind's soul back to Fan Li. I felt the power of the wind in this blade. But what Wu Di does not know is that his companions are already caught in a desperate crisis. The disciples of the 5 Poison sect have unleashed something terrifying. Green venom zombies, creatures that strike dread into the hearts of all who hear their name, forged from thousands of deadly toxins. Their bodies are hard as iron and their strength is without limit. Most terrifying of all, they feel nothing. Huang Yu strikes with everything he has, driving his blade at the creature's throat, but his sword arm goes numb from the impact. Guo Wu knows they cannot afford to stall any longer. With a fierce shout, he unleashes a ferocious wave of sword energy. The venom zombie simply raises both arms to block it. Not even a scratch. The attack fails. Guo Wu charges in close, driving his sword into the zombie's heart like a thunderbolt, but he has underestimated its hardness. The blade lodges in its chest and refuses to go any further. A green fist slams him into the air. Before Guo Wu can regain his footing, the zombie's massive body is already bearing down on him. Thankfully, Huang Yu reacts in time and shoves him clear. Guojing launches both feet straight into the zombie's face, only to be sent flying by a crushing punch in return, skidding across the ground for several yards before he barely stops. Yang Shuo plants a foot on his chest and sneers. Hand over the woman and you can all walk away. Why put yourselves through this? He turns and orders the venom zombie beside him. Kill him! The venom zombie hoists Guojing high into the air, ready to crush his skull, when a razor-sharp invisible sword blast fires in from the distance, and slams directly into the zombie with tremendous force. Wu Di moves like lightning and catches Guojing safely in his arms. He turns urgently to Huang Yu. Quickly, help him hold on. Yang Shuo watches Wu Di appear and smirks. So you're the Phantom Archer? Wu Di's gaze turns ice cold. Who are you? I am the next generation leader of the 5 Poison sect, a disciple of the Poison King. You have destroyed more than half of our power. Wu Di's expression tightens. So it's someone from the five poison sect. Yang Shuo's eyes burn with killing intent. Today is the day you die. He gives the order and the zombie's massive body charges straight at Wu Di. Huang Yu sees this and hurls his spiked mace to Wu Di. Wu Di catches it midair and channels his power into a single strike. The impact is thunderous. The zombie's head erupts in a burst of blood, and the mace itself shatters to pieces. The venom zombie, feeling nothing, does not hesitate for even a moment. A venomous palm strike blasts toward Wu Di. The two forces collide with a deep, reverberating boom, and the zombie is hurled backward several yards. Wu Di looks down at his own hand. It has turned black. His heart sinks. Yang Shuo bursts out laughing. That's our latest upgraded venom zombie. How does the poison feel? Wu Di's eyes stay cold. If you're so confident, why wait until I was away to make your move? If you pulled the same hit-and-run tricks as last time, my men would just die for nothing. The Bao King approaches slowly, his voice like ice. So you used me as bait? Yang Shuo quickly clasps his hands and explains, I meant no disrespect. I simply seized the moment. Fan Li stares at Wu Di's hand, his face full of concern. Wu Di stays calm. This level of poison can't hurt me. He circulates his inner energy and in an instant forces every trace of toxin out of his body. Yang Shuo watches in shock. Is that pure Yang fire? Then Guo Jing lets out a faint sound. Wu Di rushes to his side. Guo Jing, barely clinging to life, whispers, we held on until you came back. I have no regrets in this life. Being brothers with all of you, that made me happy. Wu Di's voice trembles. Stop talking, let me heal you first. But Guo Jing's eyes slowly grow dim. It's no use. Take Zhongxia back to your home. This place was never meant for you. With those words, Guo Jing closes his eyes for the last time. His death deals a crushing blow to all three of them. Wu Di wipes away his tears and slowly rises to his feet. The killing intent in his eyes so fierce it feels almost solid. He finds Yang Shuo pressing a sword to Zhongxia's throat. Take one more step, and your wife dies in front of you. Wu Di's aura surges. Then I promise you, the five poison sect will be wiped from the face of the martial world, every last one of you. Is that a threat? The Bo King steps forward and intervenes. I can let go of the fact that you used me. Release his wife and take your people and go. With the Bo King's guarantee, Yang Shuo lowers his sword. Wu Di's killing intent does not fade. Did I say you could leave? Gu Yangpeng cuts in urgently. This is not the time to fight. The poison is spreading through your brothers' bodies. We have to get them treated immediately. Any more delay and it may be too late. Wu Di locks his gaze on Yang Shuo and says coldly, release her. Then get out. I will come for you. Yang Shuo shoves Zhongxia back toward Wu Di. Next time we meet, I'll have a very big surprise waiting for you. The scene shifts. Wu Di carries Guo Jing's body back to Huashan sect. Everyone rushes forward to see what has happened. Wu Di hangs his head in grief and says quietly, he was attacked by a venom zombie while protecting my wife. The Nangong clan master rushes out, furious. Damn it. The poison in the others is not easy to neutralize. Wu Di immediately demands to know how his brothers are doing. The Tang clan is working to expel the poison. Their lives are still at risk. Suddenly Mumu comes running in a panic, shouting, Zhongxia has collapsed. She's been poisoned. Wu Di freezes. How is that possible? He rushes to Zhongxia's room. He finds her clutching her chest, her face twisted in agony. Wu Di kneels beside her. Where does it hurt? Zhongxia is drenched in cold sweat. It feels like something is tearing at my insides, she manages weakly. The words barely leave her mouth before a scream of pure agony tears from her throat, and she collapses into unconsciousness. Tong Tianhao arrives, his expression grave. Something may have been planted inside her. Some kind of parasite. I've brought someone who knows about these creatures. I hope you won't mind. Before the words have faded, a wheelchair is pushed through the door. Tang Ji, now a broken shadow of his former self. He looks at Wu Di's stunned face and speaks softly. What was between us is settled. I won't act against you again. Wu Di relaxes his guard. Yes, there is no grievance left between us. Tang Ji examines Zhongxia, and his expression grows heavier by the second. He turns to Wu Di abruptly. You've seen this parasite before. Wu Di stares at him, confused. I showed it to you at the Tang clan estate. Wu Di's pupils contract. The parasite Tang Ji once showed him. The one that could devour a person from the inside within 3 days. Tang Ji studies Zhongxia's condition, his face dark and somber. There is currently no cure for this parasite. I think it would be kinder to let her go quickly. Just thinking about the torment Zhongxia is enduring right now. The killing intent in Wu Di's eyes blazes to a terrifying intensity. If anything happens to her, I swear I will annihilate Dominator Palace. Every last soul. Gu Yangpeng's expression turns sharp. I have already cut all ties with Dominator Palace. Do whatever you feel you must. But if there truly is no way, it may be better to let Zhongxia go in peace. Wu Di storms out to the open fields, murder written all over his face. Why did it come to this? Why? The rage he has been holding back finally explodes. Trees for miles around are instantly flattened. He slumps to the ground, hollow-eyed, his mind blank, paralyzed by a choice he cannot make. Back in the room, Tong Tianhao turns to Tang Ji. Is there any way to ease her pain in the meantime? Tang Ji thinks for a moment, uncertain. There might be one way. Insects are weak against fire. We could try burning the parasites out from inside. Tong Tianhao nods quietly. That would require pure yang fire. Tang Ji's expression clouds with worry. Zhongxia's body is too weak to withstand the pure yang fire needed to destroy the queen larva. For now, we can only kill the larva to buy her more time, but she will still endure unimaginable pain. The old monk listens quietly, then turns to Mumu. Go and bring Wu Di here. Meanwhile, inside Dominator Palace's stronghold, Yang Shuo grins with smug satisfaction. That woman Zhongxia won't last 3 days. Fan Li goes rigid. What did you just say? I planted a parasite inside her. No one in this world can save her. Using such a dirty, despicable trick against a woman who cannot even fight. Yang Shuo scoffs. This is between Wu Di and me. You have no right to interfere. Fan Li draws his sword, his voice shaking with fury. He is my sworn brother, and Zhongxia is my friend. Yang Shuo's face darkens. I have no interest in fighting someone from Dominator Palace, but if you insist on standing against me, go right ahead. With a low hum, before anyone can even see Fan Li move, several men are already cut down. Yang Shuo's heart lurches. This guy actually has some skill. He rapidly channels venom throughout his body and into both palms. Black venom heart-devouring palm, countless blasts of dark poison fire at Fan Li like cannonballs. Fan Li moves with perfect composure, weaving through the toxic cloud. Did you think Dominator Palace would be afraid of 5 poison sect venom? Wind Soul erupts with multiple powerful waves of sword energy, the savage force reaching Yang Shuo in the blink of an eye. The impact is explosive. Yang Shuo has no way to withstand a force this overwhelming. He is sent flying like a kite in a gale. Before he can recover, another wave of sword energy hurtles after him like lightning. At the last moment, the Venom Zombie appears and smashes the attack apart with a single punch. So this Venom Zombie is what you've been so smug about? Yang Shuo lets out a contemptuous laugh. If you want to live, get down on your knees and beg. Fan Li does not respond. His aura begins to rise, steady and relentless, as Wind Soul carves a deep gash into the ground. The Bo King watches from the side, deeply shaken. That's Gu Yangpeng's signature sword technique. With a thunderous crash, the massive zombie charges at Fan Li, its enormous venomous palm driving straight for his skull. A cold gleam flashes in Fan Li's eyes. He lets out a fierce battle cry, and a sharp ringing note sings out from his blade as one unstoppable thrust drives clean into the zombie's core, followed by the sound of the creature shattering apart. The 5 poison sect disciples are frozen in horror. The indestructible Venom Zombie, reduced to nothing with a single sword strike, Fan Li levels the bloodied Wind Soul at Yang Shuo's forehead. You will pay for what you have done. At that moment, Elder Li Shixian appears. That is enough. Fan Li's killing intent does not waver. He deserves to die. Li Shixian's expression is stern and displeased. The 5 poison sect and Dominator Palace are on the same side now, even if you are the Palace Master. Son, you cannot act without restraint. Yang Shuo's eyes go wide. He's the Palace Master's son? Fan Li's voice is cold as ice. Wu Di only wanted to return home and stay out of the Wulin Alliance's affairs, but thanks to your stupidity you have drawn an enemy onto Dominator Palace that you are not prepared to face. Then he drives a kick into Yang Shuo and sends him crashing across the room. I can't kill you myself, but my brother will claim your miserable life personally. The scene shifts. Wu Di makes the decision to use pure yang fire to stabilize Zhongxia's condition for now. Gu Yangpeng is skilled at guiding the flow of inner energy, and as the energy flows into Zhongxia's body and transforms into pure yang fire, the unconscious Zhongxia jolts awake from the sheer pain. It is an agonizingly long ordeal. After a night of torment, the larvae inside Zhongxia are finally burned away completely. But this method only buys her a few more days. The queen larva must still be found and destroyed. Meanwhile, at an unknown roadside inn, Wu Zun listens in astonishment as travelers tell the tale of Wu Di's exploits. The title of Phantom Archer fills him with deep pride. But when he hears that Wu Di was mistaken for a spy by the Tang clan and tortured to death, Wu Zun freezes as if struck by lightning. Damn the Tang clan, I'm coming for you. After a long and winding journey, he arrives at an inn in Sichuan, where he overhears something that stops him cold. Have you heard? The Phantom Archer nearly leveled Huashan to the ground. Wu Zun rushes over. Isn't the Phantom Archer dead? You haven't heard? Everyone thought he was dead, but he came back alive to take his revenge. Wu Zun drops straight down onto the ground. All that worry for nothing. That rotten little brat, giving his grandfather such a fright. Wait until I get my hands on him. He heads toward Huashan's sect, muttering curses under his breath the whole way. Suddenly, dozens of figures burst out from the trees, forming a circle that surrounds Wu Zun completely. Wu Zun stares at them, baffled. He looks at the Kong Tong sect disciples and says mildly, "What do you think you're doing?" Wu Shang studies the old man's complete calm in the face of so many opponents. Could this actually be the legendary Bo King? Wu Zun sees them standing in silence and frowns. If you have no business with me, move. A good dog knows not to block the road. Wu Shang is wrestling with his thoughts. If I can hold out against the Bo King for even a few minutes, long enough for Huashan's masters to arrive, then my name, Wu Shang, will ring across the entire martial world. He lets out a battle cry and draws his sword. All disciples, hear my order. Hold the Bao King with everything you have. The sudden attack leaves Wu Zun completely bewildered. Do these people have no respect for their elders whatsoever? Meanwhile, a scout at the foot of the mountain rushes back to Huashan's sect with urgent news. The Bo King has come to Huashan alone, and the Kong Tong sect disciples are fighting him. Everyone pours out at once and races toward the scene. But when they arrive, they find Wu Zun delivering slap after thunderous slap across Wu Shang's face. In no time at all, Wu Shang's face is swollen beyond recognition, foaming at the mouth. Wu Zun turns to the crowd. furious. These people have no manners at all, surrounding and attacking a harmless old man. Mo Qing of Kongtong sect doesn't say a word. He draws his blade and charges straight at Wu Zun. Wu Zun raises his empty hand as if drawing a bow. So you're cut from the same cloth as that fool. With a sharp whistle, 3 invisible sword blasts fire outward. Mo Qing leaps frantically to dodge. Guo Yang and the Nangong clan master stare in shock. Isn't that Wu Di's Qi forged sword technique? The two of them break into laughter at the same time. We know exactly who this is. Mo Qing is in agony under the relentless pressure of the tracking shots, dodging with every technique he has, but in the end one strike knocks his weapon clean out of his hands. Wu Zun stands tall with his bow raised. Come at me again and I'll put an arrow through your skull. The Nangong clan master quickly steps forward to smooth things over. Might you be Wu Di's grandfather? That's right, you know my grandson? The scene shifts to a private room inside Huashan sect, where grandfather and grandson sit face to face, but Wu Di shows no joy at the reunion. He keeps his expression cold and demands that his grandfather explain the Tang clan marriage arrangement. Wu Zun sees there is no way to talk his way out of this, and finally tells the truth. All right, there was never any marriage agreement. I made it all up to trick you into leaving the mountain and going out to train. Wu Di's fury is barely contained. Do you have any idea what I went through because of that lie? Don't you think all of this is absurd? If you wanted me to go out and train, why not just say so? His grandfather's face is serious. I'm sorry for what happened, but when I urged you to leave, you wouldn't hear a word of it. Ever since you came back from the ancestral ground, you stayed home and did nothing day after day. Without that lie, you'd still be drifting through life on that mountain without a care in the world. Then his voice breaks, tears welling up. And as for Tai Shui's death, that is half your fault. Before you went to the Tang clan, you fought the 5 Poisons sect, didn't you? Wu Di's expression remains cold. Because of your lie, I went to protect the Tang clan. His grandfather raises his voice in a sharp rebuke. I told you, in a real fight, keep your distance, but you were arrogant enough to close in against the 5 Poisons sect, got yourself badly wounded, and that is what got Tai Zhu killed. Did you think learning the spirit-hidden sword art made you invincible? You had no real combat experience. Where did you find the nerve? The torrent of reproach leaves Wu Di with nothing to say. He lied, yet somehow all the blame lands on me. Then his grandfather's tone shifts completely. By the way, are you married yet? When Wu Di confirms it, the old man bursts into laughter. Where is my granddaughter-in-law? Bring her out, I want to meet her. Wu Di's face darkens. Someone planted a parasite inside her. His grandfather's expression shifts immediately. Take me to her now. The two of them go straight to Zhongxia's room. Inside, the parasites have begun multiplying again, and Zhongxia is writhing in agony. His grandfather rushes to her side to examine her, then produces a case of silver needles. I can take the pain away from her. With a few precise insertions, Zhongxia finally goes quiet. When she learns that Wu Di's grandfather has arrived, she struggles to rise and bow in respect, but Wu Di gently stops her. Then Wu Zun speaks. Help her up, let her bow. With Wu Di's support, Zhongxia bows to Wu Zun with full respect. Wu Zun looks at her, his expression grave. You are my granddaughter-in-law, and I will do everything I can for you. But I must be honest, a cure will not be easy. Zhongxia places a hand over her belly, her voice barely above a whisper. And my child? His grandfather's face falls. Saving the child will also be very difficult. There are only 2 options. The first is to control the parasites inside you, extend your life, and use medicine to ease your suffering. But the child would not survive. The second is to endure unbearable pain every single day until the child is born. But you will die once the child arrives. Zhongxia's eyes fill with absolute resolve. I am going to give birth to this child. Are you certain? For months, you will endure the burning of pure yang fire 4 times every single day. This is mine and Wu Di's child. As long as the child is safe, I will do anything, even give my life. After Zhongxia rests, grandfather and grandson walk together along a forest path. Suddenly his grandfather lets out a sharp whistle into the sky. A loud cry rings out from above, and a falcon swoops down affectionately onto his grandfather's arm. Wu Di stares in shock. Is that Tai Zhu? His grandfather glances back at him. This is Tai Shui's offspring. Iron Palm. Before Tai Shu left, he brought back a female falcon. He never even lived to see this one hatch. He had already gone off to find you. Several months later, Wu Di waits anxiously outside a wooden cabin. Gu Yangpeng sprints through the forest with a midwife on his back. Hurry, hurry. Zhongxia is in labor. Despite her illness, she has chosen to bring this child into the world, willing to pay with her own life. Wu Di stands outside the cabin, his expression hollow, and though this was his wife's choice, he cannot stop hoping for a miracle that will let her live. After an agonizing wait, a loud cry pierces the air from inside, the cry of a newborn. The midwife pushes open the door, drenched in sweat. Congratulations, a healthy baby boy. Tears pour down Wu Di's face. He knows exactly what his wife gave up for this moment. The frail and hollow Zhongxia holds the baby with a look of pure joy on her face. She turns to Wu Zun and says weakly, I'm sorry. I never had the chance to do anything for you. Tears glisten in his eyes. You have done more than enough. Zhongxia kisses the baby's forehead. My child, you must be good. Grow up strong and healthy. And please don't be sad that you never had a mother by your side. Wu Di pulls Zhongxia into his arms. his voice breaking. You did so well. There has to be another way. Woody, I have one last wish. Please don't hate Fan Li, even if the day comes when you must fight him to the death. Promise me you will not hate him. And with those words, she draws her last breath in his arms. Woody lets out a cry of devastating grief, raw with loss, with fury, with a pain that has no end. In the 6 months that follow, the child grows healthily each day in the care of a wet nurse. Before long, the little one is old enough to eat soft porridge, and it is around this time that Wu Di raises the idea of leaving. After paying my respects here at Huashan, I am going to the Woolen Alliance. His grandfather's expression turns serious. You want to go after Dominator Palace for revenge? Wu Di glances deliberately at Gu Yangpeng. Gu Yangpeng reads the room immediately and smiles. Dominator Palace and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Do as you please. The scene shifts. Since the battle at Huashan, the Woolen Alliance and Dominator Palace have been locked in a standoff. To protect supply convoys, each sect has dispatched disciples to escort them alongside the escort agencies. The Thousand Lai Escort Agency, which once had close ties with Wu Di, is now under the supervision of Wu Shang of Kongtong sect. His arrogance and utter disregard for others have made him deeply unpopular, and even the Qingcheng sect disciples traveling with him can barely stand his presence. The Thousand Li Escort Agency's chief escort is at his wit's end. Just bear with it a little longer. This assignment will be over soon. Suddenly, a figure steps out and blocks the road ahead. The man introduces himself as Pei Ming, leader of the Bloodkill Assassin Organization. Your people can leave, but the cargo stays. The chief escort's blood runs cold. Bloodkill is the largest assassin organization in the martial world. Wu Shang charges forward with a shout. Attack! Protect the cargo! Cut them all down! With a sudden crash, a figure wearing claw blades bursts up from the ground, driving a relentless series of vicious strikes at Wu Shang. Wu Shang raises his sword to catch the claw blades, but the attacker shifts technique without warning. The blade slides straight down the length of the sword and flash across Wu Shang's neck like lightning. He dodges just barely enough to avoid a fatal wound, but before he can react, the claw blades are already slashing for his face. At that moment, the chief escort grabs the assassin by the throat, channels his inner energy, and blasts him away with a single strike. Then Pei Ming's furious roar rings out. Everyone, attack! In an instant, dozens of black figures erupt from the ground, plunging the escort party into a desperate battle. Wu Di and his companions appear on a distant clifftop, and Wu Di spots the banner of the Thousand Lai Escort Agency. He passes the child to Gu Yangpeng, and his figure shoots down the mountainside like a bolt of lightning. In midair, he fires 3 sharp arrows in rapid succession, and in an instant, several assassins are pierced clean through. Pei Ming's heart seizes. Watch out, there's an archer. The shots came from that direction. Find him. The assassins charged straight toward Wu Di's position, but how could they ever outrun his arrows? The faster they charge, the faster they die. Pei Ming watches in disbelief. At this rate, his men are just throwing their lives away. He orders his people to tighten their formation, hold a circular formation, watch the direction of the arrows, but he still cannot predict Wu Di's next move. Without warning, a torrent of arrows rains down from above, each strike carrying overwhelming force, sending the assassins flying in every direction. The few who survive scramble behind trees for cover. Then, from behind them, a baby's cry suddenly rings out. Wu Sun and Gu Yangpeng quickly try to soothe the little one, but Pei Ming has already spotted them and charges over with his remaining men, barking at them. Are you the ones attacking us? The 2 old men share a helpless look. Gu Yangpeng shouts in Wu Di's direction. Are you going to come help or not? Wu Di leans against a tree completely at ease. Can't you handle it yourself? Gu Yangpeng stares at him in disbelief, passes the baby to Wu Sun, and vanishes from where he stands in the blink of an eye. An instant later, 2 fingers tap lightly and shatter a man's throat. He snatches a sword from the falling man's grip and says with a light smile, "This is the first time I've fought since losing my arm." One arm, boundless power, faced with dozens of assassins closing in. He remains perfectly calm, and with each flicker of his figure, more enemies crumple to the ground. His movement is so ghostly and elusive that no one can track him. Pei Ming watches his men fall one by one, rage rising to a boil, and drives a full-force sword slash at Gu Yangpeng. Gu Yangpeng turns his head just slightly and steps aside without effort. You're a small step above the rest of them. The Qingcheng sect disciples who have been watching stand in silent awe. Is this the level of mastery we have been striving toward our whole lives? Then a Kongtong sect disciple points at Wu Di and shouts, "Look, isn't that the Phantom Archer?" The 2 disciples are stunned. That is the legendary Phantom Archer, standing right before them. Wu Shang sees the admiration in everyone's eyes and his expression darkens. One day, my name will surpass yours. After what was barely a warm-up for him, Gu Yangpeng strolls over with an air of satisfaction. The chief escort rushes forward with clasped hands to express his gratitude. After the greetings, Wu Di asks quietly, "After I left, how did everyone fare?" The chief escort's face falls. "The others are all gone. After you left, the agency kept running supply convoys for the Woolen Alliance, but one convoy was ambushed. Everyone else died." Wu Di goes still. He thinks back to when he first came down the mountain. the help and care those people showed him. At that moment, his killing intent surges out before he can stop it, startling the baby in his arms into a wail. I will make them pay for this. After a brief reunion, Wu Di says his goodbyes and continues on his way. The two Qingxing sect disciples watch them disappear into the distance. Chen Xian turns to her junior and murmurs, "Do you think he'll join the Wulin Alliance? I hope he will fight alongside us. He would be an enormous asset to the alliance." Wu Shang lets out a cold snort. If he joins the Wulin Alliance, Kongtong sect will never accept him. Kui Wan's face is expressionless. That would only show how narrow-minded you are. The future of Kongtong sect is a worrying thing indeed. Meanwhile, inside Dominator Palace, word reaches Guanpei that Gu Yangpeng has made his move. Guanpei's expression is hard and resolute. "I have decided tomorrow we launch another attack on the Wulin Alliance." The room stirs. Is this decision not too hasty? Guojia rises and addresses the room. "Right now, all of the Wulin Alliance's strength is concentrated in Henan. We will send assassins to strike the Alliance's other branches. When the main headquarters moves to send reinforcements, they will have to divide their forces significantly, and that is when we strike in full force and take their headquarters." Late at night, at a Wulin Alliance branch in Hubei, two guards collapse silently into pools of blood. The assassin squad leader sneers. This location now belongs to the Blood Shadow Squad. As a flood of assassins swarms in, the screams of the defenders inside ring out one after another. A guard drenched in blood bursts into the clan master's chamber. "Master, Blood Shadow Squad has launched a surprise attack. Our people are being slaughtered." The clan master stares out the window, his face grim. "We no longer have the strength to stop them." He turns toward the side chamber. "Mu Yang, we need to notify headquarters immediately." Mu Yang takes out a carrier pigeon and passes it over, clasps his hands and says, "Please take care. The Wulin Alliance will settle this debt for you." At the same time, Blood Shadow Squad assassins launch simultaneous strikes against the Alliance's other branches. Back at Wulin Alliance headquarters, every face is heavy with worry. The Zhuge clan master's expression is dark. To lose more than a dozen branches in a single night, this is beyond what any of us expected. Nanggong Cheng's voice is somber. It seems the final battle has come. The Zhuge clan master quickly devises a plan. "We avoid a direct clash, lure them toward the Lai estate and set a trap." The scene shifts to a small town in Henan, where Wu Di and his group have arrived. Suddenly, Wu Shang of Kongtong sect approaches them. "Everyone, it has been a while. I'm here to deliver a message on behalf of the Deputy Alliance Master." Wu Di opens it without hesitation and finds that Zhu Geyong has a request. The letter states that Huang Yu, Guo Wu, and Nanggong Hui are leading a squad to hold back Dominator Palace. The news unsettles Wu Di deeply. These are brothers who have stood with him through life and death. Wu Jing gave his life to save Zhongxia. Now that they are in danger, there is no way he can stand aside. His grandfather suddenly takes the baby from his arms. "I am not letting you take my great-grandson somewhere you might get yourself killed." Wu Di is deeply reluctant, but he has no choice. "I will wait for you at Shaolin for half a year. If you don't come back, or if you die, I will take the child home and raise him myself." The scene shifts. Quang Dao leads the Blood Shadow Squad in a swift advance toward the Wulin Alliance, and at the front of their ranks, a mass of green venom zombies, disciples from every sect, stand in formation beneath the city gate, ready and waiting. The Zhuge clan master shouts his orders: "Hold back the venom zombies and keep your distance." The disciples charge forward with a battle cry. Attack. But what they face are venom zombies impervious to blade and spear, and under the assault of toxic clouds and brutal strikes, they suffer devastating casualties almost immediately. Fury spreads through the ranks. Damn it, the ambush traps are completely useless against the venom zombies. Zhu Jiang immediately gives the order: pull them back, split to both sides, and get out of the zombies' attack range. As the signal flags rise, the disciples begin falling back, but Blood Shadow Squad has already anticipated the retreat. Assassins appear and cut off every escape route. The sight sends a chill through every elder. We must find a way out. If this goes on, we face total annihilation. Then a new force suddenly appears on the battlefield. Kongtong sect disciples, follow me. The man is Elder Chen Feng of Kongtong sect. His strikes are decisive and ferocious, and in moments he sends the Blood Shadow Squad flying in every direction. He lets out a rallying cry that shakes the battlefield. The martial world of the Central Plains, we will defend it with our lives. The Peng Clan Master's blood burns at the sight. Our target is the Venom Zombies. Let them feel the fury of the Peng Clan. Peng Clan disciples loop ropes around a Venom Zombie and bind it fast, and the Peng Clan Master seizes the moment to bring his axe down and cleave off its head. The moment the zombie's head hits the ground, every Alliance disciple raises their fist and roars. Morale surges like a wave. Wu Di watches all of this from high up in a distant tree. The Peng Clan Master's method for killing Venom Zombies, that's actually quite practical. He rises and scans the battlefield, and spots a figure in the Blood Shadow Squad ranks playing a flute. That must be the one controlling the Venom Zombies. He approaches the enemy forces with cold indifference. Where is Yang Shuo? Tell him to come out and die. The response is a furious roar. Who do you think you are? Kill him. As the controlling flute melody rises, the green Venom Zombies form a circle and close in around him. Wu Di wastes no words. His bowstring flashes and one zombie's head is cleaved clean off. These Venom Zombies may be impervious to weapons and saturated with poison, but to Wu Di as he stands today, they pose no threat at all. He draws his empty-handed bow to a perfect arc, and his invisible swords fly like shooting stars. The Keyforge blast punched through multiple Venom zombie bodies in an instant, leaving the enemy forces wide-eyed with horror. The invincible Venom zombies cut down before him like nothing. The Phantom Archer's arrival throws Kwang Dao's entire plan into chaos. Damn it, we have no way to stop him. Wu Di gives them no time to recover. Two more invisible sword blasts fire outward, skimming over the heads of two Venom zombies and streaking toward Kwang Dao and his two companions. The three of them leap clear in a panic, but what they don't realize is that Wu Di's real targets are the two zombies behind them. He holds his icy gaze on them. Tell me, where is Yang Shuo of the Five Poison Sect? Kwang Dao's aura flares. Do you think Dominator Palace would ever betray an ally? With a battle cry, he grips his broad blade and drives a heavy slash straight at Wu Di, a sharp whistle of displaced air, and Wu Di's figure reappears several meters away in an instant, moving so fast that Kwang Dao's face goes white. Is that teleportation? Wu Di lands lightly. This movement technique is called the wolf step. His feet stamp the ground, and he launches forward like a thunderbolt, an overwhelming aura exploding outward all at once. With a single glance, the two men standing right before him go cold with fear. But Wu Di's target is not them. It is Elder Shufeng of the Five Poison Sect, the one controlling the Venom zombies. Shufeng reacts with extraordinary speed, commanding the zombies to charge at Wu Di almost simultaneously. Wu Di draws his bowstring, his eyes cold as stone, and the arrow tears through the Venom zombie's chest at blinding speed, its force undiminished, and drives straight for Shufeng. With a wet thud, a gaping hole is punched through Shufeng's abdomen. Wu Di steps up to him, his voice ice cold. Where is your sect leader? He is waiting for you at Dominator Palace's stronghold, and that is where you will be buried. The Five Poison Sect will erase you at any cost. With those words, Shufeng laughs and falls. Wu Di's expression does not change. He murmurs quietly, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise he has waiting for me. Wu Di falls into thought. It seems Huang Yu and the others have headed for the Dominator Palace stronghold. Lost in thought, he finds Kwang Dao's men have already surrounded him. I have no time to waste here. Do you want to die? Blood Demon roars in response. Today I will slit your throat. He launches forward, sword in hand. What greets him is Wu Di's invisible sword. Blood Demon raises his blade to block. A sharp clang rings out. The force of the blow sends a numbing shockwave up his arms. Wu Di gives him no chance to breathe, firing 3 invisible arrows in rapid succession. Though Blood Demon reacts quickly and deflects 2 of them, the third tears straight through his thigh. He crashes to the ground like a cannonball. Kwang Dao watches in sheer terror, knowing that if this continues, death is certain. Then Blood Demon shouts to Kwang Dao, I will die here. Get out while you can. Suddenly, Wu Di senses 2 powerful presences approaching from behind. 2 elders approach, one stout, one lean. Are you the Phantom Archer? Wu Di's expression remains blank. Are you also from Dominator Palace? Shu Hu remains composed. My apologies, we have been entrusted with a task. You cannot leave here alive today. You are formidable. We have no choice but to face you together. If you need a moment to rest, feel free. Wu Di's guard rises sharply. These 2 are stronger than the Bao King. I must tread carefully. His gaze turns sharp and cold. Make your move. Both men produce their weapons. Shouhu's meteor hammer coils around his arm like a serpent, while Pang Long swings his 100 Jin twin axes, slicing cold arcs through the air. Thoom! The meteor hammer rockets toward Wu Di like a cannonball. Wu Di twists aside and a chill runs through him. That meteor hammer can strike from 30 feet away. This is the most brutal fight Wu Di has faced since leaving the mountain. The 2 elders move in perfect coordination, their attacks seamless and relentless. Wu Di can only dodge frantically. There is no opening to strike back. The moment he evades one, the other is already pressing in. He fires 3 invisible arrows in desperation, but all 3 are deflected in a single exchange. Wu Di is stunned. He has never faced anyone who could neutralize his invisible arrows so effortlessly. While the thought barely forms, Pang Long's axes and Shouhu's hammer are already on him again. Wu Di knows that endless dodging will get him nowhere. He swings his bow and deflects the twin axes back toward Shouhu. Shouhu's eyes sharpen. He ducks just in time to avoid the lethal counterattack. Can't dodge, so you redirect the attack at me? Impressive. Pang Long wrenches his axes free from the stone, wide-eyed. These axes are forged from 10,000-year black iron, yet his bow has gouged notches into them. What on earth is that bow made of? He channels his inner energy and hurls the axe with explosive force. Try this. Wu Di fires an invisible arrow to meet it. The 2 forces collide with a thunderous impact, but the axe breaks through the invisible arrow, then abruptly reverses course and surges back toward Wu Di. Wu Di's heart lurches. Chi-guided axe. No time to think. He whips his bow and sends the axe spinning away. Pang Long catches the axe and laughs. Did you think only you could attack from a distance? Even as he speaks, both axes launch through the air again. Wu Di draws his bow to full draw and looses 2 invisible arrows to intercept. Just as the arrows send the axes flying, Shouhu's meteor hammer suddenly explodes in from the side. Wu Di moves to deflect it, but the hammer's real target is the bow itself. Shouhu pulls the bow toward himself and says calmly, without your bow you lose. The cult members erupt in cheers. Kwang Dao shouts at the 2 elders, kill him now! Wu Di watches their reactions unamused. You think an archer without his bow has nothing left? Pang Long sneers. Still talking tough after losing your best weapon? Someone like you probably couldn't even protect his own woman. Those words tear open a wound that never healed. Wu Di's eyes blaze with killing intent. You fat pig, you are dead. He extends his hand, and a blade of pure chi materializes into a sword. You are about to hear the most agonized scream in the world. Pang Long's rage surges. His twin axes spin faster and faster. I will cut you to pieces. Wu Di's body shoots forward like lightning, skimming the ground, moving so fast that Pang Long has no time to react. Shink. The sword slices across Pang Long's shoulder before his horrified eyes, and a column of blood erupts from the wound. Shou Hu lunges in to intervene, his meteor hammer coiling around Wu Di's sword like a serpent. But this time Wu Di is ready. He gives Shou Hu no chance to strip the sword away. Did you think I would fall for that twice? Suddenly Pang Long bellows and swings down at Wu Di with full force. Wu Di's aura erupts with savage fury. All of you, die! Merciless blade. A deep, resonant hum, and a wave of devastating force surges outward like a crashing tide. Pang Long's arms disintegrate in a spray of blood mist. A shriek of pure agony tears through the sky. The sight leaves Shou Hu wide-eyed in horror. He swings his meteor hammer with everything he has. Wu Di drops low in an instant. Wolf step, a sharp tearing sound, and a tall column of blood bursts from Shou Hu's chest. He coughs up blood and smiles bitterly. I have no regrets. To fall at the hands of a warrior like you is no dishonor. He staggers slowly toward Pang Long. Brother, let us go together. Pang Long's eyes grow distant. He gives a faint nod. Boom. Shou Hu drives a single fist through the crown of Pang Long's skull, then draws his last breath and slowly falls. The Wulin Alliance members raise their fists and cry out the name of the Phantom Archer. Quang Dao, long sensing disaster, has already withdrawn from the field with the Blood Shadow squad. The Zhuge clan master turns to Wu Di. Where are you headed next? Wu Di's voice is cold. The Dominator Palace stronghold. My brothers will be there, and so will the Five Poisons sect. The scene shifts. The Palace Master of Dominator Palace receives a challenge letter. The Phantom Archer is challenging Dominator Palace's elite 108-man escort guard. Guanpei laughs out loud and finds it fascinating. The escort guard was formed after Gu Yangpeng defeated Shaolin's 108 Arhat formation. Is he trying to follow in my master's footsteps and make a name for himself? Escort Captain Songji is furious. Does he really think he is unbeatable? Palace Master, allow me to take the guard and meet this challenge. Guojia speaks up grave-faced. We cannot let the escort guard leave the stronghold. From what I know of Wu Di, he would never send a challenge letter. If this is a Wulin Alliance scheme, the escort guard could be ambushed on the road. Yet Guanpei overrules him and grants Song Ge's request. It is one man against us. If I refuse his challenge, I become a laughingstock. Days later, Wu Di travels toward the Dominator Palace stronghold with Wu Shang as his guide. Suddenly, Wu Di senses a powerful presence surging toward them at speed. The next moment, countless figures emerge. The escort guard, led by Song Jie. Song Jie looks Wu Di up and down with contempt. So you are the Phantom Archer who sent Dominator Palace a challenge? Wu Di blinks. What challenge letter are you talking about? Song Jie jabs a finger at him. The one you sent, we have accepted. Today, you leave your life here. Wu Di's expression darkens. Deputy Alliance Master Zhu Jiang is playing a very clever game. Is he trying to pull me fully into the Alliance's camp? His face goes blank. I did not send that letter, and I have no intention of fighting you here. My target is the Five Poison sect. Song Jie ignores him entirely. Trying to run? Get him. Wu Di's expression turns grim. The escort guard are Fan Li's personal soldiers. If I kill them, I become exactly the puppet the Wulin Alliance wants me to be. A black figure is already charging with a drawn sword. Wu Di moves to simply turn and leave, but Wu Shang charges in without a word. Filthy cult scum! Come face me. Wu Di lets out a tired sigh. You really can't help yourself, can you? Vice Captain Song Zhong draws his weapon and fixes his gaze on Wu Di. Your opponent is me. Wu Di just waves him off. I told you, I have no interest in fighting you. Goodbye. The move leaves everyone completely dumbfounded. Song Zhong turns to the equally baffled Wu Shang with a smirk. Your companion just ran. Now it is just you. Wu Shang clenches his jaw and roars. Even if I die, I am taking some of you with me. A dead man with too many words. Song Zhong draws both swords and launches a ferocious assault. Wu Shang has no answer for the onslaught, and is sent flying with a kick after only a few exchanges. Fortunately, Wu Di has not gone far and catches him. Did you really think you could take on that many alone? He turns to the escort guard, his voice flat. I spare you not out of mercy, but because I refuse to be used. My only target is the Five Poisons sect. With that, he vanishes on the spot, taking Wu Shang with him, moving so fast that Song Ji stands frozen in disbelief. This kid really is as powerful as the rumors say. Then a terrible realization hits him. He snaps around and shouts at his men. It is a lure-away stratagem. Get back. The Palace Master is in danger. Meanwhile, inside the Dominator Palace stronghold, Guojia is desperately trying to convince Guanpei to leave. Just in case, wait for the escort guard to return before doing anything. Guanpei smiles with quiet confidence. This is my fight. We have been at war with the Wulin Alliance for so long. Isn't it time to finish it? Guojia is stunned. Don't you understand? If you fall, everything we have built will be lost. At the same moment, the Wulin Alliance's elite strike force gathers outside the walls of the stronghold. Nangang Cheng's expression is iron. All forces split into two flanks and strike from left and right simultaneously. The truth is now clear. Zhu Jiang sent the challenge letter in Wu Di's name to draw away the escort guard and leave the stronghold exposed. She calculated that once Wu Di learned the truth, he would refuse to fight. And by the time the escort guard turned back, a full day would have passed. This battle is critical to the Alliance's future. Using Wu Di as a pawn was the only option. As the clash of steel fills the air, the Dominator Palace stronghold is instantly transformed into a battlefield of carnage. Most of Dominator Palace's elite fighters had already been dispatched to strike the Alliance's surrounding forces, leaving them overwhelmed by the Alliance's assault. Driven back step by step, the stronghold falls. At the cost of 40 of their own, the Alliance cuts down several hundred of Dominator Palace's fighters, seizing a decisive advantage. It gives every Alliance disciple a surge of courage. Morale soars, and they fight with renewed ferocity. Nangang Cheng roars at his forces. The real fight has only just begun. Our target is their leader. The fighters answer with a battle cry and charge toward the main hall. The main hall is right ahead. Push through, now. Zheng Wen, master of the Dark Hall, stands guard outside the hall, his face full of killing intent. The Dark Hall will defend Dominator Palace to the last breath. Even in death, we fall with honor before our palace master. His fearless resolve gives even the Alliance fighters pause. Wu Hua of Huashan Sec steps forward, expression grave. I will be your opponent. Zheng Wen draws his blade with a cold ring of steel. Come then, I will fight you to the death. Boom. Guohua launches himself into the air like a cannonball, and their sword strikes clash repeatedly in midair. Both move with blinding speed, and in moments they have exchanged hundreds of blows. Zheng Wen is breathing hard. You are a formidable opponent. Guohua steadies himself. You flatter me. Now I will use my full strength. His aura surges sharply as inner energy floods into the blade. Plum Blossom's sword art. With a whoosh, the two figures blur past each other in an instant. Zheng Wen opens his mouth and blood pours out. He clutches his chest with one hand and sinks to his knees. I have lost. Guohua does not hesitate. He turns and brings his blade down. Farewell. With a single cut, Zheng Wen's head falls. The Dark Hall fighters, fearless in the face of death, charge forward. Let us follow our master. The fierce battle erupts again, the ring of steel filling the air without end. Inside the hall, Guojia's face is lined with anguish. Zheng Wen has fallen too. Guan Pei remains calm. Do you think I have been reckless? My choice has led to this. You cannot accept it, can you? Go and find the elders. For what comes next, they will need you. Guojia's heart seizes. I cannot abandon you. Guan Pei's voice is firm. This is my final order. If something happens to me, the future of Dominator Palace rests with Fan Li and you. Outside, the battle rages on. Suddenly, a vicious sword energy blasts outward, its sheer force shaking everyone to their core. Nangang Cheng's expression grows heavy. He has finally shown himself. Guan Pei stands cloaked in a terrifying aura, gazing down at the Wulin Alliance fighters like a god of war descending upon them. Facing thousands of Alliance fighters, he does not flinch. Alone, with a single sword, he plunges into the crowd and sends his enemies crashing in every direction. Guohua of Huashan Sect roars and launches himself forward. All 36 forms of the Huashan Plum Blossom sword art descend like a storm. Guan Pei answers with a single stroke of sword energy, and it sends Guohua flying dozens of zhang away. Blood pours from Guohua's mouth in waves. Guan Pei's expression is blank. Not bad. You actually survived 1/10 of my power. At the same time, in a cavern deep within the Dominator Palace stronghold, Yang Shuo, leader of the Five Poison Sect, rises from a pool of venom, his body glowing deep jade green, his voice rasping like a demon. I have finally done it. The moment the words leave his mouth, he rockets toward the battlefield at inhuman speed. He tears into the crowd like a bloodthirsty beast, and a thunderous explosion rips through the air as shockwaves of violent force spread in every direction. Alliance disciples fall in droves, and cries of anguish fill the field. Yang Shuo cups his fists toward Guan Pei. Palace Master, I am late. Their strength is too great. Let us withdraw for now. Guan Pei gives a quiet smile. I am the Palace Master of Dominator Palace, am I not? How could I flee from battle? If I am defeated, go and regroup with the others. Yang Shuo lets out a cold laugh. I will retreat, but they will see me again very soon. The Alliance fighters stare at Yang Shuo in alarm. This man has transformed himself into a green venom zombie. Nangang Cheng addresses Guan Pei calmly. Palace Master, let us settle this now. As you wish, Elder Nangang. Nangang Cheng knows full well that Guan Pei's power surpasses his own. He unleashes every ounce of his inner energy. The force is so intense it makes his robe snap and crack. Holding nothing back, he unleashes his ultimate technique, the secret art of heavenly sword art. The terrifying pressure draws a silent acknowledgement from Guan Pei, a true grandmaster of the old generation. He lets out a thunderous roar and charges to meet it head-on. Their savage forces collide in a violent eruption, waves of inner energy crashing against each other, sending deafening shockwaves in every direction. Boom! Nangang Cheng's body is hurled backward, gravely wounded, crashing straight into the arms of the Nangang clan master, blood pouring from his mouth. He is even stronger than I imagined. Guan Pei, by contrast, has taken only a few steps back. Then Mumu steps forward from the crowd. Allow me to be your opponent. Guan Pei's expression turns grave. My dream has always been to defeat the guardian of Shaolin, to surpass my master. Today, I will put my power to the test. Mumu draws his sword slowly. You may strike first. Guan Pei channels his inner energy to its absolute peak. I will use the sword art my master created after his defeat at the hands of the three blades of Bodhidharma. His gaze turns razor sharp, and he lets out a fierce battle cry. Twin dragons enter the sea. A massive surge of inner energy erupts skyward, forming two enormous blue dragons. With a deafening roar, the twin dragons dive toward Mumu like lightning. Mumu shows no fear. He raises his sword to meet them, and in mere seconds unleashes dozens of sword strikes, shattering the dragons apart. Guan Pei's next blow is already primed. Three blades of annihilation first form thousand sword wave, a resonant hum, and a towering wave of sword energy. Dozens of zhang hai surges wildly toward Mumu. Mumu's aura rises to match it without yielding an inch. Three blades of Bodhidharma, first form boundless blade. A burst of golden inner energy takes the shape of a great eagle and crashes into the wave, halting it cold. Guan Pei seizes the initiative and leaps skyward. Second form, shadowless thousand blades. Countless blades materialize in the air and rain down upon Mumu from every angle. Mumu's eyes sharpen. He has woven illusion into his sword art. His aura erupts in an instant. Second form, chain blade. A shell of sword energy encases him instantly, blocking every single blade. The sheer impact forces a mouthful of blood from Mumu's lips. Guan Pei is also wounded and driven back several zhang, but he forces the pain down and launches forward again. Let us end this. Three blades of annihilation. Third form, heaven's destruction. Mumu knows this is a matter of life and death. There is no room for carelessness. He roars and soars to meet it, sword raised. Three blades of Bodhidharma. Third form, universal deliverance. Their devastating strikes collide with a thunderous boom. The two figures cross in midair. Guan Pei trembles and drops to one knee. So this is the power of the guardian of Shaolin. His eyes grow distant as he bows his head. It seems I have lost. Mumu struggles to his feet, breathing hard. If not for the power he had absorbed from his master, he would already be dead. Then Guojia comes sprinting toward Guan Pei. Palace Master, are you all right? Guan Pei is barely breathing. He gives a faint smile. The art my master created could not overcome the three blades of Bodhidharma after all. Guojia's tears fall freely. We will not lose. We will unite the martial world of the Central Plains and defeat the guardian of Shaolin. Guan Pei's expression grows distant. You mean Fan Li? With his strength, perhaps he can. He is a pitiful child. With those words, Guan Pei falls and breathes his last. Guojia's face is a mask of grief and fury. You have won today, but Dominator Palace's greatest power will come for you soon enough. I will watch from above as the Woolen Alliance falls. With one swift motion, Guojia drives a blade through his own chest and follows his palace master in death, loyal to the very end. The scene shifts. Fan Li trains day and night without rest in a secluded courtyard. Then the Bo King arrives with a letter. Inside is the news of Guan Pei and Guojia's deaths, and a final wish entrusting Fan Li to unite the martial world of the Central Plains. Fan Li reads it, his heart breaking. You stubborn old man. What a fool you were. In the days that follow, Fan Li sits listless in the courtyard, the light gone from his eyes. Outside, 8 elders watch with deep concern, hoping he will find his footing again. All of them were once legendary figures who shook the martial world. The miracle healer who raises the dead, Song Mu, the king of assassins, Tang Ji, the martial Taoist, Zhao Hui, the smiling tiger, Yu Yong, the blood monk, and the Blade King, the Bow King, and the Fist King. Elsewhere, the Woolen Alliance withdraws toward their headquarters, carrying their wounded. Nangong Cheng is gravely wounded and still unconscious. Then a laugh rings out from the forest. Did you really think you could just leave? Yang Shuo emerges, radiating a terrifying aura as he approaches. I told you, I would find you again very soon. Yan Wangjian raises his horse-cleaving saber with a furious roar. Today you die with our palace master. Old enemies meet, and the hatred is instant and absolute. Both sides erupt into battle. After seeing his father to safety, the Nangong clan master roars, the martial world of the Central Plains does not retreat. But Yang Shuo is no longer who he was. Reborn as a venom zombie, his power has surged beyond measure. Blades and spears cannot harm him. He seizes an opening in the Nangong clan master's attack, and 2 flashes of swordlight streak across his chest. Blood pours from the Nangong clan master in torrents. He pitches forward and falls. Still, Yang Shuo's eyes are bloodshot, his laugh savage. Kill them all. He turns and walks slowly toward Nangong Cheng. So you are still alive. Nangong Hui and the others cry out in desperation. Stop, you monster! Yang Shuo smirks and closes his hand around Nangong Cheng's throat, then drives his grip shut with a single violent motion, crushing it. Nangong Hui and Huang Yu charge at him with furious battle cries, but how could they possibly match him? His venomous claws slash out 2 cold arcs of light, and both are struck and sent flying. Black miasma seeps from their wounds, burrowing deeper into their bodies. Guo Wu rushes to Huang Yu's side. Close your eyes. I have to cut away the poison part. Huang Yu lets out a cry of agony as his poisoned left leg is severed from his body. Nan Gonghui leans against a tree, teeth clenched. Am I dying? Is he all right? If only I could see him one more time before the end. Perhaps heaven heard her longing. For Wu Di suddenly appears behind her. Your wound is severe. The venom has already reached your shoulder. He channels his powerful inner energy and purges the poison from her body. Having narrowly escaped death, Nan Gonghui crashes into Wu Di's arms as if she has found her anchor. He looks startled. Guo Wu shouts at them both. This is not the time for that. Both leaders of the Nangong clan are dead. Wu Di's eyes fall on Huang Yu's condition. Killing intent blazes from him. Yang Shuo fixes a mocking grin on Wu Di. How does it feel to watch your wife be tortured to death? Wu Di grinds his teeth and says, word by word, I will make you suffer 100 times worse. An invisible arrow blasts forward like lightning. Thoom. The invisible arrow slams into Yang Shuo's chest like a cannonball, and the force sends him skidding back several zhang. But Yang Shuo steadies himself, his sneer unchanged. Is that all you have? Wu Di's eyes widen slightly. His defenses are several times stronger than before. Yang Shuo swings his blade and launches a slash of sword energy. Now it is my turn. Wu Di sidesteps it with a casual leap. You are just a bit harder. Cut. You are still just as slow. I'm going to take my time with you. I hope you do not die too quickly. Fwish. Wu Di shifts his aim and sends an arrow straight into the sky, where it bends through 18 curving turns, then dives straight down toward Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo raises his blade to block, but the invisible arrow suddenly accelerates and punches through his shoulder like a bolt. Yang Shuo winces but lets out a cold laugh. An attack like that will never kill me. Wu Di smiles with quiet amusement. That was just the appetizer. Snap. 3 invisible arrows launch in unison, shifting direction again and again in the air as they close in on Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo leaps aside and deflects one, but the other 2 sweep through elegant arcs and loop back to strike. The invisible arrows hammer into Yang Shuo like sledges. No wounds appear, but the sheer force wrings groans of pain from him. Nan Gonghui watches anxiously. Wu Di's attacks don't seem to be doing much damage. Won't this become dangerous? Guo Wu keeps his voice level. He is playing cat and mouse. Wu Di is not putting his full power into the arrows. He is wearing Yang Shuo down, the way a hunter toys with prey. Yang Shuo has clearly realized the same thing. He glares at Wu Di. Are you mocking me? Wu Di's smile does not waver. Just figuring that out? He reaches down and picks up several branches, shaping them into crude wooden blades. I thought about it. Tormenting you with these seems more fitting. As Wu Di releases the bowstring, the wooden blades shoot forward at a speed the eye can barely track. But as they reach Yang Shuo, their numbers multiply several times over, the phantom arrow technique. Just as the Bow King once performed it. The sudden onslaught overwhelms Yang Shuo. All he can do is slash wildly in front of him. Even so, 2 wooden blades pierce straight through his body. The intense pain leaves Yang Shuo wide-eyed. How can you possibly break through my defenses? Wu Di laughs. I could pick up any stick off the ground and it would go right through you. Yang Shuo's rage boils over. He roars and charges straight at Wu Di. I will tear you apart. Wu Di draws his bow and looses an invisible arrow. Yang Shuo, growing complacent about the invisible arrows, leaps forward and swings at Wu Di with reckless abandon. But as the invisible arrow sweeps across his arm, a shriek tears from Yang Shuo's throat, and the arm gripping his blade severs from his body in a burst of blood. Wu Di's expression turns dark and cold. That one was for Guo Jing. Yang Shuo forces himself forward through the agony. Even in death I am taking you with me to hell. Wu Di's face is stone. He fires again. This one is for Huang Yu's leg. With a sharp crack, Yang Shuo's left leg is severed. Wu Di draws the bowstring again. I will not let you die easily. The sound of Yang Shuo's right leg breaking follows. He screams without end and collapses to the ground, his voice trembling. I refuse to accept this. I turned myself into a venom zombie, all to kill you. Suddenly he summons his last strength and heaves his blade, hurling it at Wu Di with every last ounce of force. Wu Di raises 2 fingers and catches it without effort. Zhongxia endured 10 months of agony, and in the end, all I could do was watch her die in despair. He drives his foot into Yang Shuo and sends him flying. Then with one sweep of the blade, severs his remaining arm. Wu Di drops the sword. His voice comes through clenched teeth. Every time I watch Zhongxia writhe and scream in pain, all I wanted was to tear you apart with my bare hands. He plants his foot on the stump of Yang Shuo's severed limb and grinds the bone to pieces, inch by inch. Agonized wails pour from Yang Shuo without end. The sight leaves Nan Gonghui and the others shaken to their core. When Wu Di finally stops, Yang Shuo wheezes out a deranged laugh. I regret that I could not avenge my brothers, but I will not die by your hand. Without warning, Yang Shuo's entire body begins to swell rapidly, like a balloon about to burst. Wu Di's eyes go wide. Move! He's going to self-destruct. A deafening explosion tears through the forest. Yang Shuo ends his life in a final act of destruction. Everyone shelters behind the trees and escapes the blast. The great debt of vengeance is paid. The weight that has long pressed on Wu Di's heart finally lifts. Then Tong Tianhao arrives, battered and bloodied, his group having been ambushed on the road. Together they raise graves for the fallen and mourn. The loss of friends of many years leaves Tang Tianhao in deep grief, but what they do not know is that Fan Li and his companions are racing through the forest toward them. 8 of the greatest masters the martial world has ever seen at his back. The great battle over, the Woolen Alliance withdraws toward headquarters on full alert. But they are ambushed by the cult along the way. Countless arrows burst from the darkness, and the Woolen Alliance is caught completely off guard, suffering heavy casualties. Then come razor-sharp throwing darts, fired from such cunning angles that no one can pinpoint where the enemy is hiding. Wu Di leaps and lands on a high branch. The dense forest hides the attackers from view. Wu Di closes his eyes. I will have to sense them through Qi alone. 2 Qi-guided tracking arrows blast forward, weaving through the trees in sweeping arcs, precisely piercing every figure hiding behind cover. With each shot he shifts his position, his movements so fluid and unpredictable that the enemy has no chance to fight back. As the last 2 Qi-guided tracking arrows fly, the cult ambush squad falls to the last man. Everyone exhales in relief. Without Wu Di, their fate today would have been unthinkable. Huang Zhang's expression is grim. We are still a full day's journey from the rendezvous point, and the Dominator Palace escort guard could catch up to us at any moment. In our current state, we have no chance against them. At that very moment, Wu Di senses a powerful presence several li away, the same one that belongs to the escort guard he has already encountered. He looks at his gravely wounded companions and falls into thought. Then he claps Wang Yu on the shoulder and smiles. Stay sharp, all of you. I have one more place to be. Without another word, he leaps away and vanishes into the distance. Nan Gonghui watches him go, her eyes filled with worry. The scene shifts. Songji leads the escort guard in a brief rest among the trees. His expression is dark with fury. We will catch up to them soon enough, and when we do, they will all follow the palace master in death. Meanwhile, Wu Di lies hidden inside a hollow tree not far away. There are 108 of them. I must conserve my inner energy and stay sharp. With a sharp whoosh, the wooden sword tears through the air and shoots forward. Songji reacts fast, jerking his head aside, but the wooden sword curves sharply and grazes his scalp, then streaks like lightning into the crowd behind him. Screams ring out as several escort guard members crumple to the ground. Songji shouts, "Hold formation, get ready to attack!" But Wu Di has already melted into the brush, hidden among the branches. 3 wooden swords launch at once in perfect alignment, finding their marks and piercing clean through 2 men. But the strike gives away Wu Di's position, and Song Ji zeroes in. He launches forward like a tiger leaping from cover, his heavy blade slashing a wide arc straight toward Wu Di. Wu Di springs up and rolls clear in an instant. With his cover blown, the entire escort guard descends on him in a frenzy. He shifts to guerrilla tactics, running, dodging, and firing back on the move. One after another, guards fall to his invisible arrows. He darts through the trees like a hare, weaving and vanishing at will. And no matter how hard Song Ji pushes, he cannot close the gap. Then something clicks. Is Wu Di faking the retreat? Buying time? Is he covering the Woolen Alliance's escape? The realization hits like cold water. Song Ji roars, "Break off! Go after the Woolen Alliance!" Now, he wheels around and sprints left, his men close behind. Wu Di watches them go and lets out a resigned breath. Figured it out that fast? Nan Gonghui and the others are badly wounded and moving slowly. The escort guard will catch up in no time. Wu Di surges after them, unleashing a relentless stream of invisible arrows into the pursuing guards. He has to whittle down their numbers before they clear the forest. Soon the escort guard breaks out of the tree line into an open clearing. Song just steadies himself and barks, "Form up! Prepare to engage!" Wu Di strides slowly out of the trees. "We meet again." Songji glares. "You've lost the cover of the forest. What tricks do you have left?" He gives the order and his men charge. 2 invisible arrows explode forward in a heartbeat, punching through chests with the force of thunder. The squad captain sneers. "Surrounded by dozens of men. That bow of yours is useless now." Wu Di gives a cold laugh. "Are you sure about that?" He reaches up and strips the bowstring clean off, and the 200 Jin iron bow snaps rigid as a blade. "Does a tiger fear a pack of dogs?" The captain snarls and charges. Tough talk from a dead man. A wet slash, the snap of steel breaking, and the bow stave sweeps across his throat. He never figured out, even in his last breath, how a bow stave could cut so clean. Song Jae and Song Zhang stare in disbelief. The third-ranked fighter in the entire escort guard, dropped in a single blow. Wu Di is already moving through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, cutting down men without pause. He uses nothing but the most basic sword fundamentals. Yet the sounds of snapping steel and tearing flesh never stop. At this rate, the escort guard will be wiped out entirely. Song Jae bellows, "Blood rain sword formation, now!" The guards snap into formation and sweep outward to flank him from both sides. Wu Di's gaze sharpens. He tracks every movement without missing a beat. Suddenly a figure rockets up from behind like a bolt of lightning. Wu Di spins in a flash and brings the stave down onto the attacker's skull. That man hasn't even hit the ground before another comes screaming in from behind. Wu Di cuts them down one after another as they come. He knows he has to bring their numbers below 30 anymore, and he'll be in the same desperate corner he faced against the 5 poison sect. Then Song Ji and Song Zhang enter the fray, pulling his attention, and in that split second of distraction, a blade drives forward. Wu Di barely reacts in time. It punches straight through his foot. He hooks the bowstave upward and cleaves through the attacker's skull. His eyes go cold and razor sharp. It's time. Song Jae smiles, slow and cruel. Nowhere left to run. Be a good boy and hand over your head. At the edge of the forest, not far away, Fan Li watches the battle in silence. Only the Blade King remains at his side. The other masters have long since disappeared. The Blade King gazes forward, a faint smile on his lips. You're not going to stop them? Fan Li answers without a flicker of worry. It's not Wu Di I'm concerned about, it's the escort guard. Wu Di raises his bow toward the sky, and a savage pressure radiates outward from him like a rising tide. A handful of guards roar and charge straight at him. A killing light blazes in Wu Di's eyes. The shockwave of pure chi alone slices open their throats. His vast inner energy begins pouring into the bow, dense and unstoppable. Fan Li's breath catches. Is he really going to use that technique? The crushing weight of that pressure sends Song Ji and his men into a cold sweat. Wu Di's killing intent erupts. He roars, third form of the spirit-hidden sword art, limitless sword. A thunderous boom tears through the air. The earth beneath his feet shatters and splits apart. Even the Blade King is left speechless. That's impossible! When the dust settles, Song Ji drags himself upright, battered and barely standing. To fall to a technique this powerful, I can call that an honor, but we will not retreat. We fight for our honor. The few survivors haul themselves to their feet through grievous wounds. Song Zhong screams with everything he has left. Brothers, this is where we make our grave. They hurl themselves at Wu Di without a shred of fear. Wu Di's eyes blaze. Then I'll grant you your wish. A deep hum, and a wave of savage sword energy crashes forward like a tidal wave, swallowing the last of the escort guard whole. When the dust clears, only Wu Di remains, a lone, godlike silhouette standing in the silence. The Blade King watches the escort guard fall, draws his sword and steps forward. Fan Li stops him. I've already lost the escort guard. I don't want to lose you too, grandfather. The Blade King pauses. You're saying I would lose? Do you think you could win? The Blade King lets his sword fall to the ground. No, I cannot beat him. If I am the Blade King, then he deserves to be called the God of Swords. I am ashamed. Fan Li walks toward Wu Di. It's been too long, brother. Wu Di looks away, sheepish. Sorry, I didn't expect it to go this far. Fan Li rubs his temple with a weary sigh. It's just the price of war. Then the grief surfaces in his eyes. I already know what happened to Zhangxia. Wu Di's expression darkens. I've already avenged her, and Zhu Yong has been using me to serve the Wulin Alliance, holding my brother's lives over my head. Fan Li's eyes go sharp. So Zhangxia and the others running into Yang Shuo, she was the one who exposed their location, all to gain leverage over you? That woman is pure poison. She even sent my father a challenge letter in your name, drew the escort guard away from our base, and had my father killed in the ambush. Wu Di goes still. You're telling me your father is dead? Yes. She deceived all of you. She used Zhongxia as a pawn to control you. I know you've held back for your brother's sake. I'll be the one to end her. Just then, Tang Tianhao and his group arrive in a hurry. Guo Wu stares at the bodies of the escort guard blanketing the ground, stunned beyond words. Wu Di's eyes cut toward Tang Tianhao's group, cold and dark. Zhu Jiang stands right there among them, but if he acts now, his brothers will get pulled in. Nangang Hui runs up to him, voice tight with worry. Are you hurt? Then she notices his bow. The string is gone. Your bowstring came loose again? I have a spare on my horse. She turns and heads toward her horse. Fan Li quietly tells Wu Di he needs to leave at once. Zhou Jiang steps forward, unhurried. So you're the young master of Dominator Palace. Fan Li meets her gaze without a trace of tension. Are you planning to take my life right here? I'm simply inviting you to the Wulin Alliance as our guest. Until the war is over. If you refuse, we will use force to make you comply. I should have mentioned, I am Zhu Xiong, Deputy Alliance Master of the Wulin Alliance. The name stops Fan Li cold, then a laugh escapes him, sharp with rage. So you're Zhu Xiong. How convenient. You walked right into my hands. He draws Wind Soul from his hip and shouts, anyone tied to Wu Di, step aside now, or don't blame me when blades start flying. Disciples from every sect draw their weapons and surge forward. You don't get to throw your weight around here. Fan Li sweeps his sword in two lazy arcs, and in that instant several men drop dead where they stood. Nangang Jing cries out and leaps into the air, unleashing the Nangang clan's supreme technique, the heavenly sword art. In a full force assault, Fan Li's face turns to stone. Then don't blame me for what comes next. Their swords meet with a thunderous crash, the shockwave blasting dust and debris in all directions. When the force settles, Nangang Jing is on one knee, devastated by the impact, blood pouring freely from his mouth. Zhu Jiang rushes to his side, but Nangang Jing has already lost consciousness. Everyone move in, kill him. The disciples surge forward again in a mass assault. Guo Wu stands to the side and lets out a helpless sigh. How did it come to this? Whatever happens, he cannot let Fan Li kill the Deputy Alliance Master. Even Nangang Hui is giving everything she has to hold Fan Li back. The sight ties Wu Di in knots. They're all brothers he'd die for. He cannot bear to see either side take a wound. Tang Tianhao moves to step in, but the Blade King is right beside him, holding him in check with nothing more than his presence. Best we let the young ones sort this out, don't you think? Tang Tianhao swallows his impulse and falls back. The Blade King is the mightiest of all the martial kings. Even Tang Tianhao knows he wouldn't last long against him. Bodies lie all around Fan Li's feet. He looks at Guo Wu and the others, calm and steady. You're Wu Di's brothers. I don't want to hurt you. Guo Wu's expression is grave. We don't want to fight you either. Please stand down. Fan Li's fury flares. You used Wu Di to draw away the escort guards, stormed Dominator Palace, and killed my father. What right do you have to ask me to stand down? The words stagger Guo Wu. What do you mean, used Wu Di? Fan Li points straight at Zhou Jiang, his voice shaking with rage. This was all that woman's scheme. She'll do anything for her own gain. She used your brother Guo, Jing, and Zhongxia as leverage to force Wu Di against Dominator Palace, then fed our people information about your attack. Because you are his brothers, he had no choice but to walk into the trap, to escort you out and wipe out every last member of the escort guard. He is your brother. And he is my sworn brother. He was caught between two armies. Did any of you ever stop to think about what that did to him? Zhu Jiang steps forward. Enough! Everyone stand down! Then she turns to Fan Li with a contemptuous smile. I underestimated you. I'll admit that. So, for your brother's sake, come back to the Wulin Alliance with me. Fan Li's fury surges. You have no right to speak Wu Di's name. Are you going to keep pretending you did nothing to him and Zhongxia? Zhu Jiang laughs coldly, fingers toying with the jade pendant at her chest. I have no idea what you're talking about. Tang Tianhao sees it and his face drains of color. No, stop her. Too late. Zhu Jiang cries out and crushes the pendant in her fist. A dark red cloud of poison bursts from the shards. Fan Li throws his arm up to shield himself. Damn it, I let my guard down. In a blur, Wu Di and the Blade King are in front of Fan Li, shielding him. Wu Di's voice is ice. What did you just do? Zhu Jiang smirks. This is alliance business. It has nothing to do with you. Tang Tianhao stares, shaken and pale. That was the Tang clan's secret poison, corpse rot poison. I gave it to her for self-defense. She doesn't practice martial arts. I thought she needed protection. Wu Di turns to him, every word like a blade. Give me the antidote. Tang Tianhao drops his head. There is no antidote. The poison was extracted from corpse blood. Nothing in this world can counter it. Fan Li cries out in agony. The poison has begun eating into his organs. Zhu Jiang's smile is pure cruelty. Not even pure yang fire can burn this poison out. Accept your fate and die in endless agony. A killing intent floods through Wu Di. He lets out a roar. You filth! He wrenches Wind Soul from Fan Li's grip. I knew every step of your plan. I came anyway. For my brothers. Even knowing I was bait, I held myself back. For the people who matter to me. I was terrified of losing another brother, and you repaid my patience. By pushing further and further, the killing intent bearing down on her is so overwhelming that Zhu Jiang staggers back. What are you going to do? She retreats into the crowd as she speaks. The murderous light in Wu Di's eyes burns brighter. Everyone move, or you will die. Wu Di, calm down. We cannot stand here and let you kill the Deputy Alliance Master. Wu Di raises the sword toward the sky as waves of inner energy surge in all directions. Guo Wu, get out of my way! A resonant hum and a savage blast of sword energy erupts like a crashing wave, the force hurling everyone around him off their feet. Stripped of her human shield, Zhu Jiang turns to Tang Tianhao, her face ashen. Tang Tianhao stares back, aghast. Don't look at me, not even the guardian of Shaolin could stop him now. Wu Di stops in front of her, his voice stripped of all warmth. Are you ready to die? Those letters, you wrote every one of them with your own hands, didn't you? Two flashes of steel slash toward Zhu Jiang like lightning. A shriek tears the air, and both her arms are severed, falling away from her body. She crashes to the ground, screaming without end. Wu Di stands over her, sword in hand, his eyes burning red as a demon's. Such a loud voice. Fitting, for someone who got so far with nothing but her tongue. A sharp, wet thud. The sword drives straight through her chest. Wu Di pulls the blade free, as if possessed, and raises it to strike again, and Guo Wu grabs him. Wu Di turns on him, murder still in his eyes. I told you to stay out of it. Guo Wu shouts back. Are you going to cut me down too? Calm down, she's already dead. The words land, the red slowly drains from Wu Di's eyes, and he lowers the sword. He walks to Fan Li, the edge gone from his voice. How are you holding up? Tang Tianhao stares in disbelief. I gave him a suppressant for standard poisons, but he's actually using his inner energy to keep the corpse rot poison contained. The Blade King is unruffled. Don't worry, take him back and let the miracle healer look at him. He'll be fine. Tang Tianhao's mind reels. The legendary miracle healer is one of Dominator Palace's elders? How powerful have they become? The Blade King suddenly rounds on Fan Li and snaps. Get up, you little brat. With your 10,000 poisons immunity, quit playing it up. Fan Li rubs his forehead and gets up with a sheepish look. I'm just a little dizzy, that's all. Then he turns to Wu Di with a light smile. I'm planning to head to Shaolin Temple. Wu Di blinks. What a coincidence. My grandfather and the child are there too. Guo Wu steps up. You're heading to Shaolin Temple? My grandfather is waiting for me there. Pass the word to the others for me. Nangang Hui is standing nearby. Her face falls. You're just going to leave just like that? Wu Di looks at her, helpless with no idea what to say. Are you really just going to go? I'm sorry. I have to find my grandfather and the child. We'll meet again. He says nothing more and walks toward Fan Li and the Blade King. Tears slip down Nangang Hui's face. The scene shifts. The main force of Dominator Palace is already marching toward Shaolin Temple. With the palace elders now united, whatever remains of the Wulin Alliance's strength cannot stop them. In just 4 days, the Woolen Alliance headquarters falls. Now the Guardian of Shaolin stands as their very last line of defense. In no time, Wu Di and Fan Li arrive at the foot of Mount Song. Fan Li needs to regroup with the Dominator Palace forces, so the two part ways here. Wu Di makes his way to the gates of Shaolin Temple, where a grim, battle-ready tension hangs thick in the air. He's met at the entrance by two warrior monks he recognizes, and is led without fuss to the old monks' quarters. Around them, people whisper and murmur at the sight of him. He killed Zhu Jiang. No one knows whose side he's on anymore. Under the old monk's guidance, Mumu's martial arts have advanced by leaps and bounds. Wu Di approaches and offers a Buddhist salute, his voice gentle. Good to see you all well. The old monk's face lights up at the sight of him. Wu Di can't wait. He scoops the child right out of his grandfather's arms, cradling the little one with unabashed adoration. The old monk asks, "Has your brother Fan Li come as well?" Wu Di nods. "Yes, and the Dominator Palace forces are at the foot of the mountain." The old monk's expression grows heavy. Then they will come up to issue their challenge before long. Sure enough, Fan Li and his party arrive at the training grounds the very next day. He presses his palms together before the abbot. "My name is Fan Li. I am new master of Dominator Palace. I have come to challenge Shaolin Temple." The Zhuge clan master speaks up. "Name your terms." Fan Li stands tall and unhurried. "If I win, Dominator Palace will take control of the Central Plains martial world." The crowd erupts into uneasy murmurs. "If I lose, Dominator Palace will withdraw its forces and never set foot in the Central Plains again. The Woolen Alliance cannot refuse terms like these. It is the only way to stop more lives from being lost." The two sides will settle everything in a final showdown at Shaolin Temple. The Woolen Alliance sends their one and only hope, Mumu, the guardian of Shaolin Temple. This is the battle that will decide who rules the Central Plains martial world. Both sides will give absolutely everything to defend the honor of their cause. Their exchanges are blindingly fast. No flashy flourishes, only the most ruthlessly effective techniques. In the blink of an eye they trade over 1,000 blows, and neither gives an inch. The clash of their techniques echoes back and forth through the hall without pause. Outside, a sea of people has gathered, packed shoulder to shoulder. The fate of the entire Central Plains martial world hangs on this fight. Every disciple from every sect watches with a grave, unblinking face. What none of them expect, however, is that deep in the forest, an even more spectacular battle is already underway. Gu Yangpeng drives a relentless barrage of ferocious sword strikes at Wu Di. "Come on, stop holding back. I can't wait any longer." Wu Di uses wolf step to keep his distance, circling and weaving. "You Dominator Palace people are all cut from the same cloth. Every time you meet someone strong, you just have to fight it out, don't you?" An invisible arrow and Gu Yangpeng's sword energy collide with a resounding boom. Gu Yangpeng's eyes light up with pure excitement. "Yes, exactly like that. My blood is starting to boil." His aura surges sharply upward. "This time won't be so easy for you." A deep hum, and 3 savage blasts of sword energy rocket toward Wu Di like lightning. Wu Di shouts back, "3 at once. Don't think that because you're an old man I'll go easy on you." The two forces slam into each other in an instant, the violent shockwave kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Gu Yangpeng's expression turns dead serious. "Now, use your sword art." Wu Di pulls off the bowstring with a resigned look. "If I accidentally kill you, don't say I didn't warn you." The moment the bow stave snaps rigid, Wu Di's entire presence shifts in an instant. Second form of the spirit-hidden sword art, Merciless Blade. A raging torrent of sword energy crashes toward Gu Yangpeng like a towering wave. Gu Yangpeng pours every ounce of his inner energy into his blade. First form of the 3 blades of annihilation, Thousand Sword Wave. A deafening explosion tears through the forest, and the devastating force levels everything within dozens of feet to bare earth. But Gu Yangpeng doesn't pause for a breath. Second form, Shadowless Thousand Blades, is already screaming toward Wu Di. Within the dark crimson sword light, countless blades of energy lie hidden. Wu Di's mind sharpens immediately. This follows the same principle as the phantom arrow technique. Only one strike is real. Every other is a decoy. He closes his eyes and lets the sword energy wash over him. A clear ring of steel. Guided purely by his chi sense, he finds the one real blade and shatters it. Gu Yangpeng is shaken to his core. A technique he spent decades perfecting. Broken that easily? Then his inner energy explodes outward from every direction. Third form of the 3 blades of annihilation, Heaven's Destruction. His blade tears free from his grip and hurtles at Wu Di with the force of a thunderbolt. What makes it terrifying is that the blade splits into countless streams of sword energy mid-flight, and every single one is a real, lethal strike. Wu Di holds back no longer. Third form of the spirit-hidden sword art, Limitless Sword. A massive resonant shockwave, and the Limitless Sword's savage power obliterates Heaven's Destruction in an instant. When the dust settles, both men stand facing each other. The outcome is clear. Wu Di has the absolute upper hand. Back in the hall, Fan Li and Mumu reach the clash of their ultimate techniques. Mumu launches into the third form of the 3 blades of Bodhidharma, Universal Deliverance, and charges. Fan Li roars and meets him with his sword. Their silhouettes cross like lightning. When they find their footing, Mumu opens his mouth and coughs up a mouthful of blood. The outcome is decided. The sealed doors swing open, and the old monk walks out slowly, Fan Li and Mumu at his sides. He stops before the gathered disciples and speaks with a heavy voice. "The victor of this contest is Fan Li of Dominator Palace." The words land like a thunderbolt. Everyone stands frozen. Fan Li speaks up, his voice carrying across the crowd. As agreed, the Central Plains martial world now passes into the hands of Dominator Palace. Heads drop all across the crowd, shoulders heavy with defeat. But what Fan Li says next stops everyone cold. I will hold this authority for 4 days. After that, Dominator Palace will return to where it belongs. The scene cuts. Wu Di and the others are making their way down the mountain. Wu Di has nothing but admiration for what Fan Li chose to do. Fan Li wears an easy smile. 4 days in charge. That fulfills my father's dying wish, doesn't it? But just how strong have you gotten? You left grandfather Gu limping. Wu Di is still ribbing Gu Yangpeng as the cranky old man he is, when the child suddenly lets out a loud, wailing cry. Both men pick up the pace at once, but the little one, to everyone's surprise, tumbles straight into Fan Li's arms without a fuss. Wu Di stares, baffled. This child is strange, ignores his own father and goes to a stranger. Wu Zhen sighs and shakes his head. You really are just as thick-headed as ever. He shuffles over to Gu Yangpeng and mutters with exasperation. Should we tell him the truth? The child's name is Guanya, isn't it? Meanwhile, within the Nangong clan estate, Nangong Hui, with Nangong Jing's blessing, makes up her mind to go find Wu Di. This time, I won't let you leave me behind again. 20 years pass in the blink of an eye. Wu Di's son, Wu Kei, has come of age. Under his father's teaching, his martial talent surpasses even Wu Di's. Whether it's the qi-guided tracking arrow or the qi-forged sword, he has mastered them all to perfection. The crack of invisible arrows punching through stone echoes in the air, and Wu Kei picks up 3 cleanly perforated rocks with undisguised pride. Even Wu Di is stunned. It took him 10 full years to fully master the family's martial arts. This kid did it in 5. To keep Wu Kei from getting too full of himself, Wu Di orders him to train by climbing the mountain with 100 jin of weight strapped to his back. Wu Kei just scoffs. I'd get more out of a nap than those tired old drills. Wu Di's temper goes through the roof. He throws a punch laced with inner energy straight at Wu Kei. Wu Kei catches it with one hand, eyes still closed, without so much as a flinch. Wu Di lets out a furious shout and whips his right leg forward like a lash. Wu Kei springs into the air with wolf step and laughs. Father, you're no match for me anymore. Wu Di grits his teeth. At your age I had already met your mother and here you are still freeloading at home. Wu Zhen strolls up from behind. Weren't you exactly the same at his age? 2 peas in a pod, the pair of you. The scene shifts. The whole family is gathered around the lunch table, laughter filling the room. Wu Di turns to his son with a serious face. Tomorrow, you're going down the mountain, to Hainan. Wu Kei nearly drops his chopsticks. What? Why? To bring back your bride. From the Hainan sect. This marriage was arranged when you were still a child. Even Guanya and Nangong Hui exchange puzzled looks at that. Wu Di keeps his expression perfectly straight. The Hainan sect master is a brother I'd die for. His daughter is your bride. He produces a dragon jade pendant. This is the token that seals the match. Wu Kei breaks into a suspicious laugh. You think I don't know great-grandfather tricked you off this mountain once? If you're going to fool me, at least come up with something believable. Wu Di erupts. Do you really think I would use such a tired old trick to fool you? Guanya's face is all smirks. Only you would come up with a flimsy excuse like that. If it were real, why haven't you mentioned it once in all these years? Nangong Hui covers her mouth, unable to hold back a laugh. Even Wu Lin wouldn't fall for a story like that. Even Wu Zhen and Gu Yangpeng give him looks that say you idiot. The unanimous reaction is too much for Wu Di. What is wrong with all of you? He holds up the pendant firmly. Everyone knows the Hainan sect symbol is a dragon, right? The dragon carved on this pendant is exactly their symbol, and it's carved from the hardest jade in existence. You couldn't crack it with an iron hammer. Wu Kei snatches the pendant and squeezes with everything he has, trying to crush it, but the pendant doesn't budge. Not even a crack. Wu Di then produces a bamboo tube. A letter arrived a few days ago. Gu Yangpeng takes it and examines it with a serious expression. This is eternal bamboo, found only in Hainan. It's harder than steel. Wu Lin stares in amazement. There's actually a bamboo harder than steel? Wu Zhen draws the letter from the tube and reads it over. Judging by what's written here, this appears to be genuine. Guanya leans in for a look, and her eyes go wide. It also says the wedding will be held in the middle of next month. With the evidence piling up, the table's attitude flips immediately. Hainan is a long way off and you don't have much time. Set out tomorrow. No matter how much Wu Kei protests, the matter is settled. The next morning, he boards a merchant vessel bound for Hainan. Fortunately, the seas are calm throughout, and he is spared the miserable voyage his father once endured. He does, however, suffer from terrible seasickness. After more than a month of drifting miserably on the waves, Wu Kei finally steps onto the docks at Haiku. The feeling of solid ground beneath his feet is like being born again. He finds a restaurant and digs into a proper meal, and just as he's finishing, voices from the next table catch his ear. The Hainan sect wedding today is going to be one incredible feast. Wu Kei freezes. The Hainan sect is holding a wedding. Today, he spins around. Whose wedding? You don't know? The sect master's daughter, Lu Yan, and her senior brother? It was supposed to happen a few days ago but got pushed back for various reasons. Wu Kei clenches his jaw. I'm only 2 days late past the agreed date. How could they just go ahead without me? With a whoosh, Wu Kei tears off toward the Hainan sect like the wind. At the Hainan sect, the celebration is in full swing. The bride and groom have reached the part of the ceremony where they bow to each other. Wu Kei appears at the entrance, his face dark with fury. Guards rush to block him and demand to know who he is. Wu Kei hooks one with a sharp punch and sends him flying. Out of my way! The move draws a swarm of guards closing in from all sides. You insolent fool, how dare you disturb the Hainan sect's wedding banquet? I want answers from the Hainan sect, and I'm not leaving without them. The fighting forces the ceremony to a grinding halt. The groom, Zhang Zhe, is furious. What in the world is going on out there? Zhang Cheng of the enforcement hall arrives with his men at the sound of the commotion. No matter who you are, anyone who dares disrupt the Hainan sect's wedding will pay the price. He slashes a razor-sharp arc of sword energy forward without another word. Wu Kei lets out a cold laugh at the sight, then snatches a sword from the ground. You're the one who should pay, you oath-breaking scoundrel. With a thunderous boom, Wu Kei's sword chi shatters Zhang Cheng's attack like dry wood splintering, and the force carries straight through, crashing squarely into Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng is hurled back several paces, blood spraying from his mouth. Just what kind of monster is this? The disciples rush forward in a swarm. Wu Kei weaves through the crowd like a bolt of lightning, every swing of his sword sending another man flying. Suddenly, a thunderous shout brings Wu Kei to a halt. A middle-aged man in fine robes strides forward. I am the master of Hainan's sect. Who in the world are you? Wu Kei tosses the jade pendant over without a word. Do you recognize this? Lu Jiang takes it and studies it carefully. I have never seen this pendant before. What is the meaning of this? Wu Kei's expression sharpens, each word deliberate. Then what about the betrothal between this pendant's owner and your daughter? Lu Jiang flares with rage. Utter nonsense. You think you can walk in with some random jade pendant and claim my daughter's hand? Do you take Hainan's sect for fools? Wu Kei's aura surges as his eyes narrow. So you are refusing to honor your word? With a boom, Lu Jiang launches off the ground. The sheer audacity. I will take you down here and now. Savage sword chi howls like a gale toward Wu Kei. Wu Kei levels his sword, channeling his inner force, and a golden sword chi explodes outward. It is the heavenly sword art, the supreme technique of the Nangong clan. A flash of golden light tears through the air, and both strikes dissolve into nothing. Lu Jiang stares in shock. Could this young man be from the Central Plains? 4 elders appear behind him, swords drawn. Together, take him down first. With a resonant hum, 5 streams of sword chi combine and blast toward Wu Kei. Wu Kei pours his inner force endlessly into his blade. Second form of the spirit-hidden sword art, merciless blade. A deafening explosion rocks the ground, savage power splitting the earth beneath them. When the dust clears, Wu Kei stands unharmed at the center, his aura crashing outward like a monstrous wave. Think you can win with numbers? With a resonant boom, the shattered stones beneath his feet rocket into the sky. The sheer ferocity of his power sends Lu Jiang and his men into a panic. We have to block this together, or we all die here. Wu Kei lets out a roaring battle cry, and a terrifying force erupts, hurling shards of rock in every direction. Lu Jiang and the others brace to counter, but the killing blow stops dead just before them. Wu Kei's face falls into an expression of sheer disbelief. The sword in his hand shatters like glass. He had pushed too hard, and the blade simply could not contain his inner force. In the instant he freezes, the enemies seize their chance and launch a desperate thrust. At the crack of the broken sword, an iron bow appears in Wu Kei's hand. He draws it barehanded and scoffs. So you like cheap shots, do you? Before they can figure out why he draws with no arrow nocked, an invisible sword chi streaks out like lightning, moving so fast the enemy has no time to react before it punches through his shoulder. Lu Jiang rushes to steady the elder. Everyone, all of you, bring him down. Dozens of figures charge at Wu Kei with furious shouts, but Wu Kei's movements are ghostly. They never even catch a glimpse of his shadow before their companions start dropping in droves. Wu Kei leaps into the air and taunts. At that speed, you couldn't even catch a turtle. 2 invisible sword chi fly from his hands, striking their limbs, not a lethal hit on any of them. Zhang Zi watches from the side, horrified. A 20-year-old with this kind of power. Just what kind of monster is he? Now Wu Kei's bow is leveled straight at him. So you're the one who took my bride? Lu Jiang screams in horror, and the invisible arrow streaks straight for Zhang Zi. The bride Lu Yan shrieks in terror. No! Please, no. Wu Kei's expression shifts. This wedding isn't Zhang Zi's fault, just as it wasn't Wu Kei's fault when his father suddenly ordered him to Hainan. With a sharp whistle, the invisible sword swerves at the last instant and grazes past Zhang Zi's ear. Wu Kei glares with barely contained fury. You still owe me an explanation. Suddenly a fierce sword flash slashes in from the side. Wu Kei reacts instantly, raising the bow to block. The impact sends a numbing shockwave straight through his arm. The attacker is Liu Hui, the sect master. Such extraordinary power at such a young age. Where do you come from? Wu Kei's brow furrows. So when the young ones can't win, you send in the old ones. Lu Jiang steps forward in fury. Father, don't waste your breath on this madman. Wu Kei's temper boils over. You're the madman. I was 2 days late. 2 days. And you already swapped out the groom? Then his eyes snap toward Lu Yan, and something stops him cold. Standing nearby is a young woman who looks remarkably like Lu Yan. Do you have 2 daughters? He makes a complete about-face and bows. I am deeply sorry. I thought the bride today was mine. Lu Yi flushes scarlet and covers her mouth. What on earth is he talking about? Lu Jiang raises his sword, fury mounting. How many daughters I have is none of your business. Are you trying to humiliate me now? Lu Hui steps in to stop him. Hold on. There seems to be a misunderstanding here. He turns to Wu Kei, patient and measured. What exactly do you mean when you say your bride? Wu Kei holds out the jade pendant again. My father told me this was the token of Hainan sect. Liu Hui stares at it, puzzled. puzzled. This does not belong to our sect. Wu Kei is stunned. That's impossible. He turns to Lu Jiang. Did you not meet my father on a journey and arrange a betrothal between me and your daughter? Lu Jiang's face darkens. I have made no such promise, and I have never left Hainan. The color drains from Wu Kei's face. It is all clear now. This was a scheme by his father and great-grandfather to force him off the mountain. His blood surges with rage and he howls at the sky. You two, how could you deceive me like this? He had wrecked a wedding and injured scores of Hainan sect disciples without a moment's thought. The guilt hits him like a blade. His blood rushes to his head and he spits a mouthful of blood, then forces out the words through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. I made a terrible mistake. And with that, he crashes to the ground, unconscious. The scene shifts. Hainan sect convenes to address Wu Kei's conduct. Fortunately, only a little over 100 disciples are lightly injured, and no one has died. Lu Hui says gravely, since this was a misunderstanding with no grave consequences, a light punishment once he wakes will be sufficient. Suddenly a disciple bursts through the door, face pale with alarm. Terrible news! Wokou raiders are attacking our territory in the north. Everyone goes rigid with shock. Lu Hui rises to his feet with a roar. They dare invade our land. They will pay with their lives. Lu Jiang barks out the order. All forces, enforcement hall stays behind. Everyone else follows me to battle. On the other side, Wu Ke opens his eyes to the sight of Liu Yi's lovely face. She fixes him with a guarded look, her voice crisp and sharp. Your pressure points are sealed. Don't even think about trying anything. What you did was absolutely outrageous, but you can still move your body. Faced with a beauty, Wu Ke is completely unfazed. Could you get me something to eat? Liu Yi is at a loss for words. You've got some nerve. You injure all those people and then start making demands. Wu Ke scratches his head. Sorry about that. Liu Yi finds herself amused despite everything. Is he always this much like a little kid? She tells a maidservant to bring him food. The maidservant returns with enough food for 5 people. Liu Yi stares in disbelief. Is this not too much? The maidservant just tilts her head. See for yourself. Wu Ke wolfs down the food, practically diving headfirst into the bowl. When he finally comes up for air, Liu Yi fixes him with a stern look. You stay put and wait for the sectmaster to decide your punishment. Wu Ke hangs his head. Understood. Just then, someone pushes through the door. Liu Yi, come with me, quickly. The Tianlong sect has shown up with a mob, looking for trouble. The Hainan sect training ground is already packed with people. Zhang Cheng stands guard, shouting, Tianlong sect, what is your purpose coming here in such force? Dulong, their leader, bursts out laughing. Word is that Hainan sect's fighters have all gone north to deal with the Wokou raiders. How could we miss a chance like this? Yesterday you held a wedding. By the time your men return, they will be arranging your funerals. He draws his sword and bellows at his men. Before Liu Jiang returns, raise Hainan sect to the ground. The only ones left to defend the sect are a few dozen enforcement hall members. Against hundreds of attackers, they have no real chance, and even Zhang Cheng is struggling to hold the line. Then an arrow hisses through the air and silently pierces an enemy through the throat. Liu Yi stands with bow in hand, fierce and poised, firing arrow after arrow into the Tianlong sect disciples. Zhang Cheng shouts in alarm, Get out of here! Don't worry about us! A leering figure slashes through the arrow rain and sneers, What is a girl doing with a bow? Come inside with me and have some fun! Liu Yi screams in fury, You filthy scoundrel! She releases an arrow at point-blank range, but the man sidesteps it with ease and clamps her wrist in a crushing grip. Be a good girl and come along. I won't treat you badly. Then he extends his tongue toward her face. At that instant, a large hand appears out of nowhere and seizes his tongue. Wu Ke stares him down, voice ice cold. You are genuinely disgusting. Liu Yi spins around, frantic. Your pressure points aren't undone yet. Run, this is not your fight. Wu Ke is unmoved. I undid them long ago. You fed me a meal. Consider this repayment. With a single crash of his fist, he sends the man flying. He turns to Liu Yi, Lend me your arrows. Liu Yi hands over the arrows without a second thought. 3 arrows snap onto the bowstring at once, and they streak into the Tianlong sect disciples like a lightning storm, men crying out and crumpling with every volley. Under Wu Ke's relentless barrage, they scatter like flies with nowhere to go. Dulong watches his disciples fall in droves, his mind reeling. How is this possible? Then Wu Ke notices the quiver is empty. Dulong seizes on it and roars. He's out of arrows. Kill him now. Dozens of men charge at Wu Ke with a roar. In full view of Liu Yi's bewildered eyes, Wu Ke draws an empty bow, and with a deep resonant hum, 3 invisible sword chi blast outward like lightning, dropping several men with screams in an instant. Wu Ke moves with total fluidity, unleashing invisible sword chi from a well of inner force that seems to have no bottom. Dulong can see the casualties mounting with no end in sight. He orders all 4 of his elders into battle to cut Wu Ke down. Wu Ke glances at Liu Yi and says quietly, They're dangerous. Stay back and don't move. He unstrings the bow and wraps the string around his arm. With a thunderous stamp, Wu Ke launches off the ground. I'll send every last one of you to hell. 2 elders cry out as the bow handle slices across their throats like a blade. Wu Ke doesn't pause. He's already moving toward the next enemy. Through the forest on the other side, Hainan sect's fighters are sprinting back with everything they have. Damn Tianlong sect. How dare they attack while our backs are turned? Wu Ke grows stronger with every exchange, his techniques shifting endlessly as he cuts through the Tianlong sect forces. The Grand Elder of Tianlong sect watches the sword forms, a chill running down his spine. Could this be the young palace master's technique? Then Then a shout rings out and Wu Kei goes still. A man presses a sword to Lu Yi's throat. Move one more inch, and she dies. The Hainan sect people are appalled. Tianlong sect low-life scum, is there no limit to your cowardice? Dulong's confidence surges at once. Put your weapons down and surrender, unless you want her dead. Wu Kei's eyes blaze with killing intent. And if I refuse? The man grins. Then you can carry her body home. Wu Kei's aura detonates with a bone-shaking hum. Before that happens, you all die first. He snaps the bowstring back onto the bow, draws it to a full draw and fixes them with a deadly stare. Don't doubt me. I promise not one of you is walking away from this. Dulong's rage spills over. Kill him. The words have barely left his mouth when an unstoppable force erupts from Wu Kei's body, the shockwaves alone driving everyone nearby stumbling backward. Wu Kei raises the bow to the sky and roars, "All of you, die! World-ending blade!" An invisible sword chi rockets skyward like a missile, its blinding radiance searing every eye. With a massive resonant boom, it blossoms in the air like a firework, sending countless streams of sword chi pouring down. This is the world-ending strike fused with heaven's destruction. The Tianlong sect has nowhere to run. The cascading sword chi rips through them like rain. When the dust finally settles, Wu Kei stands like a war god atop a mountain of fallen enemies. Only a handful of Tianlong sect members remain, all gravely wounded, too broken to fight on. Dulong stares at the carnage, his mind blank. One single strike, nearly every last one of them, gone. Wu Kei looks at them, his voice hollow and cold. Kneel and beg forgiveness, and I will let you live. Dulong is shaking uncontrollably. I'll drag you down to the grave with them. The Grand Elder speaks up. Mr. Wu, please spare us. Wu Kei blinks. How do you know my name? Only the Phantom Archer could command such archery. And then there is the spirit-hidden sword art you used. I also recognize the technique of young Palace Master Fan Li. Wu Kei's eyes narrow further. Who exactly are you? A look of quiet sorrow crosses the Grand Elder's face. I was once a member of Dominator Palace myself, and I guided many Palace Masters in battle. Please, let us go. From the moment you entered this fight, it was already over, was it not? Wu Kei sets down the iron bow. Go. For the sake of Guanya, I'll spare your lives. The two turn and leave in silence, their expressions solemn. Not long after, Lu Yi stirs and opens her eyes, sits up sharply and looks at Wu Kei. Are you alright? Zhang Cheng smiles from the side. It is thanks to Wu Kei that Hainan sect has been spared a catastrophe. Wu Kei rubs the back of his head, looking sheepish. Call it compensation for wrecking your wedding. Lu Yi gazes at him with soft eyes. That was just a misunderstanding. Thank you for saving us. Just then, Liu Hui rushes back with the others, looking frantic. What happened here? Where are they? Zhang Cheng steps forward and quickly brings him up to speed. After a long moment of stunned silence, Liu Hui turns to Wu Kei with deep and earnest gratitude. By the way, with power like yours and such fortune on your side, what is your connection to the Phantom Archer Wu Di? Wu Kei lowers his head, composed and steady. He is my father. Everyone stands in stunned silence. So the Phantom Archer sent you to our Hainan sect? Wu Kei draws himself up and calls out with full conviction, yes, he sent me to bring home my bride. The words fly like Cupid's arrow, striking Lu Yi in the heart. A blush of crimson blooms across her face. And now time has rushed forward. 50 years have passed. Wu Di, once the mightiest man under heaven, is now a white-bearded old man. His son Wu Kei and daughter-in-law Liu Yi wait quietly beside him for the family council to begin. Wu Di intends to send his eldest grandson Wu Wei to the Central Plains to call upon the Nangong clan. 50 years ago, after the great battle between the righteous sects and the demon cult, the Nangong clan suffered devastating losses. The old clan master Nangong Cheng and many of their leaders fell on the battlefield one after another, and ever since, the once glorious Nangong clan has slowly declined, dwindling to the point of near extinction. Nangong Hui, learning of the clan's ruin, is consumed with grief. Guanya, who was once a member of the demon cult, is racked with guilt. Had her father not ignited that war, the Nangong clan would never have come to this. And so Wu Di decides to send Wu Wei to breathe new life into the Nangong clan. Before his departure, Guanya presents him with her personal sword, Wind Soul. Wind Soul is the sword of Guanya, wife of Wu Di, the greatest warrior under heaven. Its name is known throughout the entire martial world. Carrying it will speak for Wu Wei's identity without a single word. His mother Lu Yi hands him a bundle and asks him to visit his grandmother at Hainan sect before heading to the Nangong clan. After saying his farewells, Wu Wei boards a merchant vessel bound for Hainan. Along the way, the sailors share all manner of colorful tales from the martial world. Then an eagle begins circling overhead, crying out again and again. It is Tai Dan, grandson of the falcon Tai Shu, and it seems to be warning Wu Wei of danger ahead. The next instant, cannon fire thunders in the distance, and cannonballs rain down around the merchant vessel with deadly precision. The ship shudders and pitches wildly from the blasts. A sailor points into the distance, trembling with fear. Look, it's the giant dragon pirate crew. The captain lets out a breath of relief upon recognizing them. The giant dragon crew has always been about money, not blood. Pay the toll and you pass through safely. He orders the crew to raise the white flag and waits for the pirates to board. Jin Yi, the second in command, climbs aboard with a wicked grin. The captain steps forward respectfully and declares his willingness to pay the toll. But Jin Yi makes an outrageous demand. 300 taels of gold. The words land like a spark. Escort Captain Han Yun bristles with displeasure. He orders his men to draw their weapons and stand their ground against the pirates. Wu Wei catches the name, Han Yun, and something shifts in his chest. He had heard the sailors talk. The Han clan rose to power in the aftermath of the Demon Cult War, widely seen as the most likely clan to replace the Nongong and claim a seat among the 5 great clans. Jinyi reads the room, and his expression darkens. He can't afford to offend the Han clan, but he can't afford to lose face either. He turns on Han Yun and demands, "The giant dragon pirate crew has always played by the rules of the rivers and lakes. Are you really here to break them?" Han Yun's face stays stone cold. "The laws of the sea, we respect them, but I have a proposal. A one-on-one duel between our 2 sides. The loser submits, the winner calls the shots. What do you say?" Before the echo fades, a figure strides onto the merchant ship with a booming laugh. Now that sounds interesting. It is Gongshan, chief of the giant dragon pirate crew. He clasps his fists and accepts the challenge. Han Yun returns the salute, but inwardly, he tenses. Gongshan's massive frame radiates a crushing pressure. The 2 men take their positions, weapons in hand. Wu Wei idly tosses the axe he swiped from one of the lackeys, watching the duel with quiet amusement. Words give way to action. Gongshan swings his great axe and launches himself into the air, bringing it crashing down toward Han Yun. Han Yun knows he is outmatched in raw strength. He twists aside just in time. A thunderous boom, and the deck shatters beneath the blow. The entire merchant ship shudders violently from the sheer force of the strike. Under the relentless assault, Han Yun is driven back step by step. Even his black iron sword, forged to withstand almost anything, is notched and chipped by brute force. He is baffled. This man fights with no technique at all. Nothing but raw, savage power. He seems never to have studied any martial art. "If I may ask, who is your master?" Gongshan laughs. "I have no master. I taught myself from books." Han Yun's expression grows even graver. Self-taught and this powerful. He has never seen anything like it. He had underestimated this man. His aura surges. A tide of inner energy flows into the sword clenched in his grip. "This is my full strength. If you can take it, I'll concede." With a battle cry, a razor-sharp wave of sword energy spirals into a whirlwind and tears toward Gongshan. The savage force tears half the ship's hull apart, but when the dust settles, Gongshan stands exactly where he was, without a scratch. The next instant, he charges with a howling gale of force and brings his axe down in fury. Han Yun tries to raise his sword, but he has nothing left. Just as the blade is about to reach his skull, ting, a hidden projectile streaks in and knocks the great axe off course. Gongshan looks down. It is a small axe. Wu Wei steps forward, utterly calm. "You've won. That's enough." Something stirs in Gongshan's chest. This young man has watched the whole fight without a flicker of concern. He is clearly no ordinary warrior. Wu Wei sees the silence and laughs it off. "How about a bet? You and me? If I win, you follow me." Gongshan bursts out laughing. "Bold. And if you lose?" Wu Wei pats his chest with a light smile. "You can't even touch me. How would I lose?" That does it. Gongshan's fury ignites. His massive body launches off the deck and his axe comes crashing down at Wu Wei. Wu Wei doesn't move an inch. He projects his inner energy outward into a shield, and the blow bounces off. He tilts his head, voice dripping with mockery. "Are you always this slow, or are you trying?" Gongshan's rage burns hotter. He swings again and again, but Wu Wei slips every strike with ease. Untouched, Gongshan heaves for breath, disbelief written across his face. He has never faced anyone this fast. Wu Wei watches him with a grin. "I've given you enough chances. My turn." Before Gongshan can react, Wu Wei vanishes. The next instant, searing pain explodes in his sides. Wu Wei is already there. A flash of lightning. Landing the lightning. 5 to whip strike in rapid succession, hammering both kidneys. The final blow sends him crashing to the ground. Gongshan grits his teeth, about to roar about fighting dirty, when Wu Wei's axe kick is already coming down on his head. With a deafening crash, his skull is driven straight into the deck. The pirates recoil in horror. "Stop! Stop right now!" Wu Wei ignores the chaos around him. He grabs Gongshan by the collar and hoists his massive body into the air. One-handed, Gongshan's shock deepens. He weighs over 200 jin, and this lean young man lifts him like nothing. Wu Wei raises his right hand, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Watch me smack you senseless." And with that, he rains slaps across Gongshan's face, one after another, loud and merciless. Every single person watching is left jaw-dropped and speechless. They had seen men humiliated before, but never quite like this. Gongshan is seeing stars, his skull buzzing like a hornet's nest. The world spins around him, and the figures nearby blur into shadows. Wu Wei crouches down and speaks to him with a quiet smile. Inside the human ear, there are nerves that control balance. No matter how powerful your body, strike those nerves and you lose all balance. Martial arts is not about brute force. It is about skill. Follow me, and I will teach you. The words hit Gongshan like a revelation. Self-taught, he never knew any of this. He lost completely, never even had a chance to fight back. And yet, strangely, there is not a shred of anger in his heart. Then Jinyi's furious roar cuts through the air. "Everyone, rush him! Take that brat down!" Before the words finish, Wu Wei flickers into motion and locks his hand around Jinyi's throat. His eyes are cold and sharp. "If I had wanted to kill the moment I stepped on board, every single one of you would already be a corpse." With that, he gives a slight squeeze and hurls Jinyi away. The other pirates raise their weapons and prepare to swarm, but Gongshan's furious voice stops them cold. Stand down, all of you. I made a bet and I lost. We may be pirates, but we honor the code. He turns to Wu Wei and bows deeply. From now on, I follow you. Wu Wei claps him on the shoulder with a laugh. I like this one. Then Gongshan turns to Jinye, voice firm. Go back and tell my father. I'm staying to learn martial arts from my brother. Wu Wei throws an arm around his shoulder and promises to turn this sea worm into a true dragon. Jinye sees that Gongshan's mind is made up. He sighs and leads the crew back to report. The two watch them go, sharing a laugh, unaware that one day, a fearsome master known as Gui Long would rise from these waters and paint the martial world red. The next morning, Gongshan appears with two companions at his side. They had followed Gongshan since childhood, and they refuse to leave his side no matter what. Wu Wei is moved by their loyalty. He says nothing more, and offers to guide all of them in training. Hainan is still a full month's voyage away. To build their strength as quickly as possible, Wu Wei begins an intensive training regimen on the spot. First, he teaches them the drifting cloud step and a range of combat techniques. Once the foundation is laid, he passes on the Nangong clan's supreme art, the heavenly sword art. Their sparring partner is Tai Dan. Every session, the three of them end up black-eyed and swollen. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Under relentless training, their strength grows at a remarkable pace. After the long voyage, the shores of Hainan Island finally come into view. But the disciples of Hainan sect mistake them for Woku raiders. Without a word, the disciples draw their weapons and charge, giving Wu Wei no chance to explain. Dozens of guards surround Gongshan and his two companions on all sides. Fortunately, Wu Wei's training has sharpened them considerably. Even against the fierce onslaught, they hold their own and trade blow for blow. Wu Wei, meanwhile, sits at ease on a rooftop, watching the whole spectacle with quiet enjoyment. He is giving them a real fight on purpose, letting battle forge what training began. Gongshan's opponent is Zhang Yu, the junior master of Hainan sect. Gongshan moves with wild, sweeping force, unconcerned with Zhang Yu's blade, because none of the strikes can break through his guard. Each time the sword lands on him harmlessly, he seizes the opening and swings his great axe with full force. But Zhang Yu is no pushover. His footwork is swift and fluid. He keeps pulling back, refusing to meet Gongshan head-on. Gongshan, who has always relied on overpowering his enemies, seethes with frustration. If you've got guts, stop running, Zhang Yu answers with a cold laugh. All brawn and no brains. I'll wait until you're exhausted. Then I'll teach you a proper lesson. The words only enrage Gongshan more, but the relentless exchange has left him winded and drenched in sweat. Then his eyes drop to the ground and land on a stone, a spark of inspiration. He kicks it hard. Zhang Yu barely reacts in time, jerking his head aside, and in that split second of distraction, Gongshan leaps high and brings his axe crashing down. Zhang Yu's reflexes save him. He throws himself into the lazy donkey roll and barely clears the blow. The statue behind him explodes into rubble. Zhang Yu has no time to feel relieved. What he sees next makes his pupils contract, and his fury erupt. The statue Gongshan just destroyed is the sea dragon, carved by the founding master of Hainan sect. It is the sacred symbol of Hainan sect, inviolable and revered above all else. And now, because of his own carelessness, it lies in pieces at his feet. His eyes go ice cold as he fixes his gaze on Gongshan. You filthy Woku scum! I will make you pay with your life! His aura explodes outward as he gathers himself for a killing blow. Up on the rooftop, Wu Wei's expression sharpens. Wait, that technique. Could it be? He snatches up his iron bow and dives down. How does he know my clan's spirit-hidden sword art? Zhang Yu's second form, merciless blade, is already driving straight for Gongshan's vital point. Wu Wei hesitates no longer. He draws the bow to a full arc, condensing his energy along the string into an invisible arrow. A sharp whistle of air, and the invisible force slams into Zhang Yu's sword in an instant, the sheer power sending him hurtling backward off his feet. Gongshan spots his opening and doesn't waste it. He raises his great axe with a battle cry and brings it down. The next instant, another invisible force strikes the axe and shatters it completely. Gongshan stares at what is now a wooden stick. He has no idea what just happened. Then a commanding shout freezes everyone in place. Everyone stop! We are not your enemies! Zhang Yu spits through gritted teeth. We are nothing of the sort, you Woko filth. Wu Wei looks at him and shakes his head with a sigh. You hothead, still just as reckless as ever. Before Zhang Yu can answer, Wu Wei senses a burst of sword energy shooting toward him from the side. He tilts his head just enough to dodge, then turns toward the source. A man storms forward to Zhang Yu's side and bellows, I am Zhang Yan, naval warrior of Hainan sect. Who dares cause trouble on our grounds? Wu Wei greets him politely with a bow. Hello, my name is Wu Wei. The name hits Zhang Yu like a jolt. Could this be the cousin from Changbai Mountain? But Zhang Yan clearly doesn't recognize the name. Then a hand reaches out and stops him. It is Zhang Ze, master of Hainan sect, and Wu Wei's uncle. Wu Wei bows again with a warm smile. Uncle, it has been a long time. Zhang Ze is genuinely delighted to see him, but when his eyes land on the shattered sea dragon statue, it is as if lightning strikes him. He freezes, drenched in cold sweat. Wu Wei takes one look at his face and knows exactly what this means. We are in serious trouble. He quickly explains everything from the beginning. Once Zhang Ze hears the full story, his anger ignites. He turns on Zhang Yu and unleashes a torrent of scolding, furious that his son attacked without even asking for a name. Afterward, Zhang Ze brings them to pay their respects to the former sect master, Liu Jiang. The old man is overjoyed to see his grandson, beaming from ear to ear. The sea dragon statue is broken, so it is broken. I will carve another one when I have the time. Wu Wei also learns from Zhang Ze that Zhang Yu has been studying the spirit-hidden sword art. It turns out that when his father Wu Chang came to visit Liu Jiang, the old master had pleaded with him to teach Zhang Yu some martial arts, and his oblivious father, thick-headed as ever, went ahead and taught him the spirit-hidden sword art. Wu Wei puts his head in his hands. Without first cultivating the limitless divine skill, where is the inner energy supposed to come from to sustain the spirit-hidden sword art? He then asks his aunt about his older cousin Zhang Ming. His aunt explains with a light smile that Zhang Ming is currently out on a campaign against the Wokou raiders. The raiders had been causing chaos along the coast, so Zhang Ming was called in to help hunt them down. Wu Wei immediately understands why they were mistaken for raiders the moment they arrived. There is a rumor of a deeply secretive intelligence organization that operates in the shadows of the martial world, made up of beggars, outcasts, and thieves who drift through the lowest levels of society. None of them know martial arts. They survive by selling information. Their status is the lowest imaginable. Yet their reputation in the martial world, built entirely on what they know, is formidable. The two ledgers now laid before Wu Wei are intelligence his grandfather commissioned from this organization, the Dark Knight organization. His grandfather knew that Wu Wei had come down from the mountain to restore the Nangong clan, and hoped these reports would give him an edge. Wu Wei thanks his grandfather again and again for the care behind such a gift. Then he flips open the first ledger and reads carefully. It contains a detailed breakdown of every faction and power in the martial world. Zhang Ze speaks with measured gravity. The martial world is currently divided into 3 major blocks. First, the Woolen Alliance, formed by the 9 major sects and the 5 great clans. Second, Dominator Palace, which 50 years ago sought to conquer the martial world and invade the Central Plains. And third, all other forces that belong to neither side. Wu Wei is thrilled. The intelligence is far more detailed than he expected. He eagerly opens the second ledger. The first page is a full profile of Li Lianying, the current master of Dominator Palace. The ledger profiles the personalities and fighting arts of the top masters from every faction. When he finishes reading, a quiet confidence settles in his eyes. With this, he will not be stumbling around blind. He kneels and bows, offering his deepest thanks to his grandfather and his uncle. Then, with a gentle smile, his grandfather holds out a wooden box. Wu Wei takes it, puzzled, and opens the lid. A brilliant glow floods out. Inside are 20 night pearls, each the size of a rooster's egg. Every single one is worth a fortune beyond measure. His grandfather's expression turns solemn, his voice slow and deliberate. To restore a clan, 3 things matter above all else: wealth, talent, and strength. This is everything we can give you. Now go, and do what you must, without fear. Wu Wei's eyes fill with resolve and emotion. I will not let you down, I promise. His grandfather knows he carries a heavy mission, and does not ask him to stay. But his uncle asks him to take Zhang Yu along, to let the young man broaden his horizons. The next morning, they board a merchant ship bound for the Central Plains. But when the ship begins to move, Zhang Yu is nowhere to be seen. Just as Wu Wei is about to give up waiting, Gongshan points at the shore and shouts, "Boss, look!" Zhang Yu comes sprinting in a panic along the dock, yelling, "Wait for me!" Gongshan immediately offers to find the boatman and stop the ship, but Wu Wei stops him. The ship is already dozens of zhang from the dock. Wu Wei cups his hands around his mouth and bellows across the water, "Trust me, jump!" Zhang Yu stares back in disbelief. From this distance? Is that even possible? But there's no time to think. He gathers every ounce of strength and leaps toward the ship. The gap is too wide. Just a few meters out, he starts to fall. At that moment, Wu Wei grabs a thoroughly bewildered Tai Dan, and with a sharp whoosh, hurls him through the air. Tai Dan shoots like an arrow beneath Zhang Yu's feet. Zhang Yu instantly understands what Wu Wei intends, and stamps hard off Tai Dan's back, launching himself further toward the ship. Poor Tai Dan is kicked straight into the sea, but the deck is still several zhang away. Then Zhao Bin appears from somewhere with an armful of planks. Wu Wei lays the planks across the bowstring, pulls back with full force, and the next instant, the planks shoot out in a neat line beneath Zhang Yu's feet. Zhang Yu reacts instantly, skipping lightly from plank to plank, bounding forward with each step. The sailors watch in stunned admiration, quietly cheering. Just as Zhang Yu lands on the last plank and opens his mouth to cheer in triumph, the plank splinters apart beneath him. With a loud splash, Zhang Yu plunges straight into the sea. He surfaces sputtering and furious, shouting up at Wu Wei, "You did that on purpose." Wu Wei shrugs without a trace of guilt. "That's what you get for being late." Then he tosses down a rope and lets Zhang Yu climb up. The whole farce ends in laughter all around, and their journey into the Central Plains has truly begun. 50 years on, the once glorious Nangong clan has crumbled to something barely distinguishable from ruins. An old man stands outside a secret chamber, holding a lantern, waiting in silence. Then a pale hand pushes open the stone door, and a graceful figure springs out from the darkness. She is Nanggong Yinru, the last surviving descendant of the Nanggong clan. She brushes the dust from her robes. Butler Guo, how long was I inside? Butler Guo answers quickly, my lady. Today is the 7th day. Nanggong Yinru blinks. She runs her hands over herself, checking for any sign of change. Inside the chamber, she had found 3 things: a sword, a box of pills, and copper plates engraved with text. One plate read, "Take the medicine." The other 2 were too corroded to make out. She had swallowed the pills without hesitation, but now, she can feel no effect at all. She draws the sword from the chamber. With a flick of her wrist, the blade traces a series of flowing arcs, but in the next breath, disappointment settles across her face. It is an ordinary sword, no divine weapon. It seems the dream of reviving the clan by finding some legendary relic left by her ancestors is nothing but a dream after all. She steadies herself and turns to Butler Guo. How is my father? Butler Guo's face shifts. He answers with quiet sorrow. The master passed away after you went in. Soon after, Nanggong Yinru kneels before her father's memorial in silence. Butler Guo hands her a letter her father left behind. Her father asks her to let go of the obsession with restoring the clan their family had sacrificed. Too much, across too many generations. In the end, all that sacrifice led nowhere. He does not want his daughter to suffer the same fate. Nanggong Yinru finishes reading. She bites her lip, choking back tears in silence. Then she shoves the door open and storms out into the courtyard. She refuses to accept it. She refuses to give up. Even if it costs her life, she will see the Nanggong clan restored. Just then, a roar of laughter erupts from outside the courtyard. A gang of bandits has gathered around a bonfire, drinking and feasting without a care. Their leader raises his cup and shouts in high spirits, "Brothers, to celebrate taking down the Black Tiger gang, we drink until we drop." Before the echo fades, Nanggong Yinru walks toward them, her face dark with fury. "What do you think you're doing?" The bandit leader looks her over with a leering grin. "Well, if it isn't Nanggong Yinru, good night for me. Come have a drink with me." Nanggong Yinru's fists clench at her sides. "My father is barely cold in the ground. Whatever you are celebrating, I suggest you leave, now." From the tree line nearby, several figures watch in silence. It is Wu Wei and his companions, who have made their way here from Hainan. So she is the last heir of the Nanggong clan. Let's see what she does next. The bandit leader breaks into a wild laugh. "You still think the Nanggong clan is one of the 5 great clans? Your father dies and you think that's any of our business?" Nanggong Yinru trembles with rage. "You will regret those words." She launches a sidekick at his head in a flash, but he ducks easily and lets it sail over him. The miss barely slows her. Her sword clears its scabbard in an instant. "Filthy scum! I will kill you today!" The bandits grow excited. "Come on, brothers. Let's have some fun with her." With a chorus of shouts, over a dozen men charge at her. Nanggong Yinru fights without hesitation, cutting down man after man, but they are too many and too relentless. For every wave she knocks down, another surges forward. After hundreds of exchanges, her breathing grows ragged. At last, her strength gives out, and she drops to one knee. At this rate, they will grind her down until there is nothing left. The bandits glare at her with burning resentment. They had not expected her to be this much trouble. She has already taken out dozens of their men. The leader strides forward with a smirk. "Don't kill her. I want her alive." At that moment, a voice cuts through the air. "Are you sure about that?" Wu Wei turns to his followers. "Someone go teach them a lesson. Same rule. Keep them alive." Then he walks straight to Nanggong Yinru with a perfectly serious expression. "You are the last of the Nanggong clan?" Nanggong Yinru, confused, confirms who she is. Behind him, a bandit lackey jabs a finger at Wu Wei and snarls, "Where did this punk come from, ruining our boss's fun?" He swings his battered blade at Wu Wei's head. Wu Wei can't be bothered. He throws a casual jab at the man's jaw, and several front teeth go flying. The lackey goes flying backward like a kite with its string cut, spinning wildly through the air before slamming hard into the courtyard wall. The sheer display of power leaves everyone present stunned speechless, but the leader reads the room, not at all, and bellows, "I am Ge Chuan, master of the Xiamen gang, ruler of these lands. Who do you think you are?" Wu Wei hears the name, and an expression of shock crosses his face. Just as Ge Chuan thinks he has frightened them, Wu Wei turns to his followers. "Any of you heard of him?" They shake their heads, blank faces all around. Ge Chuan erupts. "You dare mock me?" Wu Wei looks at Gongshan and Zhang Yu. "You two handle them. Just don't kill anyone." They quickly agree. Gongshan takes the leader. Zhang Yu handles the rest. The bandit chief is seething. These people have dismissed him entirely without a second thought. He draws his sword slowly, his voice cold as a blade. "Today I will cut off your head and use it as a chamber pot." With a battle cry, he charges at Gongshan with full force. Gongshan stands completely still, not moving, not dodging. The fierce thrust drives straight at his stomach, and the next instant, the leader's face goes white with disbelief. Gongshan is completely unharmed. The rebound force alone sends the leader sprawling to the ground. He stares at his sword, now snapped in two, his face pale with fear. "Stay back!" Gongshan steps down on his ankle. A sharp crack rings out. Gongshan puts on an apologetic look. Sorry, why did you put your leg there?" The leader clutches his leg and howls in agony. Gongshan crouches down and fixes him with a cold stare. You're not even worth a scratch to me. Even so, the bandit chief has a stubborn streak. He ignores the agony in his leg, rolls over, and kowtows desperately. Please spare me. I'll never do it again. Gongshan sighs, deeply unimpressed. Pathetic. I didn't even get warmed up. He stands and turns to see how Zhang Yu is doing. Zhang Yu, surrounded on all sides, is clearly having the time of his life. After toying with them at length, he grips his hilt and laughs. You can't even touch the hem of my robe, and you thought you could kill me? His sword flashes through the crowd in an instant, and dozens of lackeys cry out and crumple to the ground. Gongshan watches him looking so pleased with himself and feels a surge of irritation. He cracks his knuckles and turns back to the bandit chief. No, this won't do. I need a few more hits. Under the dark of night, the bandit chief's screams echo across the sky. The next morning, he lies in a heap on the ground, face swollen beyond recognition. Nangong Yinru approaches Wu Wei and expresses her gratitude. Who are you exactly? Why did you help me? Wu Wei grins. If we're counting family, I suppose you could call me your distant cousin. With that, he produces the 2 secret manuals that his Nangong grandmother had entrusted to him. Nangong Yinru takes them, and her eyes go wide with shock. These are the lost supreme arts of the Nangong clan, the boundless sword art and the heavenly sword art. Butler Guo stares, a realization dawning on his face. Could you be the young master from Changbai Mountain? Wu Wei confirms it. Butler Guo breaks into tears of joy, overwhelmed. The Wudi bloodline from Changbai Mountain. With just one man, they had once turned the entire martial world around. And now, it seems, heaven had not abandoned the Nangong clan after all. As for the bandits, Wu Wei has no intention of killing any of them. Instead, he orders them to hire workers and restore the Nangong estate. Under Wu Wei's authority, none of them dare refuse. The next day, a large crew of workers pours into the Nangong estate and gets to work. Wu Wei and Nangong Yinru discuss it and decide to keep the clan grounds closed for a period. After 3 months of non-stop construction, the Nangong estate is completely transformed. No trace of its former ruin remains. One day, Wu Wei returns, with a group of martial artists in tow. He has handpicked every one of them, raw talent drawn from smaller clans and minor factions in the area. His goal is to forge them into an army, one strong enough to carry the Nangong clan to the very top of the martial world, to accelerate their growth. Wu Wei freely shares the Shaolin's finest cultivation method, the Heart Sutra visualization, along with the Nangong clan's signature movement art, the Cloud Moon Step. He then divides the disciples into 2 distinct combat paths. One group trains in the Nangong clan's foundational boundless sword art. They are named the Thousand Swords Squad. The other group is selected for dedicated archery training. They are named Heaven's Punishment. Into both, Wu Wei pours everything he has. He is determined to make them the greatest force the Nangong clan has ever had. But 6 months in, they hit the most serious obstacle they have ever faced. The resources that training demands are enormous, and the money has run out. Gongshan, with his pirate instincts, suggests they just rob someone. Wu Wei gives him a withering look. We are honorable people. We don't do things like that. Then Zhao Bin offers a more sensible idea. Factions throughout the martial world run escort agencies to earn income. The Nangong clan should build one of their own. The idea lights up Wu Wei's eyes immediately, but Butler Guo looks deeply worried. Most of the escort agencies in the Central Plains are backed by dark faction forces. Just look at the 2 largest nearby ones. Shunfeng Escort Agency has the full backing of Hu Bang, and behind Yuantong Escort Agency stands the Dark Shadow Pavilion. Their combined yearly profits run into the millions of taels of gold. Zhao Bin straightens up, clearly thinking hard. In that case, an escort agency could definitely give us a steady income stream. According to the intelligence ledgers brought from Hainan sect, the Nangong clan once ran its own escort agency 200 years ago. But when the clan fell, all contact was lost. If they could locate the old Yinhe escort agency and revive it, the money problem might solve itself. Wu Wei finishes thinking, and a slow, wicked smile spreads across his face. In that case, it seems we need to make a little trouble for those other 2 escort agencies. The scene shifts to the Yinhe Escort Agency. Director Kang Yingji sits with his head in his hands, overwhelmed with worry. Ever since the Nangong clan fell into decline, the agency's business has withered day by day, until now it can barely afford to pay its staff. Just then, a voice rises from behind him. Don't worry, the Yinhe Escort Agency will rise from the ashes soon enough. Kang Yingji spins around in alarm, leaping to his feet. Who are you people? Wu Wei strolls forward, his expression perfectly calm. We are from the Nangong clan. We're here to discuss something with you. Kang Yingji draws his sword in an instant, on full alert. The Nangong clan hasn't been heard from in decades. How could they possibly appear here now? Seeing that he doesn't believe them, Wu Wei lets out a quiet sigh, then vanishes from the spot in a blur of motion, reappearing behind Kang Yingji in the next instant, his hand striking out like lightning to seal several of his vital pressure points, then pulling a folded note from inside his robe. Calm down and read this. It is written in the Nangong clan master's own hand. Kang Yingji finishes reading, and his face goes white with shock, his whole body trembling. For the seal, of the Nangong clan is unmistakably stamped upon it. Seeing him settle down, Wu Wei releases the pressure points. Kang Yingji jumps to his feet, overcome with excitement. Wonderful. The Nangong clan has returned. The Yin escort agency will spare no effort to help, but his face quickly falls. Given the agency's current state, it can barely keep itself afloat. Wu Wei grasps his hand warmly. All you need to do is handle your own affairs. A sly smile curls at the corner of his mouth. Before long, orders will come pouring in faster than you can handle. Kang Yingji is left completely baffled by these words. The scene cuts to Wu Wei and his crew, dressed in black, crouched in a thicket of tall grass. Ever the upright man, Wu Wei has devised a perfectly upright plan: rob the Shunfeng escort agency of its cargo, and they are positioned right on the Shunfeng convoy's only route through. As the convoy comes into view, they fall dead silent, ready to strike. He is the grandson of the greatest martial master under heaven, and yet here he is, robbing the Shunfeng escort agency's shipments, then bolting without a shred of shame. Within just a few days, he strips the Shunfeng agency of every escort contract it has taken on. On this particular night, the Shunfeng escort agency moves a priceless shipment along a narrow mountain trail. The wealthy merchant accompanying the convoy glances nervously from side to side. The recent rumors have set his nerves on edge. The escort leader notices and laughs to reassure him. Hyun-chang, put your mind at ease. We have brought in a large number of Hubang's finest fighters as reinforcements. If those thieves dare show themselves, not one of them will walk away. This comes directly on the orders of a Hubang elder, but the words have barely left his mouth when a voice rings out from the darkness. What exactly is the Hubang supposed to be? The escort leader draws his sword and roars. Show yourselves. Hyun-chang has already gone pale as a sheet, trembling from head to toe. Wu Wei steps out from the shadows with his crew. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. The escort leader swings his sword and shouts at his men. Everyone, move in, don't let them escape. At the command, dozens of armed figures surge forward as one, closing into a tight ring around Wu Wei and his crew in seconds. The escort leader thinks back on the humiliations of these past few days and grits his teeth. Tonight, you will pay dearly for every insult you have dealt me. Wu Wei just smiles lazily. You really think this many men is enough to catch me? Just then, a figure approaches with a twisted laugh. So, this is the thief who has been running circles around you? It is none other than Quan Ba, elder of the Hubang. The escort leader clasps his hands and bows. Master, please, you must stand up for me. Wu Wei's gaze sharpens at the sight of Quan Ba. According to the intelligence reports, Quan Ba's iron fists are harder than any weapon ever forged. His fearsome reputation was built entirely on the celestial horse meteor fist. Quan Ba looks Wu Wei over with undisguised contempt. You're no ordinary thieves. Tell me your real purpose, and I'll leave your bodies in one piece. Wu Wei sighs and waves his hand impatiently. Why do you people always have to go on and on? Quan Ba decides that words have run their course. He puckers his lips and lets out a sharp, piercing whistle. Two blood-red wolves burst from the undergrowth behind them. These are the blood wolves of Wolfhead Mountain, the most ferocious beasts on that peak. They snarl, saliva dripping from their jaws, eyes locked on Wu Wei and his crew. At Quan Ba's command, the blood wolves unleash bone-chilling howls and lunge forward. Chen Li and Zhang Yu rush forward to intercept them. At that moment, Tai Dan lets out a piercing shriek from above and streaks down between the two of them like a bolt of lightning. Before the blood wolves can even react, Tai Dan's talons close around their throats, and with terrifying force, snaps both necks clean. Wu Wei watches Tai Dan flap back toward him and wrinkles his nose. Don't wipe the blood on me. Quan Ba stares in disbelief as his blood wolves are put down so effortlessly, then erupts with fury, launching forward and driving a fist straight at Wu Wei's face. Under the relentless assault, Wu Wei remains perfectly composed, weaving and shifting to avoid every blow. He plants his feet, hand on the hilt of his sword, and sneers. You're too slow. He leaps into the air and brings his sword sweeping down in a powerful overhead slash. Quan Ba's lip curls with cold amusement. You think you can kill me? He crosses both arms before him and blocks the strike bare-handed, deflecting Wu Wei's blade with ease using nothing but his body. Seizing the split-second opening, a storm of phantom fists erupts around him and crashes toward Wu Wei. The celestial horse meteor fist. Wu Wei is driven back, dodging desperately as the earth around him is torn apart by the shockwaves. But the celestial horse meteor fist follows like a shadow. Every phantom strike hitting as hard as a real one. Wu Wei knows that pure evasion will get him nowhere. He shifts his footwork and charges straight at Quan Ba, but in that instant, a wave of dizziness crashes over him. Not good. This man is using poison. Quan Ba lets out a sinister cackle and pours every drop of his inner energy into his fists. A thunderous boom rings out as their strikes collide, a violent shockwave erupting across the battlefield, the sheer force nearly launching every bystander off their feet. When the dust settles, Quan Ba stands his ground, a thin line of blood at the corner of his mouth, while Wu Wei has been hurled back several paces, dropping to one knee, his robes in tatters. The others rush forward in alarm, but Wu Wei's voice reaches them through through a whispered transmission. I'm fine. Stick to the plan. Wu Wei rises slowly, feigning heavy injury. I didn't expect you to lace your fist wind with poison. Quan Ba launches from the ground and rockets toward him. Time for you to die. But in the next instant, Wu Wei's figure materializes behind him, like a bolt of lightning. Quan Ba's charging body freezes dead in its tracks, and then he lets out a horrified scream as jets of blood burst from one side of his body. Impossible! Who are you? Sadly, it is a question he will never live to have answered. The Shunfeng escort leader watches his master fall, and his eyes go wide with rage, letting out a furious roar, and charging at Wu Wei with his men. Zhang Yu and the others draw their weapons and charge to meet them head-on. After Wu Wei's brutal training regimen, they are no longer the fighters they once were. Every strike is decisive, every move lethal. They tear through the enemy ranks and send them tumbling in chaos. Meanwhile, Wu Wei stands like a rock under the frenzied assault of dozens of men, flickering through the crowd in flashes, leaving a trail of fallen bodies wherever he passes. He Yunchang watches the Shunfeng escort force crumble and feels his heart sink. The escort leader stares at the carnage in disbelief, panic rising in his chest, the thought of retreat already forming in his mind. Just then, a cold flash of light streaks toward him from behind, an arrow grazing his ear before burying itself in a nearby tree. Wu Wei catches this and his eyes shift slightly. He thinks to himself, the next phase begins. Everyone, fall back. With that, he and his crew vanish into the depths of the forest like a gust of wind. The escort leader watches them flee and stares in bewilderment. What the hell are these people playing at? But in the next instant, arrows pour down from the sky like rain, and several of his men cry out as shafts punch through them. Caught completely off guard, an arrow tears through his own thigh. With no way to fight back against such a barrage, he shouts again and again for his men to retreat. He Yunchang rushes to stop him, demanding, if you run, what happens to us? What happens to the cargo? The escort leader shoves him aside without a word of warmth. I can't worry about that now. You're on your own. He Yunchang watches them abandon him and collapses to the ground in despair. Every one of his servants has been wounded to some degree. Left without help, they may well die here. Just then, Wu Wei's figure reappears before him. I admire your nerve. Why didn't you run when you had the chance? Though trembling with fear, He Yunchang speaks each word with deliberate calm. I am a merchant. The cargo is worth more than my life. We are with the Tianyun Merchant Association, and I would like to propose a deal. Wu Wei blinks in surprise. What kind of deal? Let us leave with the cargo alive. Once the delivery is complete, every coin of profit goes to you. At that moment, Chen Li appears before He Yunchang in a flash. Honestly, the cargo itself seems worth more than your offer. He raises his blade as if to strike. Suddenly a thunderous shout cuts through the air. Brazen thieves, stand down! Stepping into the light, Gongshan strides onto the scene with his massive axe, every inch the righteous hero. Gongshan launches forward in an instant, swinging his axe in a furious downward chop at Chen Li. Chen Li leaps back repeatedly to dodge the blow. Wu Wei watches Gongshan throw himself into the act with such force and can only shake his head. He's not sure casting Gongshan in this role was a good idea. Gongshan stands tall with an air of proud authority. To He Yunchang, he looks like a savior sent from heaven. Gongshan reaches out with the bearing of a true hero and pulls He Yunchang to his feet. I am the escort captain of the Yinhe Escort Agency. Is there anything I can do for you? He Yunchang bursts out with indignation. I am with the Tianyun Merchant Association, and the escort team I hired abandoned us and ran. Gongshan's face darkens with righteous fury. A true escort guard lays down his life to protect the people and cargo in his care. Every man in that agency is a coward. He Yunchang hangs his head in shame. This is my fault. I should have seen through them. Gongshan glances in Wu Wei's direction and speaks with easy confidence. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Chen Li points at him and snarls. Whoever you are, I suggest you stay out of this. Gongshan lets out a cold snort. Show me what you've got. The words are barely out when Chen Li vaults into the air and slashes horizontally across. Gongshan doesn't flinch or move aside, letting the blade strike his forearm, then sends Chen Li stumbling backward, without so much as a scratch. He Yunchang's heart leaps with relief. This man must have been sent by heaven itself to save me. Wu Wei calls out to Chen Li in a cold, flat tone. Stand down. He's out of your league. He slowly draws his sword and steps forward. Gongshan spits into his palms with exaggerated flair. Come on then. I don't have all night. Wu Wei doesn't waste words. He launches himself upward, and a razor-sharp wave of sword energy slices down toward Gongshan. Seeing his boss come at him like this, Gongshan dares not hold anything back. He roars and throws every ounce of his strength into blocking it. A deep, resonant boom explodes through the forest. The savage force tears apart most of the surrounding trees, and a deep gouge is carved into the earth, right in front of Wu Wei. He Yunchang nearly loses his soul with fright, but in the next second, Gongshan walks out of the billowing dust, completely unharmed. He Yunchang's face lights up with wild joy. After everything he has just witnessed, he is completely won over. Wu Wei stumbles back, covering his mouth, voice shaking. How can you possibly be this strong? He levels his sword at Gongshan, teeth bared. Mark my words, the next time we meet, you're dead. With that, he and his crew make a hasty escape from the scene. He Yunchang, relieved to be alive, hurries over to thank Gongshan. At that very moment, the Yinhe escort agency's guard team arrives right on cue. Gongshan suggests they first tend to the wounded servants, but one of the guards protests that they still have an active assignment. Failing to complete it on time would cost the agency a massive penalty. The Yinhe escort agency is already bleeding money. At this rate, it may not survive much longer. Gongshan's voice booms with outrage. Are we just going to stand here and let them die? If Director Kang were here, I know he would do the same. There will always be a way to deal with the agency's troubles. In the end, the guard team stays and helps treat the wounded. He Yunchang is moved to tears watching this unfold. My friend, the character of your agency moves me deeply. The Tianyun Merchant Association will never forget this debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, Wu Wei and his crew, now a good distance away, burst into laughter. That performance was a complete success. After tonight, the Tianyun Merchant Association is certain to come knocking on the Yinhe agency's door. Just then, Wu Wei's eyes go sharp. He turns to look behind him, sensing a presence behind the trees, one that makes his heart clench. A moment later, an elderly man steps out from behind the trees, his expression grave. I didn't expect you to detect me. Wu Wei's gaze takes on a weight he has rarely felt before. This man's presence is as powerful as that of his late great-grandfather. He has never encountered a martial master of this caliber in the Central Plains. Chen Li suddenly points at the old man and shouts, "Who are you?" Before he can say another word, Wu Wei yanks him back in alarm. Keep your mouth shut until we know what we're dealing with. If a fight breaks out, don't expect me to protect you. The old master speaks in a low, measured voice, his eyes fixed on Wu Wei. So, you think you can beat me? Wu Wei lets out a quiet laugh, his voice full of quiet confidence. I can't promise I'll win, but I guarantee I won't lose. The old master's lips curve with amusement. From where I'm standing, it looks like you're certain of victory. Wu Wei lowers his head with a respectful dip. That is not what I meant, sir. Though his words carry a tone of apology, his eyes remain razor sharp. At the slightest movement from the old man, he will strike without hesitation. The old master takes all of this in and lets out a great laugh. Your arrogance is exactly like your grandfather's, a true descendant of the Wu clan of Changbai Mountain. Wu Wei's eyes go wide with shock. You knew my grandfather? The scene shifts. Wu Wei escorts the old master back to the Nangong clan's estate. He never once asks for the old man's name or background. He only knows that this man was in all likelihood one of his grandfather's closest friends. Wu Wei scratches the back of his head with an awkward grin. The reason I brought you back. I would like to ask a favor. I would like to ask you to serve as elder of the Nangong clan and guide our disciples in their martial training. The old master responds with a helpless sigh. Even the way you ask for a favor is just like him. From that day on, the old master takes up residence with the Nangong clan as its elder. Under his guidance, the Heavenly Sword Squad's strength grows by leaps and bounds. Time flies, and several months pass in the blink of an eye. In the Hubang's council hall, the senior leadership convenes a meeting over the Tianyun Merchant Association affair. Yang Di, leader of the Hubang, fixes the room with a sharp, cold gaze. Do we have the intelligence report yet? Intelligence Chief Guo Jing rises with a respectful bow. We do. The man who defeated the thieves and saved He Yun Chang is from the Nangong clan. Furthermore, the thief behind the repeated raids on the Shunfeng escort agency is also a member of the Nangong clan. Yang Di's expression darkens. Is this information reliable? Guo Jing answers with absolute certainty. Without a doubt, according to the men who survived the attack, the creature that killed the Bloodwolves that night was a falcon, and the individual who appeared at the Nangong clan estate several months ago was accompanied by a highly trained falcon. Every piece of this was part of a scheme engineered by the Nangong clan. As it stands, every merchant in the Tianyun Association has cut ties with Shunfeng, while the Yin escort agency's orders have doubled. Yang Di's jaw clenches, and his fury boils over. This is an outrage, a disgraced clan on its last legs, and they still dare pull a stunt like this. He turns to his son beside him and gives the order. Take a large force, and pay the Nangong clan a visit. Teach them a lesson they won't forget. It's time the world was reminded of what the Hubang is truly capable of. That night, Yang arrives outside the Nangong clan estate with over 100 skilled fighters. He orders one guard to slip inside and scout the layout. But the moment the guard leaps onto the wall, a white blur strikes him, his body slamming into the ground behind the group like a cannonball. By the time anyone realizes what happened, the man's throat has been slashed clean through. They look up in confusion. Tai Dan is circling overhead, letting out sharp, piercing cries, his eyes cutting like blades, as if warning them not to come any closer. Yang's face twists with fury. That cursed bird again! Kill it! But before the words fade, Tai Dan streaks into the group like lightning. Several guards cry out in succession and drop dead on the spot. Tai Dan moves like a darting dragon, hunting for openings and claiming lives one after another. No ordinary fighter can even track his movement, but that only holds true against ordinary fighters. The Hubang escort captain's eyes go cold as he vaults forward in a single burst. Tai Dan sees him coming and tries to evade, but it is already too late. He is struck by the sword and crashes hard into the ground. He lies there with eyes shut, letting out weak, pitiful cries. The crowd erupts. "We finally got it!" At that moment, Wu Wei steps into view. Without a word, he walks slowly toward Tai Dan. The escort captain instantly realizes this must be the Falcon's owner, and levels his sword at Wu Wei. "You're the one who killed our Quan Ba, aren't you?" Wu Wei says nothing, his gaze resting quietly on Tai Dan lying on the ground. Far from showing anger, he simply lets out a weary sigh, then gives Tai Dan a light nudge with his foot. "Stop acting, get up." The escort captain scoffs with contempt. That creature is dead, but the words have barely left his mouth when a sharp eagle cry rings out, and Tai Dan, completely unharmed, flies up onto Wu Wei's shoulder, then nuzzles his head against Wu Wei's affectionately, as if showing off his own performance. The escort captain's face goes red with rage. "A bird dares to make a fool of me." He jabs a finger at Wu Wei and roars, "Was it you who killed Quan Ba?" Wu Wei looks back at him with open mockery. "You mean the one who hid poison inside his own fist wind? That poor wretch?" The escort captain draws his sword with a snap of fury. "You insolent wretch! Today I will cut you to pieces." At that moment, the Heaven's Punishment Squad materializes behind Wu Wei. Wu Wei draws his iron bow and regards his opponent with a look of pure contempt, knocking an arrow with a light smile. "Pay close attention. This is what a true archer is supposed to master." With a sharp whoosh, the arrow leaves the bow and flies straight at the escort captain. The escort captain braces to deflect it, and then realizes, to his puzzlement, that the arrow is moving impossibly slowly. The Hubang fighters burst out laughing. A 3-year-old could dodge that, but a few of the Hubang elders feel a chill run through them. They can see what the others cannot. To make an arrow fly that slowly demands a level of control that borders on the supernatural. The escort captain senses something is very wrong and leaps aside, charging forward. But in the next instant, his pupils contract sharply. The arrow has reversed course and locked onto him again. He plants his feet, pushing his inner energy outward. He is done running. With a shout, he swings his sword and bats the arrow away. But all of this seems to be exactly what Wu Wei anticipated. A second arrow is already knocked, drawn and ready. This time the arrow comes like a bolt of lightning, there and gone before the eye can follow. The escort captain twists aside in a desperate lurch, then launches himself straight at Wu Wei. The only way out is to close the distance and fight hand to hand. Wu Wei watches him come, eyes cold as ice, and calls out with a laugh, "You might want to watch what's behind you." The escort captain whips around, and his blood runs cold. The first arrow has come back, and it is right in front of his face. There is no time to dodge. The arrow slices across his throat like lightning, drawing a bright arc of blood. He drops to one knee, clutching the wound, his face a mask of disbelief. Fortunately for him, Wu Wei was only toying with him. The strike was not meant to kill. The Heaven's Punishment Squad watches in stunned silence. Archery this exquisite is beyond anything they have ever seen. Wu Wei speaks in the calm, measured tone of an instructor. "This is the key-guided tracking arrow. A true archer must be able to hit exactly where he intends, always." He draws and releases 3 more arrows in quick succession, and the escort captain is struck in the left shoulder, the thigh, and the right shoulder in turn. Against the chi-guided tracking arrow, there is nowhere to run. He can only grit his teeth, glaring up at Wu Wei with humiliated fury. "A warrior may die, but he will not be shamed. Kill me if you dare, you shameless wretch." Wu Wei laughs and draws the bow again. "And waste such a perfect teaching opportunity? I wouldn't dream of it." But just as the arrow is about to fly, the old master's furious voice cuts through from behind. "What in heaven's name do you think you are doing?" The old master approaches, slowly, his face set with deep disappointment. "In a fair contest, you must respect your opponent. With your ability, this fight should have been over long ago. Instead, you have been using your strength to humiliate and demean him. Where did you learn to treat someone with such disrespect? Did Wu Di teach you this? Did Guanya?" Under the elder's scolding, cold sweat breaks out on Wu Wei's forehead. "No, it was not them. You call yourself a martial artist and you don't even understand this? The Wu clan has never produced anyone as ill-mannered as you." Wu Wei immediately bows his head in sincere apology. "I am sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I am ashamed of what I have done." He turns to the escort captain, his face full of remorse. "As a martial artist, my conduct was disgraceful. I apologize." The escort captain catches his breath and replies flatly, "I simply wasn't skilled enough. That is all." Then his presence surges like a cresting wave and he lets out a battle cry. "Let me end this with everything I have." Wu Wei draws the bow, his expression grave. As a gesture of apology, "I will not take your life." With a deep resonant hum, the escort captain unleashes his full strength and charges forward. Wu Wei releases the bowstring without a flicker of expression, and a massive, crushing pressure erupts outward. The escort captain freezes mid-charge, his face seized with terror. This can't be real. Before him, a great dragon materializes, its eyes burning crimson, fixed directly on him, a suffocating wave of pressure crashing over him and locking every muscle in place. The old master watches with a grave expression. The phantom arrow technique. "I haven't seen that with my own eyes in a very long time." Then comes a soft, wet sound, and a blade has passed cleanly through the escort captain's shoulder. The Hubang fighters rush forward in a panic as their captain falls. His wounds are serious, but his life is not in danger. With no more room for hesitation. Junior Master Yang Yang barks the order for a full assault on the Nangong clan estate. Nangong Yinru raises her sword and calls out with quiet fury. How dare they invade the Nangong clan? Take every last one of them down. The Heavenly Sword Squad, sharpened by the mysterious old master's training, has grown formidable, and they meet the Hubong guards blow for blow. But Wu Wei watches from the side with a creased brow. He can see that the Hubong fighters' battle experience far outstrips the Heavenly Sword Squad's, and if this continues, the casualties could be severe. He strides forward, ready to enter the fight himself, but the old master steps in front of him. You should not involve yourself in a fight at this level. Some of them may die today, but that is a path every true martial artist must walk. Look at their eyes. They are burning with the will to fight. They are pouring everything we have taught them into every strike, and I believe they will win. He turns his gaze toward the Hubang senior fighters in the distance. Those are the ones we need to focus on. They are the true key to this battle. Wu Wei clasps his fists in a respectful bow. Thank you for your guidance. His eyes drift to the Heavenly Sword Squad in the thick of battle, and a quiet smile crosses his face. I may not be able to fight for them, but I can still keep the losses down. He turns to Li Mazi, captain of the Heaven's Punishment Squad, and gives the order. Get the squad ready. Fire without disrupting the Heavenly Sword Squad. Every arrow finds its mark on the enemy. Precision only. Heavenly Sword Squad, Captain Zhang Hu, is fighting with savage intensity, cutting down fighter after fighter with sweeping strokes. Then the sound of whistling fills the air above the clash of steel, and arrows thread through the chaos with uncanny precision, finding Hubang fighters as if guided by sight. Watching his fighters drop one by one, Yang Yang's expression darkens, and he curses them for fighting dirty. Wu Wei rolls his shoulders with a dangerous grin. Time to end this. Yang Yang rounds on him in fury. Take that man down first. Beside him, Elder Xiong Er's expression is uneasy. That man is dangerous. Are you sure about this? Taking him down is the only way to turn the tide. Leave the old man to you two. The weasel-faced third elder, Hosan, lets out a strange cackle. Leave it to us, young master. We'll take care of the old man and be right over. With that, the two elders advance toward the old master, smirking as they go. The old master says nothing as they approach. He simply takes one step forward, and a tremendous wave of pressure erupts outward in every direction, slamming into Xiong Er and Hosan first. Their faces go white with shock. What is this old man? The old master stands with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating authority without a trace of anger, his gaze sharp beyond measure, his presence bearing down on them like a tiger standing over its prey. The crushing force descends on them like a storm, robbing them of control over their own bodies as they tremble uncontrollably. Xiong Er forces his energy to surge and lets out a thunderous shout, channeling every ounce of his inner power to shatter the pressure bearing down on him. A flicker of surprise crosses the old master's eyes. He says evenly, "You have some ability after all." Xiong Er is gasping and drenched in sweat. "You flatter me. May I ask your honored name?" The old master's gaze turns knife-sharp. "You have earned the right to face me, but not the right to know my name." Both men erupt with outrage. "How dare you insult us, old man?" Hosan rips both swords from their sheaths and snarls, "I will make you pay for that." The old master remains completely calm. He raises one hand and reaches out toward a sword lying on a nearby body, without touching it. A low hum rises from the blade, and in the next instant, it flies into the old master's grip like a bolt of lightning as a towering, overwhelming presence surges to life around him. "Is that so? Then let us see if you are capable of it." As the Hubang elders hurl their most powerful sword strikes at him with everything they have, the old master raises his blade with a single, unhurried flick of the wrist, and every last shred of their sword energy is shattered to nothing. Hosan's face drains of color as cold sweat pours down his back. Impossible! What kind of monster is this old man? The old master says nothing. He takes one slow step forward, and the terrifying pressure radiates outward like a tidal wave crashing in every direction. Xiong Er dares not hold back a single drop of his strength. He roars and floods his sword with every last ounce of his inner energy. Die! With a sharp whoosh, Xiong Er's figure rockets above the old master in an instant. The surging energy around his blade begins to crackle and hum with the deep resonance of thunder. This is his clan's supreme art, the thunder-summoning sword art. The savage force detonates with a thunderous crash, and the billowing dust swallows the old master whole, the shockwave alone sending Hosan stumbling back several paces. But when the dust clears, it is Xiong Er who is spitting blood, barely standing, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. The old master stands exactly where he was, completely untouched, and murmurs to himself, "So that was the thunder-summoning sword art." He walks calmly to Xiong Er and looks down at him with cold, piercing eyes. "Do you wish to continue?" Xiong Er stares up at him in pure terror, unable to speak. He threw everything into his most powerful technique, and it did not leave so much as a scratch. Beside him, Hosan is shaken to his core, cursing inwardly. How does the Nongong clan have someone this terrifying? In his panic, his eyes drift toward the battle between the younger fighters. Knowing he cannot match the old master, he thinks to cut down as many Nongong disciples disciples as possible and bleed their strength dry. His foot shifts quietly as he prepares to move, while the old master's attention is elsewhere. At that moment, the old master's voice reaches him, cold as ice. If you dare set foot in that fight, I promise you will be the first to die. Hosan freezes on the spot. He does not doubt the threat for a single moment. Just then, the gravely wounded Xiong'er struggles back to his feet. As an elder of the Hubang, I absolutely cannot fall this easily. The old master clasps his hands behind his back and speaks. Your father is Huanggu, is he not? Xiong'er is struck speechless with shock. How could you possibly know my father? Who are you? The old master seems to drift into memory, his voice softening. I knew your father from the days when he was just starting out. Back then his thunder-summoning sword art had not yet reached its full form, but looking at what you just showed me, it has grown into something worthy. Stay down. I have no wish to kill you. Xiong'er stands frozen, unable to collect himself for a long moment. On the other side of the battlefield, Wu Wei draws and fires in a relentless stream, arrows chasing Yang Yang without pause. Under the withering barrage, Yang Yang can do nothing but scramble from side to side. The chi-guided tracking arrows leave him with no room to breathe. Finally, he can take no more, planting his feet and jabbing a finger at Wu Wei in rage. Is hiding behind a bow all you know how to do, coward? If you have any guts, face me head on. What kind of hero fights only from a distance? Wu Wei grins at this. You seem very confident in your close-range fighting ability. Very well, I'll give you exactly what you asked for. Show me everything you've got. With that, he slings the iron bow across his back and slowly draws Wind Soul from his waist. At the sight of it, Yang Yang lets out a fierce battle cry and explodes forward. In an instant, his figure blurs, and suddenly, more than a dozen after-images materialize around him, solid as flesh, streaking toward Wu Wei like bolts of lightning. Wu Wei's gaze sharpens, his hand resting calmly on Wind Soul. Is this what your confidence is built on? Yang Yang lets out a furious roar, bringing his sword crashing straight down. A vicious arc of light slashes from above Wu Wei's head. Certain of victory, Yang Yang curls his lips into a wicked grin. I never expected you to fold so easily in a head-on fight, but in the next instant, a cold blade presses silently against his throat. Wu Wei's smirk is ice cold. You celebrated too soon. Yang Yang spins in a rage and drives Wu Wei back with a single slash, then whips his sword in a relentless storm of strikes, attacking again and again without pause. But every technique he throws with everything he has is deflected with ease. Wu Wei doesn't even let him graze the hem of his robe. Moments later, Yang Yang collapses to his knees, gasping for breath, his strength spent after the frantic assault. Consumed by humiliation, he hurls his sword to the ground and throws caution to the wind. He cannot believe the gulf between them is this vast. Just kill me! Wu Wei tilts his head, genuinely puzzled. Do you really want to die that badly? At that moment, the three Hubang elders nearby erupt in fury. Stop! Don't you dare harm our young master! Wu Wei stares at them, completely exasperated. These people just never quit, do they? By now, Nanggong Yinru, Zhang Yu, and the others have already finished their own fights. Seeing this, Wu Wei raises the iron bow again, visibly annoyed. His crew has wrapped up. There's no way he's falling behind. He draws the string barehanded, ready to end this in a single move. The three elders see him draw with no arrow and burst into mocking laughter. You plan to defeat us with thin air? But in the next instant, an invisible arrow rips through one elder's thigh like lightning, and Elder Huang lets out a howl of pain as his shoulder takes a direct hit. Only the Grand Elder reacts in time, barely managing to deflect the strike. It all happens in the blink of an eye. Wu Wei watches them calmly and lets out a quiet laugh. You guessed right. Thin air it is. The Grand Elder breaks into a cold sweat as the attack replays in his mind. Could this be the archery art of the legendary Bo King? The thought sends him shouting at the top of his lungs. All Hubang disciples, stand down, retreat. With a whoosh, the crowd scatters and flees toward the tree line in a complete panic. The old man turns to Xiong'er and Hosan. You two, go as well. Victory in the first battle. The Nanggong clan disciples raise their fists and cheer. Fortunately, Wu Wei has no intention of wiping out Hubang completely. The Nanggong clan comes away with only 6 seriously injured. Had the fighting dragged on, there would have been deaths. Back at Hubang headquarters, Yang Di is raging at the elders who have just crawled back in defeat. You couldn't even take down a fallen Nanggong clan? You are the most worthless of the worthless. Not a single one dares make a sound. They stand there in silence, burning with shame, still shaken. Hosan forces himself to speak. The Nanggong clan brought in some terrifying old man from out of nowhere. Even Xiong'er and I together were no match for him. Yang Di's fury deepens. 2 against 1, and you still lost? Xiong'er's face has gone pale, his voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't just losing. We couldn't block a single move, and there was a young man firing invisible arrows. The words hit Yang Di like a shock. He falls silent. The arrow of pure chi. Could it be connected to that legendary figure? His expression hardens. He asks with cold precision. If Hubang committed every last fighter we have, what are our odds? Xiong'er doesn't even hesitate. None. We have no odds. Yang Di clenches his jaw, his voice seething. Is the pride of Hubang really going to be buried by a fallen clan? We will not sit here and wait for doom. Even with no chance of winning, we fight with everything we have, for Hubang's honor. That night, Yang Di lies down to sleep, his mind churning with unease. Suddenly, a sound stirs inside the room, and his eyes snap open. He bolts upright, snarling at the shadow in the darkness. Who's there? The figure calmly sips a cup of tea. Are you the leader of Hubang? Dread floods Yang Di's chest. The night watch here is airtight. How did this person get in? Who in the world are you? A wave of overwhelming power surges from the old man's body. You don't need to know who I am. If you don't want Hubang destroyed, pull back every move against the Nanggong clan. All of them. So you're with the Nanggong clan. I've already given the order to attack. You think a few words from you can stop that? The old man just smiles. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Then a gold token clatters to the floor at Yang Di's feet. Yang Di picks it up and stares at it for a long moment, completely baffled. What is the meaning of this token? The old man sighs. It seems you don't know what it represents. Without another word, he raises one hand and strikes the ceiling. Let someone else explain it to you. A loud crack, the ceiling shatters, and a figure in red drops from above. The old man turns to the newcomer, unhurried. I know you've been following me. You're from the Dark Shadow Pavilion, aren't you? The figure clutches a wounded arm, face pale with fear. Yes. Please forgive me, I was only following orders. Yang Di stares in disbelief. He never even noticed someone from the Dark Shadow Pavilion slip in. The old man tells the man in red to look at the token in Yang Di's hand. Do you know what that token means? The man in red nods quickly. Yes, he does. Good. Explain everything I just warned him about. Leave nothing out. With that, he has nothing left to say. He turns and walks out. The scene shifts. Deep beyond the frontier, inside Dominator Palace. Palace Master Guan Shanming listens to his subordinate's report with great interest. The Dark Shadow Pavilion Master recounts the full story. The old man had stopped Hubang from taking revenge on the Nanggong clan. Guan Shanming bursts out laughing. If my father knew he was still alive, he would be overjoyed. Go represent Dominator Palace and compensate Hubang for their losses. After all, it was through them that we learned of his whereabouts. And send word to every faction in Dominator Palace. No one is to clash with the Nanggong clan. No one. Then something seems to cross his mind. I hear there was also an unidentified young man using a bow. The Dark Shadow Pavilion Master answers with quiet respect. Yes, he is said to be a relative of the Nanggong clan. Guan Shanming grins. Interesting. It seems our two families are bound together by fate once again. 3 years pass. The clan decides it is time for Nanggong Yinru to take full command as clan master. The Nanggong clan officially throws open its gates, sealed for 3 years, ready to reclaim the glory it once held. By now, the Heavenly Sword Squad has grown into a force that can hold its own. Building on that, Nanggong Yinru divides them into 2 units. The first, named Tianyang, serves as the vanguard, built for assault, breakthrough, and frontal offense. The second, named Tianyin, specializes in every form of covert killing, masters of targeted elimination. With Wu Wei and the others commanding from the top, the Nanggong clan's rise begins in earnest. Meanwhile, inside the Huangfu clan estate, one of the 5 great clans, the clan master and elders are gathered to discuss a matter of great importance. Huangfu Yi announces that the date for the 5 great clans gathering has been set, the Mid-Autumn Festival, 2 months from now. The old clan master's face lights up. About time we had some excitement. Have all 4 other clans been invited? Wang Fuyi answers with respectful composure. The invitations have already been sent. I also extended one to the Han clan of Shandong. The words have barely landed when a thunderous bang shakes the table. The old clan master's fist is clenched so hard he nearly shatters the marble surface. His face darkens, his voice dropping to a dangerous chill. Give me one reason. Why would you invite the Han clan to a 5 great clans gathering? Huang Fuyi, sweating, keeps his head low. I was only reading the Times. The 5 great clans are not what they once were. The Nanggong clan that we knew is long gone. Most factions in the Jianghu already count the Han clan among the 5 great. Those words set Elder Huangfu Wang off like a flame to powder. You absolute fool! The 5 great clans are the 5 great clans. No matter how strong the Han clan becomes, they cannot be compared to the Nanggong clan. This gathering is not about flaunting power, and it is certainly not about looking down on any faction. The 5 clans came together centuries ago, when our ancestors united to hold back the Heavenly Blood Alliance. That battle is what forged our name. 50 years ago, when the Central Plains faced Dominator Palace, the 5 clans stood as one against the enemy. The Nanggong clan led the charge as the vanguard and paid a devastating price. That is why they fell. Has the world forgotten all of this? Can the warriors who died on that battlefield truly rest in peace? Faced with that fury, Huang Fuyi shrinks back. It's not what you think. Huang Fuwang jabs a finger at him. If that is not what you meant, then go and invite the Nanggong clan with every ounce of sincerity you have. Huang Fuyi forces a sheepish smile. I already did. Huang Fuwang nods with relief. Good. That's all that matters. Then it hits him, and his expression twists. Wait, you said you already invited them? The room falls completely silent. Everyone stares at everyone else. After a beat, Huang Fuyi lets out an embarrassed laugh. You all misunderstood me. How could I possibly forget what the 5 great clans mean to each other? The old clan master gives him a long, deadpan look. Then what was all that about the Han clan? Huang Fuyi steadies himself and explains, the Han clan may not share our history, but they have done a great deal recently, and earned the respect of many in the Jianghu. I believe they deserve a place at the table as a 6th clan. The old clan master takes a slow sip of tea. If that's the case, then there's no real objection. The misunderstanding cleared. Huang Fuyi exhales with deep relief and pats his chest. Huang Fuwang waves a hand, looking sheepish. Don't look so frightened. I wasn't actually going to hit you. Everyone glances at the table, now reduced to rubble, and the room fills with awkward laughter. Huang Fuyi is drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, wasn't going to hit me? If he had, I'd be in far worse shape than that table. On the other side of the Jianghu, Nanggong Yinru gathers more than 100 of the clan's finest, ready to set out for the Huangfu estate. Dressed in her finest robes, she raises her fist and calls out, "This is the first time we have walked out of the Nanggong clan, the first step of our rise. With all of you standing together, let us bring the Nanggong clan back to its former glory." The crowd erupts in a powerful battle cry. Every last one of them falls into formation and marches toward the Huangfu estate. After a full month on the road, they arrive at Jinshan in Hubei. There, the formidable Wu Wei finds himself completely at a loss, staring into a bowl of noodles. The reason, it is loaded with cilantro. Thoroughly disgusted, he sets down his chopsticks and heads for the door. I'm going for a walk. By the time I'm back, I expect that bowl to be rid of anything offensive. Chen Li catches on immediately and calls the server over to make a fresh bowl. Wu Wei, meanwhile, walks straight toward a nearby guest, drops into the seat across from him without ceremony, and gets right to the point. You've been following us, haven't you? The man realizes he's been made. He drops the act, gathers his things, and heads for the door. Please follow me. My master wishes to meet you. Wu Wei follows him into a stretch of mountain forest, and waiting there is none other than Guan Shanming, master of Dominator Palace. Wu Wei glances around with a wine jug dangling from his hand. 20 masters hidden in the shadows. That's quite something. Guan Shanming pours himself a cup and smiles easily. My apologies. They're simply here for my protection. Then he flicks the cup toward Wu Wei. Relax. Have a drink. Wu Wei doesn't think twice. He tips it back and drains it in one go. Guan Shanming blinks, genuinely taken aback. He didn't even question a drink from a stranger? Is that brave, or just plain reckless? Wu Wei refills the cup and holds it out. Courtesy for courtesy. Now you have one. Guan Shanming drinks without hesitation. Wu Wei clasps his fist in a bow. I'm Wu Wei, and what brings you to me? Guan Shanming lets a sly grin curl at the corner of his mouth. I'm Guan Shanming. You'll see soon enough. The words are barely out before the hidden masters converge from every direction, surrounding Wu Wei. Wu Wei raises the iron bow, his voice cold. Move against me and they will die. Guan Shanming laughs and drains his cup. Then let's see if you can back that up. The words are the signal. Dozens of guards roar and charge straight at Wu Wei. Guan Shanming watches the scene unfold and leans toward the escort captain with a quiet smile. Who do you think wins? The captain answers without a flicker of doubt. The escort guard never loses, not even against Shaolin's 108 Arhat formation. Guan Shanming laughs out loud. The 108 Arhat formation and your escort guard have both been defeated by the strongest man in the world, haven't they? And that young man may very well be his descendant. In the middle of it all, Wu Wei glances down and spots a branch at his feet. He snatches it up without a word, knocks it to the string, and fires in one fluid motion, and it streaks out like lightning and punches straight through a guard's arm. The other guards freeze in disbelief. A plain branch, and it just shattered a man's arm. Then Wu Wei explodes into motion, closing the distance with the wolf step. His grin is sharp and cold. He draws the bowstring empty, a full draw, with nothing but bare hands. Invisible blades burst from the string like a volley, blazing through the air with unstoppable force. With a series of soft thuds, several guards have no time to react. Blades punch through their thighs before they even move. Guan Shanming and the captain both go rigid. Can this be the legendary arrow of pure qi? Then Guan Shanming slaps his forehead and throws his head back, laughing. So the legend is real. What a sight to see. And still the invisible blades pour from Wu Wei in a relentless torrent. The guards have no way to dodge. Cries of pain ring out across the forest. The blade force punching through their bodies doesn't even slow. The surrounding trees shudder and groan under the shockwave. When the dust finally settles, Wu Wei stands untouched at the center of it all. At his feet lie several members of the escort guard. The survivors look on in horror, cursing under their breath. He wiped out half the elite guard in just a few breaths. Wu Wei's expression remains ice cold as the invisible blades begin to coalesce once more. Then the Grand Elder's voice drifts into his ear, a private transmission, calm and measured. That's enough, young one. Let them live. They are the finest escort guard Dominator Palace has. Wu Wei blinks. Dominator Palace? So Guan Shanming is the Dominator Palace master. Why would they come after me? The Grand Elder's voice continues. He was probably testing your strength. Wu Wei slowly lowers the iron bow and looks at Guan Shanming. Are we done? Guan Shanming shrugs with total indifference. I'm afraid I have no power to stop them. Wu Wei's eyes darken. Slowly, he draws Wind Soul from his side. Do you know what this is? Guan Xianming goes still, his pupils contracting sharply. Wind Soul, the sacred sword passed down through Dominator Palace for generations. The moment the blade clears the scabbard, Wu Wei's aura erupts. Guan Xianming's face changes again. That technique, it's the founding master's ultimate art. 10,000 swords return to origin. A wave of crushing force rages out from Wu Wei in all directions, and the guards nearby feel a tremendous pull. Their bodies begin drifting toward him against their will. Wu Wei roars, and a devastating blade force blazes outward like lightning. Several guards cry out as they're hurled off their feet. Guan Xianming watches in pure amazement. Is this truly the legendary spirit-hidden sword art? The reputation is well deserved. Then the Grand Elder's voice cuts through, sharp and scolding. You reckless fool. Is now really the time for awe? Do you want your entire escort guard dead? Guan Xianming snaps out of it. He grabs his sword hilt and lunges at Wu Wei in a flash. Their weapons crash together. The shockwave sends dust erupting at their feet and debris flying in all directions. An evenly matched exchange. And both fighters step back. Guan Xianming grins from ear to ear. Worthy of the Wu bloodline. Truly formidable. At that moment, the Grand Elder steps out from the trees. Have you two had enough? Guan Xianming turns, and the excitement that floods his face is real. He clasps his fists immediately, and bows with deep respect. This junior pays his respects, Elder. I hope you have been well. The Grand Elder strolls forward, hands behind his back. What are you doing here, boy? If the Wulin Alliance finds out you've crossed the boundary, do you think they'll let that go? Guan Xianming laughs it off. I couldn't care less what they think. I simply wanted to see you, Elder, and I was very curious about this descendant of the Wu family. He turns to Wu Wei with a mischievous grin. That archery at the start, that was the arrow of pure chi, wasn't it? Every bit as powerful as the legends say. Did the same person teach you the sword art as well? Wu Wei sighs. My great-grandfather taught me the sword art. Guan Xianming stares. Your great-grandfather knew 10,000 swords return to origin? The Grand Elder steps in to explain. He means Gu Yangpeng. You could say he was your great-grandfather too. Guan Xianming's face floods with wild excitement. Is the old master still alive? Wu Wei's voice carries a quiet grief. He passed away a few years ago. The Grand Elder turns to Guan Xianming. You've had your look. Now go. Guan Xianming scratches his head with a grin. Elder, won't you come back with me? The Grand Elder answers without hesitation. Dominator Palace is no longer the right place for me. I am now the Grand Elder of the Nangong clan. Guan Xianming accepts this without argument. He clasps his fists and bows. Then I will take my leave. Come visit Dominator Palace whenever you have the time. Wu Wei steps forward with a respectful bow. Palace Master Guan, I have one request. I ask that Dominator Palace stay out of the Nangong clan's affairs. Guan Xianming raises an eyebrow, amused. And why would I agree to that? Wu Wei draws Wind Soul and tosses it to him. You know this sword's history. It matters to you. Because of my grandmother, I have no wish to move against Dominator Palace. If you promise to keep Dominator Palace out of the Nangong clan's business, then once the clan rises, Wind Soul is yours. Guan Xianming bursts out laughing. Interesting. Then it's a deal. He hands Wind Soul back to Wu Wei, and just like that, a pact between two powers, one capable of reshaping the Jianghu, is sealed. The scene shifts. After more than 50 days on the road, the Nangong clan's convoy finally arrives at the town where the Huangfu estate stands. They settle into an inn and sit down for midday meal. But Chen Li is glaring furiously at the table next to them, where a young man sits watching them with a smirk on his face, and Chen Li takes it as a provocation. Xiao Bin quickly steps in and tells him not to start anything, but just as Chen Li picks up his chopsticks in a huff, the young man slides up quietly behind him. Hey, you're from the Nangong clan, aren't you? Chen Li reaches his limit and shoots to his feet with a torrent of curses. Nangong Yinru immediately intervenes, knowing full well that as newcomers here, they can't afford unnecessary trouble. She turns to the young man and asks his name with quiet composure. The young man laughs and clasps his fists in greeting. Good to meet you. I'm Tulang. Nangong Yinru's head lifts in surprise. Your real name is Shinji, isn't it? Tulang blinks with delight at being recognized. Behind her, Zhao Bin, the clan's intelligence man, immediately recalls the details. Shinji lost both parents at a young age and grew up relying on his older sister, Shen Yuan. At the age of 7, he crossed paths with the martial master Guo Guming, who took him in. Guo Guming sought out the greatest masters in the land to train him in the martial arts, but the boy turned out to be a born fanatic for combat, constantly challenging others to duels, and eventually earned the name Tulang. Tulang listens to Zhao Bin's account with wide eyes. Someone out there actually knows more about me than I do. Nangong Yinru asks, puzzled, what brings him to them? Tulang scratches the back of his head, looking almost sheepish. Actually, I didn't come over to say hello. Then he says something that stops the room cold, pointing straight at the Grand Elder and shouting, I came to challenge that old man to a duel. The words land like a thunderclap. Every person in the room freezes. The Grand Elder fixes him with a piercing look. Tell me, why do you want to fight me? Tulang clenches his fist, his eyes gleaming. Because you look incredibly strong. I've dueled countless martial artists, but I've never come across anyone like you. The Grand Elder regards him with calm indifference. That answer is interesting enough, but it won't take me to put you down. The words are barely out before every member of the Nangong clan rises to their feet, eyes locked on Tulang. Tu Lang meets their hostile stares without flinching. I'm quite certain none of them can beat me. Zhang Yu steps up behind him and speaks in a cold, flat tone. If you want to fight the Grand Elder, you go through me first. Tu Lang's reply drips with contempt. No problem. I need to warm up anyway. Those words send Zhang Yu's temper straight past the limit. You arrogant little brat. Are you looking to die? Tu Lang's eyes go sharp and his aura surges. He smiles. Come on then. I can't wait. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Wu Wei steps in through the door. What is all this noise about? Chen Li rushes over and fills him in, but before Wu Wei can say a word, Tu Lang is already right in front of him. Hey, you look strong. I want to fight you. Wu Wei stares at him, completely speechless. This guy has to be out of his mind. Nangong Yinru steps in to explain, this is Tu Lang, Shen Jie, a martial fanatic who challenges every strong fighter he meets. Wu Wei looks Tu Lang over carefully, a thought forming in his mind. Shen Jie, then he must be the grandson of Guo Guming, grandfather's sworn brother. Before I came down from the mountain, grandfather told me to visit his sworn brothers. I never expected to run into one of their descendants here, but Tu Lang can't hold back any longer and shouts, snapping Wu Wei out of his thoughts. Why are you just standing there? Come on, fight me. Wu Wei's patience runs dry. You've got no manners at all, you little brat. If you want to fight me, you beat my man first. He turns to Gongshan nearby with a wicked grin. Time to show us what you've been working on. But don't get careless. He's no pushover. Try not to come back looking like a beaten-up mess. Gongshan rolls his wrists with casual ease. Let's get started, little brat. The words are barely out before a ferocious gust of force blasts toward him, but Gongshan reacts in time, stepping back to dodge. Tu Lang's crushing blow follows through and slams into the floor. The wooden planks splinter apart on impact. Gongshan seizes the opening and charges in with a coiled fist, but Tu Lang moves with startling speed. He launches himself into the air, clearing the heavy punch with ease. His left leg rises high, a devastating axe kick already loaded and ready. Tu Lang roars and his leg comes crashing down like a cannonball aimed straight at Gongshan's head. Gongshan tries to get out of the way. There's no time. He braces himself and takes it head-on with his extraordinary defenses, but even his iron-hard body can't fully absorb it. The kick leaves his head spinning and ringing. Tu Lang lands cleanly, and his aura surges. Time to finish this. Wu Wei watches the technique, and his eyes sharpen instantly. That's the dragon subduing 18 palms, a signature art of the beggar's sect. Gongshan, apparently unaware of the danger, lets out a battle cry and charges straight at Tu Lang. In the next instant, his voice cuts off. Tu Lang's 18 successive palm strikes have already landed across his body. It all happens in a single breath, the two figures crossing like gusts of wind. Gongshan cries out and coughs up a mouthful of blood, but he steadies himself, breathing hard, and the aura rising from his body is growing stronger by the second. A deep thud, and Gongshan's massive frame launches forward like a cannonball. Tu Lang grins and shouts with delight. Now we're talking, but you're too slow. In the next instant, his figure appears impossibly above Gongshan, fingers extended where his fist had been, striking down at Gongshan's pressure points like lightning. Gongshan feels wave after wave of force flood into his body, sealing off his meridians one by one. Then, as if every drop of strength has been drained from him, he drops to his knees. Zhao Bin and Zhang Yu exchange stunned looks. That single exchange, at least 20 pressure points hit, but Wu Wei reads the technique for what it is. The plum blossom scatter hand, Huashan Sek's highest tier pressure point art, and that ghostly movement that placed him above Gongshan. That was the 8 Immortals' drunken step, the beggar's sect's most closely guarded secret. To have mastered this many supreme arts at such a young age, truly remarkable. Fortunately, Gongshan is built like a wall. It doesn't take long before he's back on his feet. He snatches up his great axe and roars. You little wretch! Now I'm going to get serious! Tu Lang smirks without a trace of concern. With that speed, you make a tortoise look fast. Then, out of nowhere, a staff cracks down hard on the back of his head. Tu Lang spins around, clutching his head, cursing. What kind of sneak attack was that? But when he sees who it is, his anger evaporates. He backs away with both hands on his head. Wang Yu, what are you doing here? Behind him stands a one-legged old beggar, grumbling and scolding without pause. This is Huang Yu, supreme elder of the beggar sect, one of the 10 martial masters of the Jianghu, and sworn brother to Wu Di, the greatest warrior under heaven. In his youth, a battle against the devil cult left his left leg poisoned beyond saving. Without hesitation, he took a blade to it himself and cut it off to survive. But losing that leg did not stop him. In a half-drunken haze one day, he achieved a sudden breakthrough, mastering the drunken dragon 18 palms, a more powerful evolution of the dragon subduing 18 palms. In middle age, he fitted himself with a prosthetic leg and went on to create the 8 Immortals' drunken step, one of the most breathtaking movement arts in all the Jianghu. After decades of wandering and fighting, he carved out a legendary name for himself, standing alongside his sworn brother Guo Guming as one of the 10 martial masters, and right now, he is bringing that staff down on Tu Lang with great enthusiasm. You rotten little brat. You pick up a bag of half-learned tricks and spend every day stirring up trouble. Tu Lang covers his head and begs for mercy. You're a supreme elder of the beggars sect. You can't treat a kid like this. The words hit Wu Wei like a jolt. Could this be Huang Yu, grandfather's other sworn brother? Huang Yu turns to Wu Wei, his expression full of apology. I am truly sorry. The boy means no harm. Wu Wei waves it off with a bow. Young people are always full of fire. It's nothing. Huang Yu is clearly pleased by the response and laughs openly. It is good to see the Nangong clan again. What is your name, young man? A quiet light passes through Wu Wei's eyes. The honor is ours, senior. My name is Wu Wei. The name lands, and Huang Yu's gaze sharpens in an instant. You said your surname is Wu? He studies Wu Wei's face for a long moment, then throws his head back and pours a mouthful of strong liquor down his throat, thinking to himself, this young man does bear some resemblance to Wu Di in his younger days. Tu Lang crosses his arms in frustration. Why are you asking his name? I still have a duel to finish. The response is another firm strike from the staff. You're nowhere near his level. Stop making a fool of yourself in public. I'm here to take you somewhere. Tu Lang is far from happy, but he doesn't dare push back. Before leaving, Huang Yu turns to Wu Wei with quiet sincerity. I look forward to seeing what you bring to the gathering. We'll have a proper talk then. Wu Wei bows deeply. Safe travels, senior. I will come find you when the time comes. The scene shifts. The invited clans have begun arriving one by one at the Huangfu estate. A subordinate comes sprinting into the main hall to find the butler. The Nangong clan is at the gate. The butler leaps to his feet. What? Already? How did they get here so fast? He hurries out at once. The clan master's orders were clear. The Nangong clan is to receive the highest honors. Wu Wei and the others wait quietly outside the gate. Before long, the butler ushers them warmly into Qianlong Hall to rest. But even this is not enough to satisfy Chen Li. He had heard from a few clan disciples that every other great clan had been greeted personally by the Huangfu clan master himself, yet only a butler came for the Nangong clan. To him, it is a slight, a clear sign of disrespect. Nangong Yinru speaks gently to settle him. Perhaps they are occupied with the other clans and haven't been told we've arrived. At that moment, Huangfu Wang comes striding over with a hearty laugh. My sincere apologies. I'm late in greeting you. Please forgive the poor welcome. Nangong Yinru bows immediately. This junior, Nangong Yinru, clan master of the Nangong clan, pays her respects, elder. To her surprise, Huangfu Wang bows back deeply. Please accept my apology. Affairs of the clan kept me, and I failed to receive you in time. Nangong Yinru steps forward hastily to support him. Please, elder, there is no need for this. Given the bond between our two clans, there is no need for such formality. You and the elders of the Nangong clan are brothers who have faced death together. Huangfu Wang straightens, a look of quiet pride settling over him as memory pulls him elsewhere. So many years have passed. Seeing the Nangong clan again, it does this old heart good. Wu Wei steps forward to bow and introduces himself. Huangfu Wang asks nothing further about Wu Wei's origins and leads everyone inside for a warm reception. Time moves swiftly. Before long, the day of the clan gathering arrives. The 6 clan masters sit together at one table, deep in discussion. Tang Wu, master of the Tang clan, speaks with a calm smile, turning the conversation to the Wulin alliance. The Peng clan master laughs along. Who would have thought the Zhongnan sect would actually withdraw from the Wulin alliance? Zhuge Yin, master of the Zhuge clan, wears a grave expression, his eyes sharp with wisdom. Now that Shaolin and Huashan have also stepped back from alliance affairs, control of the Wulin alliance has fallen into the hands of Wudong sect. Han Wei, master of the Han clan, speaks with open arrogance. If our 6 great families joined forces, even Dominator Palace making a comeback would be no match for us. The room bursts into laughter. Only Nangong Yinru sits in silence, her fists clenched, every word like a needle in her side. These people give lip service to the Nangong clan's existence, yet not one of them shows the slightest respect for her as clan master. The slight burns deep. Meanwhile, in the disciples' gathering hall, Tianyang slams his table to the floor, fury written across every line of his face. He jabs a finger at the Peng clan disciples across from him and roars, "You worthless rat! Say that again if you dare!" Peng Hui, dead drunk and loose-tongued, sneers back. Does the Nangong clan have any idea how weak it really is? What right do you have to sit at the 5 great clans gathering, a clan led by a woman, and you still have the face to show up here? The words land like a thunderbolt. The Peng clan disciples stare in stunned silence. The color drains, then darkens, on every Nangong face. Tianyang reaches his limit. His sword clears the scabbard in a heartbeat. You piece of filth, I will gut you where you stand. The razor edge is at Peng Hui's throat before he can blink. Peng Hui reacts fast, spinning the scabbard in his hand to knock the blade aside. He curls his lip in contempt. Trash is still trash. Cheap shots are all you know. Tianyang's jaw tightens with fury. A killing aura erupts from his entire body. He has called upon the Nangong clan's supreme art, the heavenly sword art. The icy force washes over Peng Hui and shakes him to the core, cutting through the fog of drink. The memory of what he just said about the Nangong clan hits him all at once. His face goes white. Damn it, what have I done? He lets out a long, helpless breath. Faced with Tianyang's ferocious assault, he has no choice. He tells himself he will beat Tianyang first and apologize afterward. Their blades crash together with savage force. A single crushing blow from Tianyang sends Peng Hui skidding back dozens of feet. Peng Hui never expected a Nangong disciple to give him this much trouble. His aura surges to its peak. Clearly, he intends to end this with one decisive strike. Tianyang reads the shift instantly, his expression turning cold, every nerve on guard. With a thunderous shout, Peng Hui's inner energy erupts, and behind him, the phantom of a roaring tiger takes shape. This is the Peng clan's legendary Five Tigers sword art. A blade of light streaks straight for Tianyang's throat. Tianyang wrenches his sword up just in time to stop the killing blow, but the technique hits like a tiger going for the kill, savage and relentless, and for a moment Tianyang can barely hold on. Without warning, Peng Hui's footwork shifts. He appears above Tianyang in an instant and brings his sword crashing down from overhead. A tremendous boom shakes the hall. The crowd surges forward to see, but the swirl of dust hides everything. When the air clears, Tianyang stands in a guard stance, apparently unharmed. Peng Hui, on the other hand, is drenched in sweat and heaving for breath. Unleashing the Five Tiger sword art has burned through his inner energy fast. Tianyang's killing aura flares, his inner force churning without stop. Is that all you have got? My turn now? With a resonant crack, his sword blazes toward Peng Hui like lightning. Peng Hui blocks, but his arms feel hollow. Tianyang catches it at once. A cold gleam flashes in his eyes. He drives forward with a sudden burst of power, shattering Peng Hui's guard. Then he is behind Peng Hui in a blur. Peng Hui screams as a jet of blood erupts from his chest. Seeing his opponent wounded, Tianyang does not stop. He levels his sword, his gaze locked on Peng Hui with murderous calm. The other Peng disciples see the killing intent in Tianyang's eyes and rush forward, blades drawn. The Nangong disciples, already burning with anger, are not about to stand back. Weapons flash as they move to charge. Zhang Yu's voice cuts through the chaos. Everyone stand down. Let Tianyang handle this. Tianyang faces the dozen opponents, draws a slow, measured breath, then roars and launches himself like a cannonball. In a single pass, every Peng disciple's hand erupts in pain and their swords go spinning away. The next instant, Tianyang's blade is resting against Peng Hui's throat. He is a breath away from ending it. When Zhang Yu's voice reaches him through the air, he belongs to the Peng clan. Killing him here will bring us nothing but trouble. A Peng disciple steps forward quickly. This is a misunderstanding. Peng Hui was drunk. He did not know what he was saying. Zhang Yu levels a finger at Peng Hui, his voice hard. He used the drink as cover to humiliate the Nangong clan. If we let this go without consequence, they will think we are easy prey. Tianyang swings his sword without another word. Peng Hui's scream tears through the hall, and his right arm hits the floor. Today I take the arm you hold your sword with. If you ever disrespect the Nangong clan again, I will take your life. When it is done, Zhang Yu leads the Nangong disciples out the door. They leave the Peng disciples behind, staring after them with hate in their eyes. But when they return to their quarters, they walk straight into Wu Wei's fury. You reckless fools, always finding ways to cause trouble. You crippled the Peng disciple who insulted our clan, and that is the best you could manage? You should have taken his head. Useless, the lot of you. Under cover of night, screams like a stuck pig echo without stop across the courtyard. The scene shifts, inside a restaurant in the city. Huang Yu and Guo Guming are assessing the state of the Jianghu. Guo Guming's expression is grave. The Wulin alliance has finally earned its name. Word has it the guardian of Shaolin was beaten to within an inch of his life by a group of unknown assailants. Huang Yu pours back a long pull of strong liquor, his voice low. The state of the Jianghu these days is deeply troubling. I keep feeling that something enormous is being set in motion. Guo Guming stops short, his tone turning serious. Have you heard something? Is Dominator Palace preparing to strike again? Huang Yu's eyes are half glazed with drink, but his voice comes out steady and deliberate. Not Dominator Palace. This is tied to a power on the other side of the border. Guo Guming's face changes in an instant. The border, you mean to say. Meanwhile, far to the south, at a Dominator Palace outpost, a group of masked figures in black launches a sudden night raid. Every one of them is a lethal fighter, precise and merciless. In a single night, they wipe out 12 of Dominator Palace's southern branches. No one knows where they came from, or what they want. All of this happens on the first night of the 5 great clans gathering. In the shadows, something monstrous is slowly bearing its claws. The 5 great clans martial tournament arrives on schedule. The Huangfu clan's arena is packed to capacity. The Peng disciples sit with hatred burning in their eyes, every gaze fixed on the Nangong clan. Gongshan and the others meet those hostile stares with nothing but contempt. This tournament is where they will make the Peng clan pay. The old Huangfu clan master rises with a smile. Friendship first, competition second. Show restraint, everyone, and spare your opponent's lives. With that, he sends a burst of force surging forward, striking the bronze bell above the arena dead center. A deep, thunderous toll rings out across the hall. The five great clans martial tournament begins. At the same moment, inside Dominator Palace headquarters, Guan Xianming stares at the intelligence report in his hand, his brow furrowed tight. 12 branches wiped out in a single night. What kind of force could do this? The elders are incensed, seething with barely contained rage. Dark Shadow Pavilion Master Gazhongming speaks, his expression grim. I sent men out first thing this morning to investigate. All 12 branches, along with the bodies, had been burned almost completely to ash, but we found one thing left behind at the scene, a dagger, with the characters Flying Immortal carved into the blade. Elder and Master Dongbang Cheng slams his fist on the table in rage. A Flying Immortal dagger, Flying Immortal moon, this has the Wulin Alliance written all over it. Elder Guiling shouts in fury, those scum! We cannot let this stand. Guan Xianming keeps his composure. He turns to the woman seated nearby. Strategist, what is your read on this? Strategist Yuan Hua's eyes are calm and sharp. Only a fool from Flying Immortal Moon would leave evidence this obvious. My assessment, a third-party force has planted this deliberately to start a war between Dominator Palace and the Wulin Alliance. The elders fall silent, their expressions shifting. The argument is far more convincing than the first. Guan Xianming sinks into thought. He pours himself a cup of wine. Unhurried. After a moment, his eyes sharpen. He speaks with quiet authority. Pass the order. We take time to think this through. Do not give anyone the opening they are looking for. Back at the tournament, the competition has reached a fever pitch. Zhu Geiyan and Huang Fusong face off, each bringing their full skill to bear. Huang Fusong charges his fists with inner energy, laughing out loud. I had no idea you had come this far. Zhu Geiyan raises his iron fan, a smile on his lips. You should be careful. I am not holding back from here. Huang Fusong's gaze sharpens. Then let us find out once and for all who is stronger. His silhouette flickers and vanishes. The next instant, he reappears above Zhu Geiyan, the Huangfu clan's signature thunder rush fist crashing down from overhead. Zhu Geiyan's reflexes are just as quick. He sidesteps in a flash, barely clearing the bone-crushing blow. But the thunder rush fist is known for its relentless speed. Before Zhu Geiyan can regain his footing, the follow-up strike is already there. Zhu Geiyan retreats in rapid steps, opening up dozens of feet of distance. Then his footwork shifts. He slips past the fist wind and surges forward and close, his iron fan threading through the force like a serpent through water. Huang Fusong has no time to dodge. The fan connects with his arm. Numbness floods his body. His strength collapses, and he crashes to the ground. He grits his teeth, disbelief plain on his face, and tries to rise, but he cannot summon the faintest trace of strength. Zhu Geiyan cups his hands in salute. Huang Fusong, I thank you for the match. The Nangong clan disciples watch with their mouths open. What a technique. Wu Wei's expression turns serious, his voice measured. So the rumors about the Zhuge clan developing an entirely new martial method are true. Zhuge clan disciples are not merely known for their brilliant minds. They are also masters of the principles of yin-yang, the 8 trigrams, the 5 elements, and formation strategy. 50 years ago, after the great battle against Dominator Palace, the clan master of that era, Zhuge Ming, recognized the limits of his clan's existing methods. He gathered every disciple in the clan and collected martial techniques from across the Jianghu, studying and breaking down each one. Through the combined effort of the entire clan, they forged an entirely new inner method, the Return to Origin Heart method. Building on that foundation, they then created the Swift Wind Sword art and the Bamboo Joint Sword art. Today, the Zhuge clan is known not only for its unrivaled wisdom, but as a clan with extraordinary martial power to match. The combination of the two is far more than the sum of its parts. Wu Wei's thoughts are interrupted by a shout from the arena. A Han clan disciple steps up with a long spear in hand. The Han clan? Let us see if you truly have the strength to stand alongside the 5 great clans. A longer weapon always holds the reach advantage, and the Han clan's spear art is widely regarded as one of the finest in the Jianghu. Han Bu charges forward. A cold glint arrives first, and then the spear shoots out like a dragon. A crushing pressure descends, and Zhu Geiyan's gaze snaps tight. He twists away just in time, but not quite fast enough. The tip shreds the front of his robe in passing. Han Bu flows without pause, giving his opponent no room to breathe. A reverse spear thrust chases Zhu Geiyan's retreating form. Zhu Geiyan weaves and dodges through the storm of spear shadows, his footwork dazzlingly fast. And yet even so, the corners of his robe are torn again and again. The other Zhuge disciples watch in shock. Their senior had clearly evaded every strike, so why was he still taking damage? Wu Wei watches, and his admiration for Han clan's spear art deepens with every exchange. The spear does not simply thrust straight, it rotates at tremendous speed while attacking, dramatically expanding its striking range. Zhu Geiyan is caught with no good answer. Under the relentless assault, he cannot find a single opening to counter. He is still searching for a way to break the stalemate, when Han Bu's footwork suddenly shifts, his aura surging, and with a roar he erupts forward. The spear carries the force of thunder, blazing straight for Zhu Geiyan's skull. The decisive blow falls, and the arena goes dead silent. Zhu Geiyan stands perfectly still, because Han Bu's spear tip has stopped within an inch of his forehead. After a long moment, Han Bu slowly withdraws his spear, his tone easy. Zhuge, you have lost. Zhu Geiyan's face has gone pale, his composure shaken. My thanks for your restraint. The Han clan's spear art is everything its reputation promises. The Han clan disciples erupt in cheers, arms raised in triumph. Chen Li Li and Tianyang are equally stunned by what they just witnessed. Wu Wei's mouth curves into a sharp smile. Time to let them see what the Nangang clan can do. Tianyang, your moment. Take him down as fast as you can. Tianyang rises to his feet, chest out, voice full of confidence. Understood, boss. Leave it to me. He strides toward the arena with sword in hand. A wave of murmuring sweeps through the crowd as the Nangang clan steps up. The old Huangfu clan master laughs in Nangang Yinru's direction. The Nangang clan takes the stage for the first time. I must say, I am quite curious. Nangang Yinru meets his gaze with calm confidence. Watch and see, we will not disappoint. Both fighters take their positions, ready to begin. I am Tianyang of the Nangang clan. I look forward to a good match. Han Bu returns the bow and gives his own name. Tianyang draws his sword. His aura rises without stopping. He knows this fight must be over quickly, to establish the Nangang clan standing once and for all. Han Bu relaxes his posture, raising his spear with an easy smile. Whenever you are ready, a sharp whoosh, and Tianyang is gone. The next second, a crushing blow falls from above. Han Bu reacts fast and brings his spear up to intercept. His eyes snap tight. Alarm rises in his chest. This opponent's speed and power are a full step above his own. Tianyang's offensive only intensifies. Han Bu is driven back, step by grinding step, knowing he will lose if this continues. Han Bu roars and launches himself into the air. The Han clan's signature blazing sun spear art driving down with full force. With lightning eyes and quick hands, Tianyang flicks his sword and sends it spinning away. The brief opening Han Bu forced is all he needs. He presses the attack, a barrage of spear shadows streaking toward Tianyang like lightning. The Nangang disciples cheer as the exchange heats up, arms raised. Even the Huangfu disciples are won over. The Nangang clan had this kind of power hidden away all along. But with every exchange, Han Bu's unease grows. He is giving everything he has. While Tianyang deflects his attacks with effortless composure, the spear flows like a dragon, flashing like lightning, thrusting again and again, and Tianyang's footwork carries him through every gap without pause. The old Huangfu clan master leans forward, eyes wide with excitement. That is the Nangang clan's Cloud Moon Step. I have not seen that footwork in years. Guo Guming's face breaks into a delighted smile. A technique this sublime, if it were ever lost, it would be an irreplaceable tragedy for the Jianghu. Beside them, Nangang Yinru's eyes fill with tears. Her clan's art has finally been recognized. The relief is overwhelming. On the arena, Han Bu stops. He is heaving for breath, soaked in sweat. His mind reels. He can confirm that every single strike of his spear had connected with his opponent. So why does Tianyang stand there completely unharmed, his expression perfectly composed? His strength is gone now. His arms will not stop shaking. Fighting on would be pointless. With that, he concedes without bitterness. I have lost. You are stronger than I gave you credit for. Tianyang sheathes his sword, his smile relaxed. The Han clan's spear art lives up to every word of its reputation. Huangfu Wang practically bounces with excitement. Nangang clan for the win. That is what I am talking about. Chen Li watches the end of it with clear dissatisfaction. What is this guy doing? He could have won that far more cleanly. Wu Wei is all smiles. That was just Tianyang warming up. The real show is about to start. The words are barely out before a figure strides toward the arena. Peng Cheng, the Peng clan's senior disciple, fury carved into every feature of his face. Wu Wei's mouth curves. This is only the beginning. The Jianghu will change its mind about the Nangang clan very soon. Peng Cheng has not forgiven Tianyang for cutting off Peng Hui's arm. He dispenses with words entirely. He launches himself forward, throwing every ounce of power into the charge, and brings his sword screaming down on Tianyang's head. Today you answer for what you did to my junior Peng Hui. Their blades collide with a resounding clash. Peng Cheng strikes first and hard. The impact sends Tianyang sliding back dozens of feet. Before Tianyang can steady himself, Peng Cheng is already on him again, driving another crushing blow downward. Tianyang reacts fast and deflects the assault, but Peng Cheng gives him no room to breathe. Slash, hook, chop, drive. The sword assault is relentless. Under the crushing pressure, Tianyang is pushed back step by step, until almost without noticing, he has been forced to the very edge of the arena. Peng Cheng's face splits into a cold grin. Nowhere left to run. Time to die. He surges forward, his blade shooting out like lightning. The killing edge closes in. Tianyang's eyes go sharp. You are celebrating too early. He springs upward, and the tip of his foot lands with pinpoint precision on the flat of Peng Cheng's blade. He drives off it in an instant, launching himself into the air. In one sweeping, dazzling arc, he spins through the air and lands in perfect balance. Without so much as a tremor, the crowd erupts. Chen Li watches with undisguised frustration. What is this guy pulling? Why is he not fighting back? Zhang Yu sees the look on Chen Li's face and laughs. Tianyang has not shown even half of what he can do. He must have his own plan. Peng Cheng is incandescent with rage. The humiliation is almost unbearable. This fool used my sword as a stepping stone. Tianyang keeps a straight face, but his mind is full of tricks. He intends to dismantle Peng Cheng's pride one piece at a time. He levels his sword and lets his aura surge. You cannot beat me like this. Come at me with everything you have. A wave of crushing force washes over Peng Chong. His pupils contract. He watches as Tianyang's sword trembles violently, inner energy surging through it. Tianyang raises the blade and sweeps it in a slow arc before him, and trails of sword light bloom in midair. A sharp whoosh. The next instant, Tianyang is right in Peng Chong's face. Caught completely off guard, Peng Chong wrenches his sword up to block, but before he can find his footing, another blade of light is already closing in from behind, and with every exchange, Tianyang only gets faster. One cold flash, then another strike driving in right after. Under the dense, relentless barrage, Peng Chong can only stumble and dodge. He cannot even tell where the next strike will come from. Wu Wei watches Tianyang perform and feels a deep satisfaction. From the moment he first laid eyes on Tianyang, he had placed great expectations on him, and Tianyang's effort had never let anyone down. In just 3 years, he had reached the level of a true martial master. The thought draws a sharp smile to Wu Wei's face. That is it. Grind him into the dust. On the arena, Tianyang's gaze is ice cold, his sword moving with pure instinct. The boundless sword art is being driven to its absolute limit. Against power like this, Peng Chong has no answer. He cries out again and again as sword shadows swallow him whole, then his legs give out, and he crumples to the ground, spent. The dazzling display leaves the clan elders speechless. They turn one after another to offer Nanggong Yinru their congratulations. But the feud between Tianyang and the Peng clan does not end with Peng Chong's defeat. 2 more Peng disciples step up to challenge him. What began as a tournament has turned into a matter of Peng pride. Against the relentless rotation of opponents, Tianyang wins 4 bouts in a row, but the toll on his body is real. He is starting to feel it. He is just about to step down from the arena to rest, when another Peng disciple strides up. This is Peng Yao Cheng, one of the 5 heroes of Peng. Tianyang sees him coming and lets out a quiet, weary sigh, no end to it. Without much preamble, the two are at each other, but after 100 exchanges, Tianyang's speed begins to slip. He has clearly hit his limit. Chen Li and Tianyin both spring to their feet, eager to jump in. They immediately start arguing loudly over which of them should go next. Their noise earns them a sharp smack from Wu Wei. Will you two shut it? I have already worked this out with the Grand Elder. Zhang Yu, you are up next. Make them hurt. At that moment, a thunderous blow from Peng Yao Cheng sends Tianyang skidding back dozens of feet. He stands there gasping, nearly spent, working through what options he has left. His eyes drift toward Wu Wei, and he catches the man whispering with Zhang Yu. Tianyang understands immediately. He slides his sword back into the scabbard. The boss has already made the call. He cups his hands toward Peng Yao Cheng and concedes. Zhang Yu steps onto the arena and claps Tianyang on the shoulder. You did well. Leave the rest to me. The next second, a smile spreads across his face, and it looks nothing like kindness. I have been waiting a long time for this. The atmosphere shifts in an instant. One strike, just one, and Peng Chong, one of the 5 heroes of Peng, is on the ground. The crowd is left gaping, too stunned to react. Not one of them had even managed to follow the technique. Seeing Zhang Yu's swordsmanship at this level, Wu Wei relaxes. With him up there, the Nanggong clan probably will not need to send anyone else. Peng Chong grits his teeth and concedes, his face full of unwilling frustration. He knows all too well the gap between them. From that point on, Zhang Yu cuts down all challengers. The Peng clan sends up more than a dozen of their finest disciples, and without exception, every one of them falls in a single move. Zhang Yu is merciless. He grinds the Peng disciples' pride and confidence into the dust, until they have all bowed their heads, and not one dares step up again. Zhang Yu presses a hand to his head, and lets out a long, heavy breath. Deep inner reserves or not, a dozen consecutive bouts is taking its toll even on him. At that moment, a middle-aged man from the Peng clan steps onto the arena, stirring up an uproar. This is Peng Hai, Peng Hui's father, and an elder of the Peng clan. The move has no honor to it, and the crowd knows it. Voices ripple through the hall, a clan elder challenging a young disciple of the Nanggong clan. What kind of a bully picks on someone half his age? The old Huangfu clan master frowns. Is this not a little out of order? The other clan masters exchange uneasy glances, unsure how to respond. Guo Guming breaks the silence with a laugh. It is rare for everyone to gather like this. Let us call it a senior, passing on some hard-won experience to the next generation. Zhang Yu sees Peng Hai step up, and his expression turns grave. He has spent the greater part of his energy cutting through more than a dozen opponents with the heavenly sword art. He had hoped that would be enough to break the Peng clan's will. He had not expected them to throw away all dignity and send an elder. There is nothing left to do but pour out whatever strength remains. Peng Hai draws his sword in a slow, unhurried motion. I will let you strike first. Zhang Yu slides his sword back into the scabbard. His expression is deeply solemn. Senior, I ask for your guidance. His aura surges to its absolute peak. The heavenly sword art is being driven as far as it will go. He knows he is outmatched. All he can do is throw his very best at this man and protect what remains of the Nanggong clan's honor. With a deep, resonant hum, Zhang Yu launches himself like lightning. A strike of tremendous force aimed straight at Peng Hai. The The violent wave of sword energy kicks up a veil of dust that swallows everything from view. But Zhang Yu, inside the dust, sees clearly what has happened, and his face goes pale. His all-or-nothing strike has been caught bare-handed. Peng Hai has not moved so much as half a step. Zhang Yu lets out a quiet, defeated breath. The gap between them is not a gap at all. It is a chasm. He withdraws his sword and bows. "I thank you for your restraint, senior. I have learned much today." Peng Hai wins without breaking a sweat, but not a single voice in the hall cheers for him. He takes no notice of the silence. Instead, he turns to face the clan master's viewing platform and calls out loud and clear, "I wish to challenge the master of the Nangong clan." The words ignite the Nangong contingent instantly. What is this man trying to pull? The old Huangfu clan master's jaw locks. His fury is barely contained. He slams the table and turns on the Peng clan master. "Peng Wu, what is the meaning of this?" Peng Wu breaks into a cold sweat immediately. "Please, senior, calm yourself. I gave no such order." Huangfu Zhang continues without mercy. "Your nephew lost his arm to a Nangong disciple. He brought it on himself. Young disciples letting emotion drive them into one challenge after another. That much is understandable. But now an elder interferes. And on top of that, someone demands to fight a clan master? Does your clan take this tournament for a joke?" The rebuke leaves Peng Wu drenched in cold sweat, with nothing to say in reply. The Zhuji clan master's expression is equally stern. This breaks the rules, plain and simple. Facing pressure from multiple clans, Peng Wu scrambles to his feet. "My apologies to everyone. I will send my brother back right now." But it is then that Nangong Yinru, who has been silent throughout, speaks. "There is no need to argue on my behalf. I accept the challenge." The words land like a stone in still water. Every clan master stares in shock at Nangong Yinru's current level of ability. She stands no realistic chance against an elder like Peng Hai. Even Peng Wu looks startled. He tries to dissuade her. "Clan Master Nangong, please, do not let pride drive your decision." Nangong Yinru rises and unfastens her cloak. Her voice does not waver. "The Nangong clan has never shied away from any challenge. Even with no hope of winning, we give everything we have." But she knows the truth clearly. If she backs down now, the Nangong clan will become the laughingstock of every family in the Jianghu. She bows deeply to Huangfu Zhang. "Your concern for the Nangong clan is something I will always carry with me, senior. But as clan master, I cannot allow my family to be shamed." With that, she brushes past Huangfu Zhang's outstretched arm and walks toward the arena. Huangfu Zhang can only let her go. He turns a piercing gaze on Peng Wu. "Peng Wu, whatever the outcome of this match, your clan will answer for it." Peng Wu flinches. His voice drops almost to a plea. "Please, senior, be patient. My brother is only blinded by fatherly love." Guo Goming cuts him off with a sharp, cold laugh. "Do you think this is funny? For a clan already fighting to survive, this is a deliberate humiliation. She is the clan master. She knows she cannot win, and yet she has no choice but to accept. Whatever happens from here, the Peng clan will be held accountable for the contempt and disgrace it has shown the Nangong clan." Peng Wu bows his head, cold sweat running freely. "I did not think this through carefully enough." Meanwhile, inside one of the Huangfu clan's private halls, Huangfu Gui and his adopted son Huangfu Bo sit across from each other in quiet conversation. Huangfu Gui's expression is calm and gentle. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, father, I hope you will support me in this. They do not know I exist, but the moment I saw the Nangong clan arrive, I knew what I was meant to do. That young woman is my sister. When I think of everything she has been through, rebuilding a shattered clan entirely on her own, it breaks my heart. Forgive me, father. I want to take back the name Nangong and stand beside her to restore what our clan once was." Huangfu Gui shakes his head gently at the weight his son is carrying. "You have nothing to feel guilty about. Remember this. Whatever name you carry, you are my son. Whatever you choose to do, I support you without condition." Back on the arena, Nangong Yinru and Peng Hai stand facing each other. The fight that will decide the Nangong clan's dignity is about to begin. It opens with a fierce offensive from Nangong Yinru. 3 years of hard training have transformed her completely. Every move is sharp and decisive. Each strike aims straight at Peng Hai's weak points. Peng Hai keeps retreating to parry, clearly testing the waters. But what Nangong Yinru shows him is far beyond what he anticipated. The Nangong clan master is this powerful? If he does not get serious, he might actually be the one who loses. The elders watching react with undisguised shock, holding her own against a Peng clan elder. It is simply extraordinary. Huangfu Wang's laughter booms across the hall. The Nangong clan is the Nangong clan. Brilliant, but Wu Wei and the Grand Elder exchange a worried look. In both technique and battle experience, Nangong Yinru is still a step behind. Winning is nearly impossible, but this fight might push her to a level she could not reach otherwise. After the sustained intensity of the exchange, a trace of fatigue is showing in Nangong Yinru. She knows the longer this drags on, the worse her position becomes. She thinks it through and exhales slowly. She has to go all in, end this fast. Her aura erupts. She sweeps her sword in a wide arc, and ghostly after-images bloom one after another before her. Her form glides forward like a goddess descending from heaven, each step a delicate dance. This is her own creation, a technique still not fully refined. Peng Hai narrows his eyes at the graceful movement, raising his sword before him, every nerve on guard. With a sharp cry, Nanggong Yinru pushes off her toes and leaps into the air, her sword sweeping lightly. A brilliant streak of sword energy bursts forth, and blossoms bloom in midair, dancing like ethereal spirits. In the next instant, Nanggong Yinru's silhouette flickers and reappears behind Peng Hai. He turns to look, but sees nothing. Confusion stirs in his chest. What is she up to? Then a razor-sharp surge of sword energy slices toward him, and his eyes snap cold. The flowers that had been drifting in the air suddenly explode in speed, transforming into streams of sword energy that shoot straight at him. The assault is too dense to evade. Caught in the barrage raining down like a storm, he cries out in pain again and again. Zhang Yu and the others watch in wide-eyed disbelief. What technique is that? We've never seen her use it before. Wu Wei's expression is grave. He speaks slowly. She probably hasn't named it yet. The movements flow like water, pure and effortless, like a single drop of morning dew forming from the waters of heaven and earth, while the sword strikes bloom like 100 flowers in spring, warm and unbounded. If I were to name it, Water Cloud Flower Dance would suit it perfectly. His followers are blown away. The boss is truly on another level. Even the names he comes up with are poetry. On the arena, dust and smoke billow in every direction, obscuring whatever lies within. When the haze finally clears, Peng Hai still stands, though barely. His clothes are shredded, shallow cuts tracing lines across his body. He fixes Nanggong Yinru with a level gaze and says calmly, "A pity. Your technique still isn't fully refined." Then his aura surges, his eyes turning ice cold. "It's time to end this, Clan Master Nanggong." With a sharp whoosh, Peng Hai appears behind Nanggong Yinru in a flash. Her heart lurches. She snaps her sword up just in time to block his crushing assault, but his attacks this time are blindingly fast, striking from impossible angles, each blow carrying the force of a thunderclap, threatening to overwhelm her guard. Caught off guard, she is sent skidding back several yards by a single slash. Blow after blow, Nanggong Yinru finds herself falling further behind. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. The thought settles her. She closes her eyes, drawing upon every last reserve of inner energy, and releases a fierce cry. Her aura doubles in an instant. This is the Emperor's sword art, the most guarded secret of the Nanggong clan. A razor-sharp surge of energy erupts from her, bearing straight down on Peng Hai. Seeing her pour everything into the assault, Peng Hai steadies himself, lifts his sword, and braces for the full force of her strike. With a resounding boom, Nanggong Yinru explodes off her toes and launches forward, her wild technique crashing into his with a thunderous roar. The two move at blinding speed, trading over 100 exchanges in the blink of an eye. What had been a one-sided fight is now dead even. The arena rings again and again with the deafening clash of their colliding forces. Peng Hai is breathing hard, more unsettled with every exchange. He never imagined the weakened Nanggong clan could be this difficult to put down. Nanggong Yinru's face has gone pale. She is clearly approaching her limit. Her hands tremble as she grips the hilt. One thought forms in her mind. There is nothing left but to pour everything into one final strike. She launches herself into the air, every ounce of her inner energy flooding into the blade. This strike carries all that she has, and everything the Nanggong name stands for. When the devastating blow lands, the entire arena erupts like a thunderstrike, the shockwave of wild energy sweeping outward and nearly throwing the spectators off their feet. Slowly, the dust and smoke settle, and two figures emerge from the haze. Peng Hai looks battered, yet still stands tall. Nanggong Yinru is spent, her expression dim and hollow, and in the next moment, her strength gives out entirely. She collapses to the ground. Her eyes are full of defeat as she speaks softly. "I've lost." Peng Hai lets out a long breath and says with quiet respect, "You were remarkable." Nanggong Yinru can hold on no longer. She passes out from exhaustion. Wu Wei immediately turns to the Grand Elder, asking urgently about Nanggong Yinru's condition. The Grand Elder's gaze is sharp. "Don't worry. She only fainted from exhaustion." Wu Wei exhales with relief, the tension in his shoulders easing. Then his eyes sharpen in an instant, and he steps behind Zhang Yu. "Let me borrow your sword." He hands Winsoul to Zhang Yu with a smile. Winsoul's origins are not something to reveal here. He leaps and streaks toward the arena. The Nanggong clan is not so easily pushed around. Wu Wei's entrance immediately draws the attention of Huang Yu and Tu Lang. Now this should be worth watching. Wu Wei steps onto the arena and faces Peng Hai, his voice cold and calm. "Peng Hai, is it? If you can take a single move from me, I'll concede." The words ignite the Peng clan disciples at once. "You arrogant fool, what did you just say?" On the arena, Peng Hai snarls through clenched teeth, trembling with fury. He, a Peng clan elder, insulted like this. His rage blazes, his aura climbing rapidly. "Arrogant brat, you will pay for this today." But the next instant, The sight before him makes his entire being shudder. Wu Wei's aura erupts outward like a crashing tidal wave, surging in all directions, a crushing pressure descending on Peng Hai in an instant. That icy force cuts through him like a blade from every side, so overwhelming he can barely draw breath. How is this possible? Wu Wei stands still, sword in hand, his aura rising another degree. Are you ready to begin? But before the words even fade, Peng Hai is already shaking, on the verge of collapse, his eyes flooding red under the crushing pressure, and in the next instant, he can hold on no longer. Blood spills from his lips, his body goes limp, and he collapses unconscious. The Peng clan disciples break out in cold sweat. What kind of monster is this? Even the senior masters are left utterly speechless by Wu Wei's power. That is formless sword intent. He is so young, and he has already reached this level. Zhang Yu and the others can barely contain themselves. What technique was that, boss? That's insane. Then a tired voice rises from behind. Nanggong Yinru has forced herself back to her feet, her body barely cooperating. That is the true Emperor sword art. Wu Wei slowly sheathes his sword, looking utterly baffled. What just happened? I hadn't even started yet. He composes himself and turns toward the observation seats where the clan masters sit. Then his eyes flash sharp and he booms. I challenge the Peng clan master. The declaration stuns the entire arena into silence. Before the elder spectators can even react, Peng Wu slams his hand on the table and rises, his face dark. Old kid, very well, I accept your challenge. In a single motion he is already standing before Wu Wei. To reach this level at such a young age, the young truly inspire awe. Wu Wei gives a slight bow, composed and dignified. Senior flatters me. I still have a long road ahead, and I hope for your guidance. Peng Wu grins, and his aura surges outward without warning. You'll have it. Wu Wei redirects his inner energy, deflecting the wave of force Peng Wu sends his way. To lead the Peng clan, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. The thought passes, and Wu Wei lets out a sharp, piercing whistle. High overhead, Tai Dan's talons release, and the iron bow, passed down through generations of the Wu family, plummets toward the ground. Wu Wei reaches out and catches it in one smooth motion. Tai Dan snatches the sword from the air and wheels away with a piercing cry. Wu Wei stands with the bow, his energy drawn inward, his expression unreadable. Peng Wu eyes him, a bow but no arrows. His voice drops low. What are you doing? Wu Wei lets out a quiet laugh. I'm just more comfortable with this than a sword. Peng Wu says nothing more. His grip tightens on his sword, drawing a low hum from the blade. No matter. The ending will be the same. His aura detonates, a fierce surge of energy sweeping outward. Begin! Wu Wei's expression locks into focus. He draws the empty bowstring to a full draw. My thoughts exactly. Watch yourself, senior. A deep, resonant hum. Wu Wei's aura crashes toward Peng Wu like a storm-driven wave. Peng Wu's face drains of color. Staggered, he nearly gets blown off his feet. Feeling the terror of Wu Wei's energy, he grinds his teeth in disbelief. He only pulled a bowstring with no arrow, and it carries this much force. With a furious shout, he snaps his sword up and pours his strength against it. Their inner energies collide instantly, and the arena rings with blast after blast, like a gale tearing itself apart. After a moment, Wu Wei lets out a low growl. Take this! With a thunderous hum, Wu Wei releases the string. A dominant surge of force erupts outward, so fast that Peng Wu barely manages to twist his head aside. As he dodges, his face goes pale. Is this the arrow of pure chi? He had heard the story of that man from his father when he was young. Now, seeing the arrow of pure chi with his own eyes, he can barely believe it. Could this young man be connected to him? Lost in thought for just a heartbeat, Peng Wu twists clear of the invisible arrow Wu Wei has loosed. From the sidelines, Guo Guming's eyes sharpen, his voice shaking with awe. That isn't just any invisible arrow, that is the chi-guided tracking arrow. Sure enough, the invisible arrow suddenly reverses direction in mid-air, snaking through space in a serpentine path. Peng Wu slashes at it and deflects it away, but the arrow locks on like a hound on a scent. Every time it is knocked aside, it curves back and comes again. Wang Fuwang stares, whispering in disbelief. The arrow of pure chi and the chi-guided tracking arrow. Is he a descendant of the Wu family? Guo Guming beside him throws back his head with a laugh. Who else could it be? What other clan in this world commands this kind of archery? Huang Yu's face is full of delight as he murmurs, Of course! Wu Di never stops surprising people, even through his bloodline. On the arena, Peng Wu is in desperate straits under Wu Wei's relentless assault. The invisible arrow strikes from angles he cannot predict, leaving him scrambling and unable to catch a breath. Gasping hard, he calls out to Wu Wei, Your archery! It is the most extraordinary martial art I have ever witnessed. Wu Wei lowers his head, his manner modest. Senior is too generous. Then his energy surges again, and he draws the bowstring once more. But I believe it is time to bring this match to a close. Peng Wu's eyes go sharp, as Wu Wei's aura swells to several times its previous intensity. Wu Wei draws the bow to a full moon, aiming at the sky, and a savage, boundless force detonates across the arena. Even Huang Fuwang and Guo Guming, both ranked among the 10 martial masters, are visibly shaken by the sight. An aura like this, they had only ever witnessed once before, in Wu Di, in his youth, and now Wu Wei is barely past 20, yet he has already reached this same level. The realization hits Guo Guming like cold water. He shouts, "We have to stop him. If he releases that, the Peng clan master is dead." Huangfu Wang's expression is heavy with worry. If that strike lands, the entire arena will be destroyed. But I doubt anyone here can stop him now. At the center of the storm, Peng Wu holds his sword before him, pouring every last drop of his inner energy into resistance. But he quickly realizes it is hopeless. Against Wu Wei's earth-shaking force, he has nothing left to give. Wu Wei looms like a god of destruction, eyes merciless, the invisible arrow trained on Peng Wu. This match ends here, just as his expression goes cold and his fingers begin to release. Guo Guming's urgent voice reaches him through a silent transmission. "You reckless kid, do you understand what you're doing? All you'll accomplish is deepening the hatred between the Peng and Nangong clans. If restoring the Nangong name is your goal, you have already done more than enough." Wu Wei's gaze slides to the spectators area, and he replies through the same silent channel, "Guo Grandpa, I'm sorry I wasn't able to visit sooner, but this fight concerns the Nangong clan's honor. I have my own way of handling it." As the words fade, a quiet, confident smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. "You reckless fool, stop!" Guo Guming's voice breaks with alarm, but Wu Wei releases the string without hesitation. A devastating wave of force tears straight toward Peng Wu, and with a thunderous boom, it detonates across the arena, swallowing Peng Wu's silhouette entirely in the blast. A deafening explosion rolling across the entire sky. The elder spectators recoil in collective shock, but when the smoke clears, Wu Wei is standing there holding the iron bow, its string snapped clean, wearing a look of mild resignation. "Well, I overdid it and broke the string." Peng Wu is frozen where he stands, drenched in cold sweat, still gasping, completely unable to speak. He had felt just moments ago that death was no more than an inch away. Wu Wei gestures at the iron bow with a helpless shrug. "Clanmaster Peng, my bow is broken. I'll have to find another opportunity to ask for your guidance." Peng Wu blinks, his voice trembling slightly. Sure. Seeing Peng Wu gracefully accept the out, Wu Wei cups his fist in salute. "Thank you for your understanding. Let's call it here." With that, he says nothing more and walks straight off the arena, leaving Peng Wu staring at his retreating figure, utterly at a loss. Wu Wei's overwhelming display brings the crowd to its feet in a roar of applause, all of them marveling that the rise of the Nangong clan cannot be stopped. That evening, the Huangfu household hosts a grand banquet for the clan masters. Huang Yu and Guo Guming spend much of it teasing Wu Wei about spending 3 years in the Central Plains without once bothering to visit them. Wu Wei waves his hands repeatedly, insisting he had urgent matters to attend to, and begs the two elders for their forgiveness. As a gesture of apology, he willingly downs 3 cups as self-punishment. After a few rounds, the table loosens up and the atmosphere grows warm. Peng Wu and Nangong Yinru each offer the other an apology across the table, and the long-standing grievance between their two clans finally reaches a resolution. But just as the gathering is at its most convivial, a Zhuge clan disciple bursts through the door, his face desperate. The Zhuge clan master immediately demands to know what has happened, but the disciple's face is white as a sheet, and he can barely catch his breath, let alone speak. Then another disciple, this one from the beggar's sect, crashes through the door. "Elder, something terrible has happened." Huang Yu senses immediately that something is gravely wrong. "Take a breath. Speak slowly." "Elder, the Wulin Alliance has sent word. Dominator Palace is mobilizing forces and marching toward the Central Plains." He strides forward and presses a scroll into Huang Yu's hands. Huangfu Wang's expression jolts. He cries out, "This is the writ Dominator Palace has issued to the Dark Forces." The Zhu clan disciple turns urgently to his master. "The first target in Dominator Palace's line of advance is the Zhuge clan. Master, we must return immediately." Wu Wei takes in the scene, and a thread of doubt winds through his mind. Dominator Palace? Guanshan Ming wouldn't do something like this. The sudden news presses heavily on every face in the room. They begin to discuss how to respond to what is coming. Guo Guming speaks first, his tone grave. "The Wulin Alliance is already in ruins. We 6 great clans must stand united and face this threat together." The other clan masters agree without hesitation. Though the 6 great clans have broken from the Wulin Alliance, joining forces with the Alliance to resist Dominator Palace is still a viable path. But both Wu Wei and Nangong Yinru wear looks of quiet worry. The Nangong clan's strength falls short of the others, and whether war will help or harm them remains uncertain. While Wu Wei is away with the Nangong clan's full elite force attending the 5 great clans gathering, the Nangong clan's home base is struck by catastrophe. A band of mysterious figures cloaked in black slips through the darkness and into the Nangong estate, cutting down anyone they find without mercy. The disciples left to guard the compound have no means to resist. Butler Guo's face twists with fury as he demands, "Who are you people? Why are you doing this?" The assassin's eyes are glacial, his voice a low threat. "We follow orders. Our goal is simple, to erase the Nangong clan from the world." Butler Guo rages, "You will pay for this with your lives. Our clan master will not let you go." Before the words are finished, the assassin seizes him by the throat and slams him to the ground. "Blame no one but yourselves for being Nangong." With that, he twists and snaps Butler Guo's neck. By the time that night is over, not a single one of the 100 disciples left behind has survived. Even the freshly built estate is swallowed by fire and burned to ash. Across the distance, Wu Wei and the others at the Huangfu estate know nothing of this. Nanggong Yinru gathers everyone for a clan meeting to discuss how to respond to Dominator Palace's advance into the Central Plains. And then, without warning, a young man appears at the door. It is Nanggong Yinru's brother, someone she has never met, known until now as Huangfu Bo. Though his true name is Nanggong Bo, he has come to reclaim his roots and offer his help to the Nanggong clan. But Nanggong Yinru's expression darkens the moment she sees him. You are not welcome in the Nanggong clan. The truth is this: Nanggong Yinru's parents were joined in an arranged marriage meant to forge a bond between the Nanggong and Huangfu clans, but the marriage was never a happy one. When Nanggong Yinru was 5 years old, her mother could bear it no longer and returned to the Huangfu household. What no one expected was that she was already carrying a child. During that time, she met Huangfu Gui, the man who would become her true companion, and Huangfu Gui, undeterred by her pregnancy, raised the child as his own. That child was Nanggong Bo, and that is why he grew up in the Huangfu household. That evening, Nanggong Yinru sits alone in the courtyard, drinking in silence, her mood heavy. Wu Wei sees her weighed down by the matter of Nanggong Bo and walks over to her. No matter how much you want to deny it, the fact remains that he carries Nanggong blood, and he is your brother. Nanggong Yinru's voice explodes. I have no such brother. From the day that woman left, not a moment passed that I didn't long for her to come back, and she never did. She never even looked back. A woman who abandons her husband and child like that, I will never forgive her. Wu Wei's expression is quiet, his voice level. What passed between you and your mother is not mine to judge, but Nanggong Bo has come to you at the Nanggong clan's darkest hour. That means walking away from the only home he has known for 20 years, giving up a life he has built, to stand by his only blood kin. Is that not enough? Nanggong Yinru drops her head and falls silent. Wu Wei sees that his words have landed. He turns toward the door without another word. I've said what I came to say. Until you've made up your mind, I'll have him stay here. The next morning, Wu Wei is having tea with Gong Shan and Zhang Yu when Tu Lang bursts through the door in a frantic rush, shouting, "Something terrible has happened. The Nanggong clan's home base was massacred last night. Not a single person left behind survived." When the news reaches Nanggong Yinru, the color drains from her face. All of them? Even Butler Guo? Huang Yu stares at the message in his hand, his jaw tight. As unbearable as it is to accept, the facts are what they are. Wu Wei arrives at a run, shouldering the door open. "Huang Grandpa, is this reliable?" Huang Yu hands over the message, his voice low. "Read it yourself." It came from the beggar's sect elders. Wu Wei reads it, trembling with fury, teeth clenched. He has no doubt about the accuracy of beggar's sect intelligence. Huang Yu's expression is dark, his voice grim. "I didn't expect Dominator Palace to move this quickly." The blow nearly knocks Nanggong Yinru off her feet. As clan master, she is consumed by guilt. If she had not agreed to attend the 5 great clans gathering, perhaps none of this would have happened. Wu Wei's eyes are sharp, his voice firm but steady. "Don't blame yourself. This was clearly planned long in advance." The other clan masters are seething, their faces dark with outrage. The Tang clan master erupts with fury. "A devil cult is a devil cult. Dominator Palace has always been a den of filth and treachery." But the words have barely left his mouth when the door explodes open with a thunderous crash. Everyone flinches and turns. The Grand Elder strides in, his fury barely contained. "No one speaks ill of Dominator Palace. Dominator Palace stands with honor. It does not engage in petty, underhanded schemes." Wu Wei feels the Grand Elder's pressure and thinks immediately, this is bad. Huang Yu leans toward Guo Guming and murmurs, "That face. It's familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." The Tang clan master slams the table and rises. "You are of the Nanggong clan. Why are you defending Dominator Palace? If they stand with such honor, then why did this happen?" The Grand Elder ignores him entirely, turning his gaze to Wu Wei. "Young man, do you believe Dominator Palace is behind this?" Wu Wei's expression is troubled, his voice low. "I don't believe it, but given the current situation..." Before he can finish, the Grand Elder cuts him off. "Have you forgotten who you met before coming here?" "I know. That is exactly what has been troubling me." The Grand Elder's voice eases slightly. "He knows better than anyone the connection between you and the Nanggong clan. Unless he has lost his mind, he would not do this." Wu Wei's voice sharpens. "But the Nanggong clan was attacked. That is a fact. If he cannot give me an explanation, I have no problem fighting him myself." The Grand Elder's expression turns grave. His mind turns over the inconsistencies one by one. The beggar's sect message. The Nanggong clan's home base is at least half a month's travel from the Huangfu estate. Yet word of last night's attack arrived this very morning. Someone arranged for this information to arrive in advance. The thought settles it. He turns to Huang Yu, his voice flat. "Show me the message from the beggar's sect." If there is a single false word in it, the beggar sect will answer for it in blood. Wang Yu's expression tightens instantly. The Tang clan master explodes. What brazen arrogance! You would wipe out the beggar sect? I respect your age, but that does not give you the right to run wild here. The Grand Elder pauses, and then smiles. Then the smile vanishes, his expression dropping to something cold and terrible, his aura surging to the edge of detonation. Would you like to repeat that? The Tang clan master refuses to back down, his own aura rising. Am I wrong? You are a Nangong clan elder, yet here you are defending Dominator Palace. Don't you owe us an explanation? The Grand Elder's eyes flash with a killing intent so dense it seems almost physical. For the sake of the Tang clan's name, I will spare your life. The force of that killing intent crashes over the Tang clan master like a wave, freezing him in place. He cannot move at all. Just who is this old man? And then the Grand Elder's voice comes again, cold and unhurried. Out of respect for your dignity, this is your one and only chance to walk away alive. Under the crushing pressure, the Tang clan master sways and nearly faints. Peng Wu steps forward to steady him. Senior, are you about to come to blows with all 5 great clans? You defend Dominator Palace so fiercely. Do you have some connection to them? The Grand Elder's expression remains unmoved. He speaks one word at a time. And if I do? Wang Fu Wang's face shifts immediately. If that's the case, then you may not be leaving here today. The other clan masters close ranks, their expressions hard. Exactly. This matter will not end so easily. Sensing the tension about to ignite, Wu Wei cuts in. Everyone, hold back. Whatever his connection to Dominator Palace, he is still the Grand Elder of the Nangong clan. The Tang clan master points at the Grand Elder, his voice raised. Connection to Dominator Palace or not, the 5 great clans will not stand for being treated this way. The Grand Elder's lips curve into a cold smile. Then killing intent detonates from his entire body, violent inner energy surging like a tide in all directions. I never crossed swords with your great-grandfather Tong Tianhao, but he was a man worth respecting. I never imagined his descendants would be this foolish. The terrifying pressure washes over Guo Guming, and his heart lurches. That is the realm of the sword of pure qi. Just who is this man? Huang Yu's expression shifts between certainty and confusion. I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before. The Tang clan master strains against the crushing force, his voice breaking. Who are you? With power like this, there's no need to hide behind a mask. The Grand Elder's eyes are like blades. His voice is ice. My name is Fei Shiji. The name hits the room like a thunderclap. Everyone jolts to their feet, faces white with shock. Fei Shiji, the Supreme Blade King of Dominator Palace's Elder Council. Huang Yu cries out as the memory breaks through. That's right, he is the Blade King. His appearance has changed greatly, but those eyes I could never forget. Huang Fu Wang's face is flooded with shock. He sends a silent transmission to all the clan masters. Everyone, do not act rashly. A man of his legend does not make empty moves. But the Grand Elder's fury has already reached its peak, his killing intent filling the room. You want to fight me? Come on then, all of you at once. Nangong Yinru surges to her feet. Grand Elder, stop. The destruction of our home base is a fact. The Grand Elder pauses. Some of the fury drains from him. Nangong Yinru's eyes fill with tears, but her voice holds steady as she bows. Whatever the reason, the Nangong clan has been struck a devastating blow, but I do not want you fighting here on our behalf. The Grand Elder slowly comes back to stillness, a shadow of regret crossing his face. I apologize. I let my temper get the better of me. Your great-grandfather Nangong Cheng was one of the few true friends I ever had. Watching his family crumble is something I cannot bear. That is why I chose to help you. With that, the Grand Elder turns toward the door, his expression dark. I'm returning to the Nangong clan's home base now, until I know the full truth. No one is to jump to conclusions. If this was indeed Dominator Palace's doing, Dominator Palace will answer for every last bit of it. But Wu Wei calls out to him. Grand Elder, let me be the one to go back. Please go to Dominator Palace instead, and find out whether Guanshan Ming had any knowledge of this. I have to go back to tend to the fallen, and I will find out exactly how they died. Wu Wei's eyes have gone bloodshot. The killing intent radiating from him is so dense it feels solid, and when he speaks, his words send a chill through every person in the room. I will repay this debt of blood 1,000 times over. Even the Grand Elder's eyes sharpen at that killing intent. When the truth comes to light, there will be no one who can withstand his rage. Then Wu Wei holds out Wind Soul. The Grand Elder looks at it, puzzled. Keeping this sword with me no longer has any meaning. Please return it to Dominator Palace. The Grand Elder's expression shifts slightly. He understands. Wu Wei had made a promise to Guan Shanming. If the Nangong clan remained safe, the sword would be returned. But the Nangong clan has been silently destroyed, and the blame has fallen on Dominator Palace. And by returning Wind Soul now, Wu Wei is making one thing clear. He is severing all ties with Dominator Palace. Understanding all of it, the Grand Elder takes the sword and walks toward the door. I'll pass along the message. The next day, Wu Wei refuses to let anyone accompany him and departs from the Huangfu estate alone. After he and the Grand Elder leave, each of the remaining 5 great clans selects 50 of their finest warriors, and marches together toward the Nangong clan's home base to lend aid. The destined war between the Wulin Alliance and Dominator Palace is on the verge of eruption. To weaken Dominator Palace's reach, the 6 great clans concentrate their forces at the Taihe branch, the Wulin Alliance's northwestern outpost. A force under Dominator Palace's banner, called the Longquan sect, strikes first, launching an assault on the Alliance branch. Blow traded for blow, the fighting grows fiercer by the day. Meanwhile, inside Dominator Palace's headquarters, Guan Xianming convenes a council with the senior elders to assess the situation. The strategist Yuan Hua's eyes hold a calm clarity that seems to see through all pretense. The Wulin Alliance alone no longer poses a serious threat to us. But with the 6 great clans aligned with them, that is the only combination in the Central Plains that could stand against us. Guan Shanming's eyes are sharp and piercing. He takes a slow sip of tea and says calmly, "Since the war over 50 years ago, both sides have had their share of friction, but nothing more than minor skirmishes. So why are they being so aggressive this time?" At that very moment, the Dark Shadow Pavilion Master burst through the door, his face pale with alarm. "My lord, the Nangong clan headquarters was ambushed 2 days ago. Every last one of them is dead." Guan Shanming is stunned. His face darkens with fury. "What happened? Who did this?" "I apologize, my lord. The attackers were extremely secretive. We have not yet identified them." Guan Shanming's gaze turns ice cold. A wave of killing intent rolls off him. "I gave clear orders for every faction to stay away from the Nangong clan. I even issued the highest level decree, and now you tell me the Nangong clan was wiped out overnight, and you still do not know who did it. What kind of pavilion master are you?" Seeing his fury, Swordmaster Dong Bangcheng steps forward to intervene. "You need to calm down. This is not his fault." Guan Shanming grits his teeth, forcing down his rage, and turns to the pavilion master. "I am giving you 3 days. Find the mastermind behind the attack on the Nangong clan and bring them to me. Fail, and you can bring me your own head instead. I made a promise to Wu Wei that the Nangong clan would be kept safe, and this had to happen now of all times." The military strategist Yuan Hua seems to think of something and speaks up urgently. "My lord, please calm yourself. This may not have been done by our people, considering what happened. When those 12 southern branches were destroyed last time, I am certain there is a third party behind all of this. One whose goal is to ignite a war between the Wulin Alliance and Dominator Palace." At those words, Guan Shanming's expression tightens. He reins in his anger. After a moment's thought, he turns to the pavilion master and gives his orders. "Go to the Nangong clan immediately and uncover the truth. If there truly is a third party involved, find their base of operations. If this was done by any faction under Dominator Palace that dared to defy my orders, then they have no reason to exist in this world." The pavilion master receives his orders, bows deeply, and answers with a shout, "Yes, my lord. I will not disappoint you." The scene shifts. A mysterious figure sits fishing beside a secluded pond at the end of a winding path. This man is Chen Taixing, an elder of the Heavenly Blood Alliance, a fearsome power that has had its eyes fixed on the Central Plains for centuries. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he speaks to the subordinate behind him. "Tell me, what is the current situation in the Central Plains?" The subordinate bows his head respectfully. "My lord, the former Dominator Palace Elder and Blade King, Fei Shiji, has been spotted at the Nangong clan." Chen Taixing's expression sharpens at once. "Did he not disappear 50 years ago? What is he doing back in the Central Plains?" "This intelligence came directly from the Alliance Master. We know nothing beyond that. Also, the descendant of the Phantom Archer has appeared at the Nangong clan as well." At that, Chen Taixing's composure shatters. His face changes color. "You mean the descendant of the former number 1 under heaven? How is that possible?" Seeing the elder flustered, the subordinate quickly explains. "It is said the Wu family and the Nangong clan are relatives. He is there to help restore the Nangong clan." Chen Taixing's expression darkens. If that is true, then things are about to get complicated. Meanwhile, Wu Wei rides hard after leaving the Huangfu clan, racing toward the Nangong clan at full speed. He senses that nothing about this is as simple as it appears. Someone within Dominator Palace must be pulling strings behind the scenes. He has to uncover the truth, and fast. After a long journey, he stops by a river to wash up. Only when he finally relaxes does he realize how desperately hungry he is. In his rush to reach the Nangong clan, he has gone days without a single meal. He tilts his head back and calls up to Tai Dan circling overhead. "Your big brother is about to starve to death up here. Go catch me some rabbits." Tai Dan lets out a cry and spreads his wings to fly off, unaware that down on the ground, a sharp arrow is already aimed straight at him. The next second, the arrow is loosed, shooting toward him like a bolt of lightning. With one swift kick, Tai Dan sends the arrow flying off course. The 2 hunters stare with their mouths hanging open. What kind of falcon is that? It just kicked an arrow out of the air. One of them refuses to accept it. Muttering curses under his breath, he fires 2 more arrows in quick succession. Tai Dan lets out a sharp cry, spreads his wings wide, extends both legs, and glides clean through the middle in a full split. The hunter's jaw drops even further. Strange things happen every day, but today takes the prize. This bird can do the splits. Wu Wei shouts from nearby. "Stop that! What do you think you are doing to my pet?" The 2 hunters exchange a glance, then sneer. Everything out here is nature's gift. What proof do you have that it belongs to you? Wu Wei crosses his arms and sighs. You should really watch your back. The words are barely out of his mouth when Tai Dan dives like a hawk on prey, streaking straight at the hunter. He hammers the hunter with a relentless barrage of talon strikes, shrieking furiously all the while. The other hunter scrambles to knock an arrow and help his friend, but they are too close together for a clean shot. Wu Wei lets out a resigned sigh. All right, that is enough. You have made your point. But at that very moment, a sharp arrow cuts through the air from the side, its cold gleam shooting like lightning straight toward Tai Dan. Wu Wei reacts instantly, whipping the iron bow from his waist and hurling it, splitting the hidden arrow clean in two at the last possible moment. He picks up the broken shaft and examines it, puzzled. A blood-red arrow? A woman appears behind him, her voice soft with amusement. Not bad at all. She is dressed in fine robes, her face strikingly beautiful, her smile charming and easy. She walks over to the hunters and scolds them sharply. I sent you out to hunt, not to embarrass yourselves. Then she turns to Wu Wei, her eyes bright with curiosity. It seems you are quite a master with the bow yourself. My name is Ma Yunxi, and yours? Caught off guard by the sudden introduction, Wu Wei blinks. Then, with remarkable indifference, he replies, Nice to meet you. Ma Yunxi stares at him, exasperated. I just told you my name and that is all you have to say? Where are your manners? Wu Wei is completely dumbfounded. He thinks to himself, who in their right mind tells a stranger their name? For no reason at all. He gives his name with great reluctance. Ma Yunxi's brow furrows. She falls into thought. That name, it sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Wu Wei has no interest in continuing. We are strangers who just happened to cross paths. I have business to attend to. Goodbye. But Ma Yunxi steps right in front of him, brimming with enthusiasm. Where are you going? What are you doing? She leans forward playfully and adds, If you are not in a hurry, why not stay and chat for a while? Faced with her relentless pestering, Wu Wei pulls a pained grimace. Are all girls this bold these days? He quickly steps back and says firmly, My business is none of yours. I have no time to stand here and talk nonsense with you. Go find something else to do. And with that, he walks away without a second glance. Ma Yunxi watches him go, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. She reaches to her waist, draws a blood-red arrow, and fixes her eyes on his retreating figure. With a sharp whistle, the blood arrow is loosed, streaking like lightning straight at Wu Wei. Wu Wei senses the cold flash behind him and snatches the arrow right out of the air. What is wrong with you, you crazy woman? He turns, his face flushed with anger, and knocks the arrow onto his own bowstring. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yet Ma Yunxi strides toward him with a wide smile, completely unafraid. She introduces herself again, this time with full seriousness. I am Ma Yunxi, leader of the Blood Bow organization. Wu Wei lowers his bow, seething. I will say it one more time. I have absolutely no interest in who you are. He turns and walks to his horse. Behind him, Ma Yunxi calls out at the top of her voice. You had better remember my name. Wu Wei walks away without looking back, but a quiet wariness stirs within him. What is that crazy woman after? Watching him disappear into the distance, Ma Yunxi smiles to herself. We will meet again, very soon. Descendant of the Phantom Archer. When Wu Wei arrives at the gates of the Nangong clan headquarters, what greets him ignites a rage so violent it nearly blinds him. The bodies of Nangong disciples hang from the gate. He can no longer hold back. You heartless bastards! An act so monstrous it defies heaven and humanity. Consumed by killing intent, Wu Wei drops to his knees, his face twisted with grief and fury. The sight of Butler Guo's face, frozen in an expression of sorrow and resentment, breaks something in him. Two streams of tears run down his face, beyond his control. You bastards! 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 A deep resonant hum fills the air as a violent surge of chi explodes outward with a thunderous roar. After a long moment, Wu Wei collects himself and begins gently taking the bodies down from the gate. With each body he lowers, the weight on his heart grows heavier. His expression is stone cold as he makes a silent vow. He will find whoever is responsible and make them pay 1,000-fold. But in the dense forest not far away, a group of black-clad figures watches his every move. They are the squad sent by the Dark Shadow Pavilion to protect the crime scene. Their captain sees Wu Wei disturbing the evidence and leaps from the treetop. Stop him! Preserve the scene before the pavilion master arrives. At this moment, Wu Wei is carefully and solemnly arranging Butler Guo's remains. The Dark Shadow Pavilion agents step forward. Are you with the Nangong clan? The evidence must be preserved until the truth is established. Please cooperate with us. Wu Wei picks up the rope at his feet, his voice ice cold. Cooperate with you? These Nangong disciples have been hanging here for 7 days and 7 nights with no one to bring them down. You expect me to keep standing by and watching? The rope in his hand snaps out like a serpent striking from its den. Every member of the Dark Shadow Squad is sent flying before they can react. Only the captain barely manages to dodge. The captain stares in disbelief. That kind of power. He must be at elder level. How can someone so young be capable of this? The squad members crumple to the ground, groaning in pain. Wu Wei walks forward, his face murderous. Talk! Who are you people? One of them glares back with iron resolve. Give it up. We are telling you nothing. The words are barely finished when, with a heavy thud, Wu Wei sends him flying dozens of feet with a single kick, without a moment's hesitation. He crouches and grabs another man by the collar, his voice utterly flat. I am asking one more time. Who sent you? The man clenches his jaw and holds firm. Enough talk. Kill me if you want. Wu Wei narrows his eyes and scoffs. You must be from Dominator Palace. Then his gaze snaps sharply toward the forest behind him. He senses another presence moving through the trees. Wu Wei surges to his feet. A blade-like burst of chi explodes from him, shattering the rope into pieces. He roars toward the forest. Stop hiding. Get out here now. Before the echo dies, more than a dozen figures come sweeping in. Dark Shadow Pavilion Master Gejongming steps forward, his expression grave. I did not expect you to sense us so quickly. I am the Pavilion Master of Dark Shadow Pavilion. It is an honor to meet you. Wu Wei clearly has no patience for pleasantries. He cuts straight to the point. Let us skip the formalities. I want to know, is Guanshan Ming behind any of this? Gejongming's expression turns serious. I can assure you, the Palace Master had no knowledge of this. He issued the highest level decree, ordering every faction under Dominator Palace to leave the Nangong clan untouched. Wu Wei's eyes remain cold. So you are saying someone else is behind this? Gejongming signals his men to begin examining the bodies for clues. The Palace Master sent me here precisely to get to the bottom of it. It may well be the work of factions trying to start a war between the Wulin Alliance and Dominator Palace. He then turns to one of his men and asks for a preliminary report. The man rises respectfully. All but one were killed by a blade. The old man was strangled. Based on the state of decay, the deaths occurred 7 to 8 days ago. The wound patterns indicate 7 attackers, one of whom is left-handed. Wu Wei is quietly impressed by the pavilion's skill. Is there more? What else can you tell? The man gives Wu Wei a cool glance and continues. The victims lacked the strength to force the attackers into using high-level techniques, so we cannot identify which school of martial arts was used. However, based on the direction of the footprints left at the scene, the attackers entered through the south gate and exited through the main gate. They were likely headed northeast. Wu Wei's eyes sharpen with urgency. Can you track them to their base? The man lets out a cold laugh. It is not impossible. But why should I help you? You just put our men in serious condition. Before he can finish, Wu Wei's fist drives hard into his gut, and the force sends him flying dozens of feet. Gejongming flinches as Wu Wei's anger erupts without warning. Wu Wei walks straight up to him and says in a voice like frozen iron, You would do well to watch your words. Call Butler Guo, just the old man again. Belittle the Nangong clan one more time, and I will tear your head off. Wu Wei buries each body with a heavy heart. Row after row of graves rise in the courtyard, quiet and desolate. The dead are gone. The living must carry on. After a long moment of mourning, Wu Wei slowly rises to his feet. What matters now is finding the true mastermind and avenging the clan. Guanshan Ming may not be responsible, but the factions under Dominator Palace are a murky mix of all kinds. Someone among them is stirring the pot and muddying the waters. At the same time, deep in the mountains to the south, Heavenly Blood Alliance Grand Elder Chen Taising surveys the body strewn across the ground, his expression unreadable. All 120 guards stationed outside the base, wiped out? The Blade King's power has truly reached such heights? Elder Lu He's face is grave. It seems our plan has been exposed. If the Blade King were uninjured and at full strength, we would stand no chance against him. Chen Taising lets out a strange laugh. Killing this many men must have taken its toll. His condition will be weakened, and that is exactly the opening we need. Deep in the forest, the Blade King leans against a tree, exhausted, breathing hard. He was ambushed by over 100 skilled fighters. He killed them all, but not without taking serious injuries of his own. He sits cross-legged beneath the tree and murmurs to himself, I am getting old after all. If Gu Yangpeng saw me like this, he would never let me hear the end of it. He begins circulating his inner power to stabilize his wounds. He must recover as quickly as possible for what lies ahead. But at that very moment, the Heavenly Blood Alliance's pursuit force closes in behind him. Without a sound, Chen Taising takes in the Blade King's condition and grins wickedly. It seems the old man is in worse shape than I expected. The squad captain's voice drops to a cold command. Move in! Kill him! But Chen Taising raises a hand to stop them. Stand down, I will handle him myself. The Blade King slowly opens his eyes, sensing the approach. You have been looking for me for a while, have you not? Chen Taishing's eyes are cold, his smile thin. You were waiting for us, were you not, senior? But I am afraid you will not be leaving today. The Blade King slowly draws Wind Soul from his waist and says evenly, So many men, just to ambush these old bones. Are you not afraid people will laugh? Chen Taishing is unmoved. The honor is mine to face you, senior, but you are far too important to both Dominator Palace and the Nangong clan. Your presence is a serious threat to our plans. The Blade King's expression hardens. The attack on the Nangong clan, that was your doing as well, was it not? Chen Taishing gives a cold huff of amusement. Let us settle things with our blades first, senior. We can talk afterwards. The Blade King's grip on Wind Soul tightens. Do you truly believe you can stand against me? Given your current conditions, senior, I like my odds. The Blade King's fingers shift. Wind Soul slides from its scabbard with a clear, quiet ring. You seem very confident. Then show me everything you have got. The words are barely spoken when Chen Taixing roars and charges, his sword a blur of lightning. Their blades clash in an instant, a sound like thunder splitting the sky, and the shockwave of raw chi nearly blasts the watching underlings off their feet. The Blade King's eyes are sharp as blades. He sneers. So this is the power of a Heavenly Blood Alliance elder. Nothing more than this? Wind Soul surges with explosive force. A devastating wave of chi tears forward, and the sheer power sends Chen Taixing skidding back dozens of feet. Refusing to be outdone, Chen Taixing steadies himself, drives off with his feet, and launches forward again. Their exchanges are blindingly fast. Countless flashes of steel swirl around them, and in the blink of an eye, they have traded over 100 blows. After a fierce and brutal exchange, the two men stand apart, facing each other. Chen Taixing is breathing hard, his face full of disbelief. Even wounded, the Blade King is this powerful. He never imagined it. The Blade King's eyes are fierce, his aura unbroken. If that is all you have, surrender now. You cannot beat me. Chen Taixing exhales slowly, giving nothing away. I underestimated you, senior. The Blade King scoffs. Are you giving up? Chen Taixing throws his head back and laughs. Not a chance. I simply did not expect to need this here. With a low, grinding growl, a thick darkness begins to seep across his face, and within moments it engulfs his entire body, his features twisting into something monstrous. His laughter turns strange and unsettling. This is only the beginning. The real show is about to start. Chen Taixing channels his dark art, and his power multiplies several times over. A dense aura of malevolent energy wraps around him. He looks less like a man and more like a demon. His voice drops to a rasping roar. He sweeps his blade, and a wild torrent of black sword energy tears through the air. A nauseating wave of evil energy rushes forward. The Blade King's expression shifts to absolute gravity. This is life or death. There is no room for carelessness. He pours his full inner power into Wind Soul. A surging barrier of chi erupts before him, forming a protective shell. The next second, it collides with the dark sword energy, and the impact shakes the earth, his inner power roaring within him. The Blade King deflects the assault with a single stroke, but before he can recover, Chen Taixing is already on him, roaring as he launches another fully charged strike. The savage force drives straight through and tears the chi barrier apart. In an instant, the two figures cross through each other, trading blows as they pass. The Blade King watches his opponent, his expression dark. That last strike was stronger than he had prepared for. He presses a hand to the wound on his shoulder, and the conviction in his heart solidifies. The source of all this war. It is the Heavenly Blood Alliance. What Chen Taixing used is Demon Shadow Chi, the exclusive technique of the Heavenly Blood Alliance's Yingjia Fort. 600 years ago, a terrifying power rose without warning and plunged the entire Jianghu into a storm of blood and fire. They were formed by Yue Chengzhang, master of Yingjia Fort in the Central Plains, He Biangtian, the giant ex-ghost demon of the Northern Sea, Black Widow, the ghost lord of the assassin organization, and Lin Zhu, commander of the Iron Blood Knights. Together they formed the Heavenly Blood Alliance. The Blade King draws a slow breath and says coldly, "Centuries have passed, and the Heavenly Blood Alliance's ambitions are as monstrous as ever." Chen Taixing, wreathed in dark energy, roars with laughter. "We have endured in silence for centuries. The time has come to finally wipe away the shame of our past defeat. What a pity, senior. Today, you die here." The Blade King slowly sheathes Wind Soul. "Killing me will not be so easy." His aura erupts to its full height as he drives his inner power to its absolute limit. "Even if it costs me my life today, I will cut you down first." A deep, resonant hum shakes the air. A violent blast of energy tears the ground apart, and in the Blade King's hand, a sword of pure chi takes form. Seeing the Blade King unleash his full power, Chen Taixing laughs with wild excitement. To face the Blade King, one of the supreme masters of the Jianghu, at full strength, this alone makes my life worth living. The Blade King grips the chi sword, his eyes sharp as any blade. He knows he cannot afford to drag this out. He must give everything he has and end this fast. With a thunderous roar, both figures launch forward like lightning. This is the ultimate strike. Every ounce of power they have ever cultivated, poured into a single blow. The loser will not walk away. When their techniques collide, the force detonates like an explosion. The blast echoes across the mountains for 100 li in every direction, and everything within dozens of feet is leveled to the ground in an instant. As the dust slowly settles, the two figures emerge. Everyone else holds their breath, watching from a distance. Then Chen Taixing's legs give out. He collapses to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth in waves. The internal damage from the exchange is devastating. His subordinates rush to his side, desperately trying to stabilize him. Then they look up at the Blade King across the field, their faces full of shock. He stands tall, his bearing proud, but his condition is not as untouched as it appears. After a long moment, he looks down at the wound across his abdomen and murmurs quietly, "I lost." The Demon Shadow Chi was vicious and unpredictable. Despite his best efforts to hold the dark energy back, his internal organs have taken severe damage. Even his heart meridians are critically injured. The fierce light in the Blade King's eyes slowly fades to something quieter. "What a pity. If only I could have held on just a little longer." He turns suddenly and walks toward the cliff edge behind him. He knows his body has nothing left to fight with. Rather than let himself, and Win's soul, fall into the hands of the Heavenly Blood Alliance, he will guard the last shred of his dignity and face death on his own terms. Chen Taixing stares at the Blade King's movement, stunned. Then his eyes narrow sharply, and he shouts, "Senior, what are you doing?" The Blade King looks back over his shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. "Your ambitions will come to nothing. When this war is over, justice will prevail." Without a moment's hesitation, he steps off the edge and falls. Everyone watches the figure vanish into the void below, their hearts gripped with a sudden chill. They scramble to send men down to search for the body, but no matter how thoroughly they scour every inch of the area below, there is no trace of him. Elder Lu lets out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Looks like that old man has been reduced to nothing at all," but the words draw a sharp rebuke from Chen Taixing. "The Blade King is a master worthy of the deepest respect. Had he been at full strength, I would not have been fit to stand before him. A man like that deserves our reverence." Elder Lu bows his head at once. "I was wrong. Since matters here are settled, shall we return to the city and report?" Now that war between the Central Plains Jianghu and Dominator Palace has erupted once again, the Zhuge clan stands at the front line, the first to meet Dominator Palace in a fight to the death. Years of grueling training now bear fruit on the battlefield. The Zhuge disciples fight with ferocious courage, driving Dominator Palace's forces into chaos. Inside the Wulin Alliance headquarters, the intelligence captain bursts into the council chamber, his face taut with urgency. "Alliance Master, Dominator Palace's main forces are moving north. The unit leading the advance is the Blood Knights. 4 family factions have already been destroyed." At the words, Blood Knights, every face in the room changes. A heavy silence falls. The Blood Knights are a force descended from the Heavenly Blood Alliance of centuries past. Though they number only 300, each one is a fearsome fighter. No ordinary clan can withstand them. The stakes could not be higher. Alliance Master Qingshu Zhenren gives the order without delay. "Reinforce immediately." Meanwhile, inside Dominator Palace headquarters, the combined pressure of the 6 great clans in the Wulin Alliance is giving Guan Shanming no end of trouble. In particular, the vanguard led by Zhuge Lin has dealt Dominator Palace's forces one crushing defeat after another. Strategist Yuan Hua speaks with quiet intensity. "The Tang clan's hidden weapons are nearly impossible to defend against. If their poison masters deploy toxins on a wide scale, our forces could collapse entirely." Elder Wu Kui beside him scoffs. "They call themselves an honorable sect. I refuse to believe they would stoop to something as underhanded as poison." Yuan Hua allows himself a quiet, knowing smile. "When survival is on the line, what do honor and pride amount to?" Furthermore, the Zhuge clan's battle formations are extraordinarily unpredictable. They are a serious obstacle to any full-scale offensive on our part. To cut off the Wulin Alliance's reinforcements from moving south, our elite guard units have already been deployed to intercept them. The deputy master of the 10,000 Poison sect has also joined the attacking forces. We have no reason to pour our resources into a grinding fight with the Zhuge clan. Wearing down the Wulin Alliance piece by piece is the smarter path. On the battlefield near Yueyang, Zhuge Lin and Tang clan Elder Tang Ren cut through the enemy ranks side by side. Without warning, terrified screams erupt from the disciples behind Tang Ren. Sensing something is wrong, he leaps over to investigate. One of his disciples points ahead, voice shaking with terror. Monster! Tang Ren fixes his gaze in the direction the disciple is pointing, and sees a mass of black miasma rolling toward them like a storm wind. His eyes sharpen at once. He claps a hand over his mouth and nose and shouts, "Someone is using poison techniques. Everyone, guard yourselves." But before the warning has finished, a familiar scream reaches his ears, growing closer by the second. A figure comes hurling from a distance and slams hard into a tree. When Tang Ren focuses and makes out the face, his expression shatters. He cannot believe what he is seeing. He rushes forward, tears streaming down his aged face. "My son, are you all right?" But his son's eyes are already vacant, the life gone from them. Tang Ren stares, unable to accept what is in front of him. Then a wave of rage so vast it defies description surges through him. Wild chi explodes from his body, shredding his robes to pieces. "You bastards! Get out here and face me!" The words are barely spoken when dozens of dark figures drop from above, closing in to kill. Tang Ren throws his head back and lets out a long, piercing cry. His inner power erupts. "Every last one of you, die!" A deep hum tears through the air. A savage shockwave of chi sweeps outward and sends the black-clad figures flying. After cutting down more than a dozen with his sword, Tang Ren levels his gaze across the field. These are the elite warriors of the 10,000 Poison sect. Tang Ren's aura roars around him without end. His voice is ice. "Come then, you will pay for my son's life with your own." Across the field, a creature cloaked entirely in green, radiating pure malevolence, strides forward. Tang Ren's eyes go hard the moment he sees it. A green, venom demon corpse, the 10,000 Poison sect's deadliest weapon. He drives every drop of his inner power to its limit. "You are the one who killed my son." He launches forward like a bolt of lightning, his blade flashing straight for the creature's throat. But the demon corpse moves with startling speed, raising its arm to block the killing blow in an instant. Tang Ren pulls back with a cold smile. He put everything into that strike. Even if it did not kill, the damage should be severe. But then, A searing pain shoots through the hand gripping his sword. A thick black miasma seeps from his palm and crawls toward his heart meridians. Tang Ren clenches his teeth, his face pale with disbelief. When did it poison me? But he has no choice. He must destroy the creature before the poison runs its course. He flickers like a shadow and launches forward again, pouring out a relentless storm of sword energy, hammering the demon corpse with everything he has. But the demon corpse's defenses are monstrous. It simply stands there and takes every blow without flinching, without a scratch. Then it seizes the gap between Tang Ren's strikes and drives a fist forward like a cannonball. Tang Ren never sees it coming. He is blasted dozens of feet through the air. Blood pours from his mouth unchecked. Forcing his inner power this way has only accelerated the poison's spread. It has already reached his heart and lungs. Before he can recover, the demon corpse blurs and is right in front of him. With a soft, sickening sound, its venom claw drives straight through Tang Ren's chest. As the claw slowly withdraws, one of the Tang clan's great elders falls, dead where he stands. But at that very moment, the demon corpse's eyes snap alert. It senses a razor-sharp wave of sword energy tearing through the air behind it. Zhuge charges in with his sword, a thunderous impact, and the demon corpse is blasted dozens of feet away by the force. He crouches to check Tang Ren's body. His face goes dark. "You are from the 10,000 Poison Sect." The deputy master looks him over and sneers. "And who are you?" Zhuge surges to his feet. His aura crashes outward like a breaking wave. "Zhuge of the Zhuge clan, today is the day your sect is destroyed."